Chapter 14:18. Yan Chuan flapped his dragon wings and soared into the sky. Boom! The Black Dragon's Great Tao and the 3,000 Worlds' Great Tao were all used. Yan Chuan charged into the battlefield with all his might. Desolation Hua and the Prime of Tongtian fought against Emperor Qing Long on the left and right. Yan Chuan went straight for the middle. Roar! He grabbed at Emperor Qing Long's reverse scale. Emperor Qing Long's face turned cold as a huge dragon claw grabbed at Yan Chuan. Boom! The zombie claw clashed with the dragon claw. Even with the Black Dragon's Great Tao and the 3,000 Worlds' Great Tao, it was still far from enough. Boom! In an instant, Yan Chuan was sent flying. However, it still gave the Prime of Tongtian some time to react. Screech! The fairy-slaying sword slashed across Emperor Qing Long's dragon body and left a sword mark on one of the dragon scales. Roar! The furious Qing Long roared as he swung his dragon tail and hit the Prime of Tongtian. Boom! The Prime of Tongtian was sent flying again. With the addition of Yan Chuan, the gap between the two sides was narrowing. However, Emperor Qing Long was still able to suppress the three of them. Yan Chuan, the Prime of Tongtian, and Desolation Hua were constantly sent flying. Especially Yan Chuan, the difference in cultivation was too big. Even with the power of a country, he was still far from being able to defeat Emperor Qing Long. He was smashed into stars many times. However, Yan Chuan had the body of a general after all. His body was tough. Even though his robe was torn, there were no injuries on his body. Roar! The battle continued. Below, Emperor Qing Long and Emperor Rosefinch were watching the battle. Gue Guzi took a look and said, "My colleagues." Yao Tianshang and the others turned to look at him. Emperor Qing Long's men will naturally be dealt with by the Celestial Emperor. As for Emperor Rosefinch's men, what do you all think? Gue Guzi asked in a deep voice. Those who came to offend the Great Zhen should be punished. Li Si's eyes turned cold. The others nodded in agreement. Take him down. Gue Guzi shouted. Boom! Great Perfection's experts immediately charged forward. The sudden attack caused the expressions of Emperor Qing Long's subordinates to change. However, when they saw that Dezhen's people weren't coming for them, they ignored them. Bastard, how dare you! Emperor Rosefinch's 29 subordinates immediately exclaimed. Outside the great Qin city, it was incredibly chaotic. As for Emperor Qing Long's subordinates, they did not intend to help at all. One reason was because of Emperor Qing Long's orders, and the other reason was because Emperor Rosefinch had allowed his brothers to fall into Yan Chuan's hands, so he did not have a good impression of him. There was a huge battle outside the city. The empresses stared at the sky anxiously. In the sky, although Yan Chuan's Jiangchen body was powerful, his strength was still much weaker than Emperor Qing Long's. For a moment, he was surrounded by danger. The empresses all clenched their fists. Don't let anything happen to him, don't let anything happen to him. Lu whispered worriedly. At the side, the emperor laughed coldly and said, Lu I can help Yan Chuan drive away Emperor Qing Long. Ah! Lu looked at the emperor in surprise. You know about our birth? If I interfere again, even if I can't defeat Emperor Qing Long, at least the disadvantage will disappear. The emperor said with certainty. Then, you go and help Yan Chuan. Lu immediately said. However, the emperor shook his head and stared at Lu Lu bit her lips. After driving away Emperor Qing Long, you will leave with me. The emperor said in a deep voice. A strong reluctance flashed across Lu Er's eyes. She felt wronged. She stared at the emperor for a while and finally nodded. As long as Yan Chuan is fine, I will leave with you. The emperor should have been happy. However, when he saw Lu Er's wronged expression, he felt irritated. Was this what emotions were like? Did she have her own emotions? She could let herself be wronged and do things that she was unwilling to do for Yan Chuan. Lu Er's behavior should be how he was back then. Irritated, the emperor became more and more irritated. Roar. With a loud roar, the emperor's body suddenly underwent a huge change. His original human form gradually turned into a huge monster. He was covered in blood, and a pair of huge wings spread out. With a ferocious expression, he held his saber and looked at the starry sky. The expressions of Dezhen's officials changed, and they quickly stood in front of the empresses. However, the emperor did not attack them. Instead, he roared and charged into the sky, heading straight for the battlefield in the starry sky. Roar. A vast saber energy slashed vertically at Emperor Qinglong. The power of this saber energy was not weaker than the sect leader of Tongtian's fairy slaying sword. The emperor broke through again. Miao exclaimed in surprise. Boom! As expected, the moment the emperor charged into the battlefield, the situation on the battlefield changed drastically. It turned into a desolate demon sword. The sect leader of Tongtian's fairy slaying sword slashed at both sides of Emperor Qinglong. When Emperor Qinglong blocked the attack, the emperor's saber slashed at his back. A huge green saber energy tore through the void ferociously. He swung his dragon tail, and it collided with the saber energy. In this way, Emperor Qinglong's central gate was wide open. Yan Chuan instantly charged into the central gate. Corpse Dark Claw. Yan Chuan shouted. Boom! A huge black claw crashed into Emperor Qinglong's reverse scale. A piece of the dragon scale was torn off, and a large amount of blood spurted out, heading straight for Yan Chuan. Roar! Emperor Qinglong screamed in pain. Then, his body shook violently. Boom! Desolate Hua, the sect leader of Tongtian, the emperor, and Yan Chuan were instantly sent flying. The moment they were sent flying, Yan Chuan realized that Emperor Qinglong's blood had stained the black dragon path. Whoosh! It was instantly absorbed by the black dragon that was circling the path. It comes from the same source as the black dragon. Qinglong's path is also a pseudo-real dragon. Yan Chuan's eyes lit up. Boom! The four of them quickly stabilized themselves. Emperor Qinglong roared and looked coldly at the four of them. It was the first time that he had been injured. Although Desolate Hua and the sect leader of Tongtian were injured, it was the first time that he had been injured. Emperor Qinglong! Yan Chuan suddenly shouted. Emperor Qinglong turned his head and looked coldly at Yan Chuan. Forget about the previous incident. Now, you have seen it for yourself. If you want to injure us, you will have to pay a heavy price. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Do you think that I will be afraid of you? Emperor Qinglong said coldly. You don't have to be afraid. Even if the four of us work together, we might not be able to defeat you. What happened just now was just a coincidence. However, you should know that even if it was a coincidence, there might still be a second time. If you want to kill the four of us, you will have to pay a heavy price. Am I right? Yan Chuan said with a sinister smile. Emperor Qinglong looked coldly at Yan Chuan. I think that the people of Dezhen are not the only ones who are watching this battle. All the peerless experts in the underworld must be watching this battle, including the experts in the Yang world. Once you are injured, do you think that they will sit and wait for you to recover? At the very least, I don't think Tian Gang will. He will not wait for you to recover before taking back his treasure. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Humph. Emperor Qinglong snorted coldly but did not attack again. Your subordinates are still alive. Isn't that enough for you? There are gains and losses. Please respect yourself. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Emperor Qinglong stared coldly at Yan Chuan. Around them, the sect leader of Tongtian, Desolate Hua, and the emperor did not attack again. They all stared warily at Emperor Qin Long. Yan Chuan did not give in and looked coldly. The difference in their cultivation was too big. He could only use his aura to force his enemy back. When his cultivation recovered, he could then use his strength to defeat his enemy. After watching for a while, Emperor Qin Long suddenly laughed coldly. Ha 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 ha. Good. Very good. Roar. He swung his dragon head and dived down. My lord. The subordinates shouted. Let's go. Emperor Qin Long shouted. Boom. Emperor Qin Long gathered his subordinates and rushed towards the south. With a rumble, the Azure Dragon Emperor's party disappeared without a trace. You're really decisive. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. The sect leader of Tongtian, the emperor and Desolate Hua narrowed their eyes and stared into the distance. The great Qin officials below all cheered. Only one side opened their mouths in shock. It was Emperor Rosefinch's subordinates. They were all captured. Seeing Emperor Qin Long leave with his subordinates, everyone broke down. We're here to help you. How can you leave on your own? These people were not the only ones who were depressed. In another part of the starry sky, Emperor Rosefinch was also very depressed. He was suppressed by the Golden Emperor and Sha Di. He was already depressed enough. He was waiting for Emperor Qin Long to deal with his opponents before coming to help him. However, in the end, Emperor Qin Long ran away on his own. This was not right. Why did he come to the great Qin city from the Rosefinch celestial realm? Was it strange? The Golden Emperor and Sha Di would not let Emperor Rosefinch go. The battle became fiercer and fiercer. Loud explosions spread throughout the underworld. Boom! Boom! Bastard! In his anger, Emperor Rosefinch could only retreat as he fought. He retreated to the celestial realm in the south of the Rosefinch celestial realm. The battle went further and further away. Gradually, the three figures could not be seen. However, loud explosions came from the sky, indicating that the battle was still going on. Yan Chuan and the others flew to the square in front of the central palace. Everyone was cheering. The group of empresses also revealed gratified smiles. All right, Lu Er, come with me. The emperor suddenly said. Ah. Lu Er's happy face suddenly froze. Go. Where to? Yan Chuan asked in confusion. Lu Er frowned and looked wronged. She did not know what to say. Lu Er promised me that I would help you retreat. Emperor Qin Long, Lu Er, come with me. The emperor said in a deep voice. Lu Er, is that so? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yes. Lu said bitterly. All right, Emperor Qin Long has retreated. Come with me. The emperor said again. No. Yan Chuan immediately shouted. He quickly stood in front of Lu Er and looked at the emperor with a complicated expression. Yan Chuan, this is Lu Er's decision. It has nothing to do with you. Let her go with me. The emperor said in a deep voice. Yan Chuan shook his head gently. Lu Er is my wife. How can I let her go with you? Emperor, this is also your original wish. Lu Er stayed in Great Jin so that you could not take her away. I thank you for this battle. However, this gratitude cannot be exchanged for Lu Er. Yan Chuan shook his head and said. Chapter 1419. Netherworld, Great Qin City, outside the central palace. Everyone was waiting. Some officials even grabbed the hilt of their swords to prevent any accidents. Outside the palace, the empresses looked worried. Lu Er stood at the side and looked at the closed door in front of her. She bit her lips, and her nails almost pierced into her palms. She was extremely anxious. Not far away, Mournful Hua and the Prime of Tong Tian stood together. The Prime of Tong Tian took out a glass of wine from somewhere and sipped it gently as he looked at the central palace with a curious smile. Mournful Hua frowned deeply. That Empress? Why didn't the Celestial Arch let us interfere? With our strength, we might be able to force her away. Mournful Hua frowned. Because there's a relationship involved. The Prime of Tong Tian smiled. Huh? Mournful Hua was puzzled. Just now, when Yen Chuan was staring at Empress, why did she suddenly transform into her human form? The Prime of Tong Tian smiled. Is there a connection? Of course there is. Empress wants to take Lu away. With her normal rationality, it's impossible for her to cancel her transformation. After all, if she doesn't transform, she's inferior to you and me. However, she still somehow returned to her human form. The Prime of Tong Tian said with certainty. What does that mean? It means that she still cares about Yen Chuan's gaze. The Prime of Tong Tian said confidently. That's impossible. She's a lifeless soul. All her emotions have been transferred to the Empress. Mournful Hua said in surprise. Perhaps. The Prime of Tong Tian took a sip of wine and smiled. Everyone was waiting for the result in the central palace. Only Yen Chuan and Empress were in the central palace. The two of them looked at each other. A complicated look flashed in Yen Chuan's eyes, while Empress's eyes were cold. She smiled bitterly. Lu carried your emotions. Only from Lu did I understand how much you loved me back then. Thank you for your love back then. You called me in just to say this? Empress asked in a deep voice. Back then, I didn't know about this feeling. Hence, I wasn't able to grasp it. Many times, I thought that ever since you found out about the murderer of your father in the sealed world, there would be no ending between us. However, everything didn't seem to be the case. Back then, I couldn't grasp it. Now that I've grasped it, how can I give it up? Yen Chuan softly spoke. The Emperor frowned. Lu, I won't let her go. I won't let her or you down. Therefore, I must keep Lu here. Yen Chuan took a deep breath and said. The Emperor's eyes widened. Against Emperor Qin Long, without you, Tong Tian, desolation, and I might have been in a more tragic situation. However, we would have been able to force Emperor Qin Long away in the end. After all, many people were watching him back then. He only fought with us because he thought that he could get rid of us easily. Once he realized that the battle would cause him to pay a huge price and even risk being attacked by other emperors, he would have stopped immediately. Hence, your help this time only allowed us to resolve the crisis unscathed. I won't give Lu to you. However, I can repay you what I owe you. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. What? The Emperor frowned. It's inconvenient for the officials outside the hall to see me. However, I can do it here. I'll let you slash me. Just pretend that I was severely injured by Emperor Qin Long without you attacking. Yen Chuan stepped forward and said. What? The Emperor was shocked again. Come on. Don't worry. You can't kill me. Yen Chuan smiled and took another step forward. Yen Chuan asked the Emperor to slash him. For a moment, the Emperor looked at Yen Chuan in shock. His eyelids twitched wildly. Yen Chuan took another step forward and used his hand to draw a line across his shoulder. Should I stab from here? After taking a step forward, the Emperor unconsciously took a step back. It was as if he was forced by Yen Chuan's aura. After taking a step back, Yen Chuan's eyes lit up. However, the Emperor flew into a rage out of humiliation. Yen Chuan, you're courting death. The Emperor's eyes turned cold. Buzz. The Emperor slashed the long saber in his hand toward Yen Chuan's head. Boom. The saber slashed across. It was as if two strong winds were blowing against the saber. The huge saber instantly reached the top of Yan Chuan's head. Yan Chuan stared at the emperor without blinking. Buzz! The saber suddenly stopped an inch away from Yan Chuan's scalp. Phew! Phew! The emperor suddenly breathed heavily and stared at Yan Chuan. Why didn't you dodge? The emperor's cheeks were suddenly covered with sweat. He stared coldly at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan took another step forward and let the emperor's saber rest on his neck. I won't dodge. Come on. Cut it down. Yan Chuan stared at the emperor and said again. The emperor stared at Yan Chuan. For a moment, the emperor's heavy breathing seemed to be heard in the hall. The saber was resting on Yan Chuan's neck. Although the emperor's eyes were cold, his hands were trembling slightly. Yan Chuan stared at the emperor. The emperor stared at Yan Chuan without any hesitation. However, the sweat on his forehead was getting more and more. After a long time, a drop of sweat finally reached its peak on his chin and suddenly dripped down. Pa! The drop of sweat fell to the ground. You're a madman. The emperor suddenly yelled. He put away his saber and opened the door. Phew! The emperor stepped into the sky and instantly flew into the sky, disappearing in front of everyone. Outside the central palace, almost everyone looked at this scene in confusion. What happened in the central palace? The emperor was such a cold person. Why did he suddenly panic? For a moment, the officials had all kinds of strange thoughts, but no one dared to say it out loud. Yan Chuan watched as the emperor's figure disappeared into the sky. For a moment, he sighed. Meow, Yan Chuan, what were you talking about just now? You even used a formation to block it. You didn't molest the emperor, right? Meow immediately jumped over. No. Yan Chuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. After the emperor left, a crisis seemed to have been resolved. Only the sounds of Emperor Rosefinch's battle could be heard. Countless experts in the underworld paid attention to the battle in the Great Qin city. Among them, the one who paid the most attention was Tian Gang. Tian Gang was originally filled with resentment after Emperor Qin Long took his sword of power, but when he saw Rosefinch and Qin Long go to the Great Qin city, the resentment in his heart eased a little. However, as he stood in the starry sky and watched, Tian Gang became more and more depressed. As Emperor Huang Jin, Sha Di, Skirich, the emperor, and Desolation appeared, Tian Gang was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. That's it. That's it. Tian Gang stood in the starry sky with a dazed look on his face. After countless schemes, in the end, Yan Chuan was still fine. Instead, he had lost his sword of power. Emperor Qin Long, you coward! Bastard! Tian Gang roared angrily. After roaring for a while, Tian Gang charged down and charged towards the inner South Continent's Tian Gang palace. Boom! Tian Gang quickly returned to his Tian Gang palace. Snake Emperor, get out here. You came up with a good plan. Tian Gang roared. However, after roaring for a long time, the Snake Emperor did not appear. After a while, a servant came over. Master, Lord Snake Emperor has disappeared, the servant said. What? Disappeared? Tian Gang asked in confusion. Yes. When Emperor Qin Long appeared, the Snake Emperor disappeared and took all of Lord Snake Emperor's treasures, the servant said. What treasures? Tian Gang asked in confusion. The lords of the Second Epoch were subdued by his lordship. Snake Sovereign told everyone that his lordship wanted to help everyone improve the quality of their Dharma treasures and needed to borrow them. In the end, Snake Sovereign took all the Dharma treasures and vanished without a trace. What? When did I say that? Tian Gang immediately shouted. That's what the Snake Emperor said. The servant said. Tian Gang was stunned as if he had thought of a possibility. However, Tian Gang could not accept that possibility. Impossible. How could my eyes be wrong? The Snake Emperor wouldn't betray me. Tian Gang said in a low voice. At that moment, a voice came from outside the palace. Wouldn't? Heh, Tian Gang, you were deceived by the Snake Emperor. I told you long ago but you didn't believe me. A voice came, making the irritated Tian Gang even more irritated. The Nether King and Ming Tianhan stepped into the palace. Oh. Why are you here together? Tian Gang said in a low voice. I have long noticed that there was something wrong with the Snake Emperor. I told you many times but you didn't believe me. This time, the Snake Emperor presided over everything in the Tian Gang palace. I always felt that something was wrong. However, he said that everything was requested by you. Now, you regret it, right? Tian Gang was unhappy when he saw the Nether King's expression. Lord Tian Gang, this is the information that the Nether King told me to investigate. I used all of the intelligence systems in the Great Punishment Heavenly Court and finally found it. Take a look. Ming Tianhan handed over a jade slip. Tian Gang immediately took it and quickly read it. Great Perfection Heavenly Court, Snake Race Sovereign. Yan Chuan set up a trap in the sealed world. Tian Gang said in astonishment. Yes. Ming Tianhan nodded. Let me tell you. This Yan Chuan is someone that even the Lord values. How can he be easy to deal with? I know him the best. This person has many schemes. Perhaps the Snake Emperor isn't the only one. You might have his people by your side. The Nether King said. Impossible. Tian Gang shouted. Impossible? Not necessarily. Think about the Snake Emperor. Didn't he betray you? Moreover, you've given him all the authority of the 12 territories. The people he promoted are definitely problematic. Who knows when they'll suddenly bite you back? The Nether King said in a low voice. Tian Gang's expression changed. He looked at his subordinates and didn't know whether to believe it or not. Let my 12 palaces help you rearrange your subordinates. The Nether King said with a smile. No, I don't believe you. Tian Gang immediately shouted. Oh. Humph, do you think I don't know? You are Yan Chuan's son, Yan Dong-en. Humph. Tian Gang, it is true that I am Yan Chuan's son. However, I am only loyal to the Lord. The Lord knows that I have no emotions. I am helping you out of goodwill, but you don't trust me. The Nether King said. I don't trust you. I would rather trust Ming Tianhan. At the very least, Ming Tianhan has a great enmity with Yan Chuan. Tian Gang shouted. Good, good, good. Humph, Tian Gang, you idiot. The Nether King angrily stepped out of the hall. Only Ming Tianhan remained in the hall. Huh, Tian Gang, you are both working for the Lord. Why do you have to be so stiff with the Nether King? Ming Tianhan said with a bitter smile. I just don't like him. Humph. Ming Tianhan, you are the heavenly emperor of a country. You are the most knowledgeable in this field. I will have to trouble you. Tian Gang said. You and I are both working for the Lord. Since you have asked, I will do my best. Ming Tianhan nodded. Chapter 1420. Underworld, Great Qin City. In the study room. Celestial Emperor, the Prime of Tongtian has returned. Li Si reported. The battle in the southern outer continent has ended, right? Yan Chuan asked. Yes. Golden Emperor and Sha Di pursued Great Emperor Rosefinch all the way to Rosefinch's celestial realm in the southern outer continent. Great Emperor Rosefinch was severely injured. However, with the support of Rosefinch's celestial realm, Golden Emperor and Sha Di could do nothing about it. In the end, they chose to leave. Li Si said. That's enough. At least Great Emperor Rosefinch won't be in the mood to run around in the near future. Yan Chuan nodded. Celestial Emperor, what did you ask us to do when you invited Golden Emperor? Li Si asked curiously. Yan Chuan glanced at Li Si. He took a deep breath and said frankly, to deal with Great Emperor Ziwei. Oh. Great Emperor Ziwei is so powerful. So powerful that Golden Emperor and Sha Di don't dare to face him directly. Do you need help? Li Si was surprised. A Legion commander is a level 15. Of course, Great Emperor Ziwei is powerful. Yan Chuan nodded. But. Li Si said worriedly. Don't worry. I have my own considerations. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Li Si nodded. The most important thing now is the last 6 territories in the eastern outer continent. Hurry up. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Don't worry, Celestial Emperor. Bai Qi and the others are ready. They are just waiting for your order to go to the 6 territories. Li Si said seriously. Then go. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. A year later. Great Qin City, Upper Study Room. Celestial Emperor, the last 6 territories in the eastern outer continent have all belonged to Great Qin. From now on, the eastern outer continent will belong to Great Qin's celestial court. Li Si said with a smile. Yan Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Celestial Emperor, something bad has happened in the north outer continent. Lu Gang said solemnly. Oh. Yan Chuan looked at Lu Gang. Emperor Qin Long brought his subordinates to the Yang realm and established the celestial realm of Qin Long in the Yang realm's north outer continent. He clashed with the Azure Palace and eventually forced the Prime of Tongtian to leave. Lu Gang said solemnly. Emperor Qin Long forced sect leader Tongtian to leave. Have you taken over the north outer continent? Yan Chuan asked solemnly. Yes. Lu Gang smiled bitterly. What about the Master of Heaven? Yan Chuan asked. His whereabouts are unknown. However, according to the news from the guards, Tongtian left with a group of disciples in the end. Emperor Qin Long did not capture Tongtian. Lu Gang said in a deep voice. Yan Chuan was silent for a while. After a while, he said solemnly, this time, perhaps Dezhen owes him. Order the guards to pay attention to Tongtian's whereabouts at all times. I want to know immediately. Yes. Lu Gang answered. Just as Yan Chuan and the officials were dealing with Dezhen's affairs, boom. Within the great Qin city, a loud metallic clang sounded out. Countless officials' expressions changed. Only Yan Chuan's expression remained the same. Yan Chuan led the officials out of the study room and walked to the training room. Creak. The door to the training room opened, and Yan Chuan stepped out in his human form. It had been more than a year. Yan Chuan looked a little haggard, but he was in a good mood. He smiled when he saw everyone. Greetings, Celestial Emperor. Everyone said respectfully. Yan Chuan nodded. He stepped forward and flew toward the Yellow Springs Road. In the blink of an eye, he left the Netherworld and went to Xianyang City in the Yang realm. I will be in seclusion for a few days. If there are any important matters, send them to Xianyang. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Although the officials did not understand, they still nodded. Yan Chuan stepped into the hall. Creak. The door to the hall closed. There was a huge bronze coffin in the training room. The world-suppressing bronze coffin. It's finally done. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Roar. He opened his mouth and inhaled. Rumble. The world-suppressing bronze coffin flew up and was swallowed by Yen Chuan. Yen Chuan sat cross-legged and continued to refine the treasure of his first life. In more than a year, many things happened in Dezhen. Similarly, many things also happened in the Netherworld South Continent. With the help of Ming Tianhan, the Heavenly Emperor of Great Punishment, Tian Gang cleared out all the spies and quickly gained absolute control of his 12 territories. One day, in the Tian Gang Palace. The Snake Emperor really did lie to me. He said that it would take a lot of time and effort to unify the 12 weaves, but you managed to do it all in a single year. Astral Vault said to Ming Tianhan. It's not that easy. The Snake Emperor was right. The main reason is that the territories are too big and require too many trustworthy subordinates to take over. Talents are the most important. Back then, the Snake Emperor started from scratch, but I have the foundation of the past and countless talents. As long as I take care of the troublesome ones, everything will be easy. Ming Tianhan said. Don't mention that bastard again. Snake Emperor. If I know where he is, I will tear him to pieces. Tian Gang said with a glare. Ming Tianhan nodded. It's not hard to guess. He must have gone to Dezhen. Dezhen. Ming Tianhan, this Dezhen's strength is monstrous. When I fight Yen Chuan in the future, I will need your help. Tian Gang said in a low voice. Oh. When I guide the power of a nation, I can possess the golden dragon of fate and borrow the power of your nation and the 12 territories. When that time comes, I will definitely be able to destroy the great Qin city. Tian Gang said in a low voice. Why do you want to do that? Dezhen is strange. Why don't you wait for Master? Ming Tianhan asked in a low voice. In the past, I could wait, but now I can't. I have to get the sword of power back. That is my only treasure. If Master comes, So, I have to take it back from Emperor Qing long before that. What does that have to do with Dezhen? Yen Chuan captured more than 300 of Emperor Qing Long's subordinates, but he only imprisoned them. Why? Because Yen Chuan didn't dare to offend Emperor Qing Long, he only imprisoned them, so Emperor Qing Long didn't push him too hard. However, if I obtain these people, I can use them to threaten Emperor Qing Long and force him to return the sword of power. If Emperor Qing Long doesn't care about their lives, he will lose the loyalty of his subordinates. Tian Gang said. I see. What a good plan. Ming Tianhan nodded in praise. Tian Gang nodded. Since that's the case, I will naturally help you. However, I need to list the 12 territories under my name. When the time comes, you can just borrow my power. Ming Tianhan said. All right. My 12 territories will also be under the Great Xing Heavenly Court. Tian Gang said with a smile. That would be for the best. Ming Tianhan said. Several days later. Nether King came to Tian Gang's palace. Nether King, what are you doing here? Tian Gang said in a deep voice. Your 12 territories are now under the Great Xing Heavenly Court. Nether King said in a deep voice. That's right. Are you so gullible? Nether King, watch your mouth. Tian Gang scolded angrily. I want to take back my recommendation. There is something wrong with Ming Tianhan. Nether King said in a deep voice. What's wrong? Tian Gang shouted. We have already divided our territories. He has overstepped his boundaries. Nether King said in a deep voice. Overstepped his boundaries. Only Tian Gang knew that Tian Gang had to go behind Lotus God's back and take back his own treasure. That was why he had colluded with Ming Tianhan. There was no such thing as crossing the line, so Tian Gang was relieved. Overstepped his boundaries. You don't have the right to make decisions in my territory. Tian Gang said coldly. Ming Tianhan doesn't work for the master. Instead, he is trying to please you. Of course there is something wrong. Nether King said in a deep voice. I think there is something wrong with you. Ha ha ha, are you jealous of Ming Tianhan? Back then, you wanted to overstep your boundaries and manage my territory. I didn't agree. Now, you are accusing Ming Tianhan. Humph. Tian Gang stood beside Ming Tianhan. Bastard, I am working for the master wholeheartedly. There is something wrong with Ming Tianhan. Nether King shouted. There is something wrong with Ming Tianhan. Hee, very good. Where is the evidence? You want to say that he is also one of Yan Chuan's men? Nether King, I think you are the one with the problem. Do you think I don't know? Tian Gang shouted. Don't know what? After the lesson from the Snake Emperor, I have checked all the information about Yan Chuan in the sealed realm. Yan Chuan has nothing to do with Ming Tianhan. If you want to slander him, you have to find some evidence. But your father is Yan Chuan and your mother is Mo Yushi. You are the one with the problem. Tian Gang shouted. How dare you? Nether King shouted. Humph, working with you, I knew that there would be a problem sooner or later. I am more worried that you will mess up the master's matter. Tian Gang said. You are talking about me? I think it is you. Nether King shouted. Tian Gang's eyes flashed with anger, then let the master be the judge. What? Nether King was stunned. Ha ha ha, are you afraid? Tian Gang revealed a sinister expression. Reaching out, he took out a black altar and activated it. Whing. Suddenly, smoke billowed out from the altar. Above the smoke, lotus flowers floated out. Tian Gang. Lotus God's voice came from the smoke. Greetings, Master. Tian Gang and Nether King said respectfully. How is the matter? Lotus God's voice came. In order to enter the great evil world, we have already taken over the South Continent. Tian Gang said first. Master, this subordinate feels that there is something wrong with Ming Tianhan. Master, please take back your order and let this subordinate investigate Ming Tianhan. Nether King immediately said. Oh. Lotus God was puzzled. Master, don't listen to Nether King. Ming Tianhan has been close to this subordinate recently and prevented Nether King's scheme from succeeding. That is why he is jealous. Master, this subordinate feels that there is something wrong with Nether King. He is Yan Chuan's son. Tian Gang immediately shouted. Then, the two slandered each other. There was an argument. After a while, it calmed down and they waited for Lotus God's final decision. If I did not need to control the great evil world, I would have come over now. The two of you are really my good subordinates. Lotus God's voice was filled with anger. Master, please calm down. Nether King shouted. Master, the source of all this is Yan Chuan. Please believe that Tian Gang is innocent and has nothing to do with Yan Chuan. From the beginning, I have always been loyal to you. Tian Gang said. I believe that. Lotus God nodded. But Nether King is different. No matter what the reason is, he is related to Yan Chuan by blood. Please send Nether King away or let him go to the Yang realm to develop on his own. I do not want to work with him. If he exists, I will not exist. Tian Gang said stubbornly. You. I was the one who planned this South Continent. Nether King said angrily. Chapter 1421. Underworld, Inner South Continent, Tian Gang Palace. Tian Gang and the Nether King were arguing. Neither of them was willing to give up the power of the Inner South Continent and wanted to force the other away. Go to the world of the living. No one was willing to do so. The world was different from the past. Ambitious and ruthless people appeared and occupied various continents. How could it be so easy to establish a new base? Master, it's either him or me. Tiangang shouted angrily. Master, I've always been loyal. The Nether King shouted. Enough. Lotus Goddess's angry voice sounded. Tiangang and the Nether King stopped talking and waited for the final decision. Nether King, take your subordinates and enter this altar. Tiangang and I will teleport you to the great evil world to familiarize you with the environment there. Lotus Goddess said solemnly. Ah. The Nether King's expression changed. This was the Lotus Goddess's choice between the Nether King and Tiangang. In the end, she chose Tiangang. The Nether King showed a trace of bitterness, but he still said solemnly, yes. Go. Lotus Goddess said. Yes. The Nether King nodded bitterly and stepped out of Tiangang Palace. The happiest person was Tiangang. Thank you, Master. Tiangang smiled. He had won the battle between him and the Nether King. Tiangang, why did I ask the Nether King to come? Do you know? Lotus Goddess said solemnly. Because Master trusts me more. Tiangang smiled. No, I trust you as much as him. Lotus Goddess said solemnly. He was under my control and will only be loyal to me. Why wouldn't I trust him? I asked him to come back and you to stay because you always have a bad temper. The two of you can't be together. Lotus Goddess said solemnly. Master, I'm absolutely loyal to you. Tiangang said. Of course I know. You've been following me since before you transcended. Later on, you transcended first and I chose to be reborn to break through to a higher level. I handed the great evil world to you, but what happened? You were sealed by the people of the great thousand world. Lotus Goddess said solemnly. Tiangang felt helpless. You're always impulsive. However, this time, you're on your own. Lotus Goddess said solemnly. My lord, now that the stars of the second epoch have been revived, there are too few experts that I can bring out. Astral Dipper said again. What do you want? Master, please pick a batch of your subordinates' tribes for me to use. Tiangang said. Yes. Lotus Goddess nodded. 10 days later. The Nether King led a group of subordinates and stepped into the altar. Following this, a group of pitch-black monsters walked out from the altar. Their heads were like crickets, but they were humanoid. Their skin and bones were pitch-black. Greetings, Chief. A group of cricket people said respectfully. Tiangang nodded in satisfaction. The subordinates of the Nether King entered the altar through the portal. Before he left, the Nether King said, Big Dipper, I'll give you one more piece of advice. Be careful of underworld frost. There's no need for you to worry. So what if I trust Ming Tianhan? I'll also let him manage your 12 territories. Astral Dipper scolded. You, stubborn. The Nether King flung his sleeves and stepped into the portal. Boom! The smoke on the altar immediately dissipated. The two transcendents were separated by the void and teleported to each other. At this moment, Ming Tianhan had also arrived. Master? Why didn't Master come personally? Ming Tianhan asked in confusion. Master is the realm master of the great evil world. He is one with the great evil world, so it is inconvenient for him to come. Otherwise, if he leaves the great evil world, there will be variables. Tiangang explained. Variables? What variables? Tiangang shook his head and did not explain. He put away the altar and looked at Ming Tianhan. My subordinates from the great evil world are all very strong. However, they are not good at management. You can take over the 12 territories of the Nether King. After that, we will make a move on the great evil world. Tiangang said in a deep voice. Okay. Ming Tianhan nodded. Yang World, Outer East Continent, Boulder Races Boulder Peak, Jie, who cultivated the body of a general, arrived at a large hall. Vice Lord, are your injuries healed? Pan Gung asked. They are all healed. Jie nodded. That's good. Vice Lord, are you going to find Yan Chuan? Pan Gung asked. No, before that, I need to find the exploding beast. Oh. Explosion, restoration. This ability is indeed powerful. Yan Chuan refined the exploding beast's ability, so I naturally can't let it go. I came to find you because I want to know the exact location of the exploding beast. Once I refine an exploding beast, it will be Yan Chuan's death. Jie said in a deep voice. Okay. Pan Gung nodded. Great Jin Heavenly Court, Xianyang, Upper Study, reporting to the Celestial Emperor, there is a report from the East Sea. Jie has arrived at the East Sea and is fighting with the exploding beast. Lu Gang said respectfully. Jie. He also wants to refine the exploding beast. Yan Chuan's face darkened. At the same time, Great Qin City, Zombie Yan Chuan's cultivation hall, Quang. The door opened with a bang. Zombie Yan Chuan took a step forward and rushed towards the Yellow Springs Road. Soon, he arrived in the world of the living. Jie. Ha, you came at the right time. I haven't gone to find you and you've delivered yourself to me. Zombie Yan Chuan sneered. Boom. Zombie Yan Chuan shot towards the East Sea. Above the East Sea, boom. The exploding Beast King self-destructed once again. The huge explosion caused the entire East Sea to churn violently. After the explosion, it quickly returned to its original state. At the center of the explosion, Jie flapped his wings and blocked the explosion. Ha ha ha, is this your self-destruction? It's still far from Yan Chuan's. Exploding beast. Jie said with a trace of disdain. The exploding Beast King looked at Jie coldly. The 11 exploding beasts behind it also stared at him. Who are you? Why are you looking for trouble with me? The exploding Beast King asked in a deep voice. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I want your divine ability. Yan Chuan only refined an ordinary explosive beast, right? Naturally, I want to be better than him. You will be the one. Jie said in a deep voice. Bastard. Ha ha ha, do you think you can do anything to me? Jie said coldly. The exploding Beast King looked at Jie helplessly. Then, it turned to look at someone in the distance. I have already sent a message to the Heaven Emperor. He will do his best. That person shouted. Yan Chuan. I don't think it's going to be too late. Jie said. The world is changing too fast. The exploding Beast King said bitterly. The exploding Beast King turned to the exploding beasts. If I die, you will die sooner or later. Instead of being killed one by one, why don't you help me? I will leave you with your consciousness so that you can watch everything. But I am the master. The exploding beasts were solemn. Roar! Roar! The exploding beasts growled and then nodded. Come on! Roar! The exploding Beast King shouted. Boom! An exploding Beast King charged at the exploding Beast King and the latter swallowed it. Oh! Jie was surprised. Jie didn't stop the exploding Beast King. He just stared at it. Boom! Boom! One by one, the exploding beasts flew into the exploding Beast King's mouth and were swallowed. The exploding Beast King's body began to twist. Caw 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 caw. The exploding Beast King's body continued to change. Gradually, it turned into a red humanoid monster. Its body was similar to a human's, but its head was still that disgusting, slug-like head. You've merged with all the exploding beasts. That's even better. I will refine you and get more powerful skills. Jie said coldly. The humanoid exploding beast king turned its head and roared at the sky. Roar! In the blink of an eye, countless explosions occurred in the void all around them. Boom! 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 Countless black holes appeared in the sky above the East Sea. Dezhen's guard, who was in charge of sending the message, fled to the shore in fear. The entire East Sea was churning. The news quickly spread to Xianyang. In the study, Yan Chuan raised an eyebrow. The exploding beast king has evolved. Yes, it has become more powerful. One roar and it can make the sky explode. Lu Gang said respectfully. I understand. Yan Chuan nodded. In the easternmost region, the Rock Tribe. Pan Geng narrowed his eyes and looked to the west. He could see through countless distances and saw the East Sea. A humanoid exploding beast king. Pan Geng frowned. Pan Ding stood beside him. The world has changed. A humanoid exploding beast king. Its aura is about the same as yours and mine. The strength of a level 15. Pan Geng frowned. More or less. Under everyone's attention, the humanoid exploding beast king and Jie fought again. Compared to before, the humanoid exploding beast king's speed had increased by several times. The power of his explosions had also increased. Boom! 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 The two of them clashed again and again, causing countless explosions. Your strength has increased by so much. Despai's voice was filled with anxiety. Self-destruct. Wait. Boom. A loud explosion reverberated throughout the world. More than half of the East Sea's water was blown away. The loud explosion reverberated throughout the world of the living. The humanoid exploding beast king looked ferocious. It took a while for the black hole to return to normal. The humanoid exploding beast king returned to his original form. Jie was not destroyed because of his Jiangchen body. He panted and flew to a nearby place. He wrapped his dragon skeletal wings around himself and looked at the humanoid exploding beast king with surprise. How is it so strong? Jie was surprised. You're fine. The humanoid exploding beast king was also surprised. That was the humanoid exploding beast king's strongest self-destruct ability. How could Jie be fine? The two of them were shocked by each other's strength. Boom! Suddenly, a black shadow rushed over and appeared in front of the two of them. A strong wind blew, and the two of them turned to look. Yan Chuan. The humanoid exploding beast king said in a deep voice. It's you. Jie eyes turned cold. Of course it's me. Our battle is not over yet. You still haven't told me everything about the Jiangchen body. Jie, I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Chapter 1422. The Heavenly Demon Realm. A giant sat at the foot of a huge black mountain in a place where countless heavenly demons ran amok. It was Fuxi. A woman stood respectfully in front of Fuxi. The woman wore a veil and a white robe. She carried a zither on her back. She looked very mysterious. Meng Rongrong greets master. The woman said respectfully. Fuxi nodded. The explosive beast has merged into one. Bring it to me. Yes. Above the East Sea. Of course it's me. The battle is not over yet. You haven't told me everything about the Jiangchen's body. Yan I didn't expect your injuries to heal so quickly. Zombie Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Miao Shi looked coldly at Yan Chuan. I was careless last time. This time, you won't have a chance. Sometimes, you can't be careless. Once you're careless, you won't have another chance. Yan Chuan said. Is that so? Miao Shi said. The explosive beast turned its head and said, "Yan Chuan, I can take care of myself now. You don't have to interfere." Yan Chuan looked at the explosive beast and took a deep breath. "Explosive Beast King, I'm the cause of the disaster in the East Sea. Let me take care of this guy." "Oh. He and I practice the same skill. We can grow together," Yan Chuan said. "All right." The explosive beast nodded. "Hee, I haven't seen you in a while. You've become more confident," Miao Shi said. "Roar." Yan Chuan roared. Yin Qi surged around him. A pair of huge dragon wings spread out. He bared his fangs and looked at Miao Shi with contempt. "Your aura. You've made a breakthrough." Miao Shi's face darkened. "Ha!" Yan Chuan laughed dryly. "Roar." He opened his mouth and spat out a huge bronze coffin. It was the world-suppressing bronze coffin. As soon as the world-suppressing bronze coffin appeared, a murderous aura filled the air. "Sky-burying coffin," Mi Shi said in a deep voice. "This is called the world-suppressing copper coffin. It can suppress everything in the world," Yan Chuan said solemnly. "Ha ha ha, what a boastful tone. Yan Chuan, so what if your cultivation has increased by another layer? You're still inferior to me, and you still want to self-destruct? I won't be careless again," Yan Shi said coldly. As he took a step forward, his figure flashed, and he pounced towards Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan glared and waved his hand. The world-suppressing copper coffin fell from the sky. Boom! The world-suppressing bronze coffin pressed down. For a moment it was as if there was a surging suction force. Countless rays of light were absorbed by the world-suppressing bronze coffin. In an instant, the sky above the East Sea darkened as if all light had suddenly disappeared. As for the world-suppressing copper coffin, it was as if it was floating in a huge black hole. After absorbing all the light in the surroundings, it brazenly collided with the body of Despise. World suppression. Yan Chuan's eyes widened. Boom! Not only that, but the void below Ji Shi suddenly became incomparably sturdy. Together with the world-suppressing bronze coffin, it held Ji Shi in place. Yi Shi looked at Yan Chuan in shock. "Impossible, the world-suppressing coffin? It can't be this strong." Jie Shi cried out in shock as he held the world-suppressing copper coffin with his hands and wings. "It's not just a coffin," Yang Qi said. "There's an entire world inside of it, a world that can crush you. Even if you cultivate the body of a general and minister, you won't be able to do anything about it. You only have a sturdy body, but you don't have the power to shake the heavens and earth," Yan Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the world-suppressing copper coffin exerted more force. Boom! Under the tremendous force, Shao Shi's body suddenly bent. The world-suppressing bronze coffin was still like a black hole, absorbing all the light in the surroundings. Not only was all the light, but the boundless yuan qi of heaven and earth, luck, merit, fortune, and fortune that permeated the void were all madly surging into the world-suppressing bronze coffin. Only the humanoid explosive beasts nearby could feel what was happening in the darkness. The experts in the distance could not see anything in the darkness. Boulder Tribe, Boulder Peak. The East Sea is completely dark. I can't see anything. Pan Geng frowned. The world-suppressing bronze coffin? What an evil thing. Pan Ding said in a low voice. Emperor Qin Long of the North Outer Continent. Emperor Huang Jin of the Southeast Continent. The experts who were paying attention to Dezhen all looked at him with strange expressions. What was happening in the darkness? Crack. 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 In the darkness. Yi Shi held the world-suppressing bronze coffin with both hands and wings. However, the suppression of the world-suppressing bronze coffin was getting stronger and stronger. Roar. The red path behind Yeshur soared into the sky and surged into his body. However, it was still unable to move the world-suppressing bronze coffin. No, how can this be? We both have the body of a general and minister, but you, a level 12, can suppress me, a level 13. This is impossible. Yeshur shouted in disbelief. His eyes were filled with indignation. There's no need to struggle. You know that I cultivated the body of a general and minister in the great thousand world. Back then, I was already at the peak of level 14, which was much stronger than you are now. Back then, my greatest reliance was this world-suppressing bronze coffin, which sealed my endless power. Level 13. It's a pity that you missed the best opportunity, Yan Chuan said in a low voice. I know that you're not convinced. You're not convinced that I'm relying on the strength of my treasure. However, this coffin was refined by me. You don't have to be convinced. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. If you're so capable, let me out and we'll fight again. Yeshur said in a low voice. Opportunities are not given out by others. Moreover, do you think that I'll give you the chance to kill me? That's impossible. The only thing I can give you is 1 day to struggle. If you can't get out in 1 day, you'll have to accept your fate. Tell me everything. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Roar. No, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Yeshur shouted in grief and indignation. Rumble. The surging power of the great path continued to push against the world-suppressing bronze coffin. But for some reason, the greater the power of contempt, the greater the power of the world-suppressing copper coffin. Yeshur struggled with all his might, but the power of the world-suppressing copper coffin was too great. Boom! 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 In the sky above the East Sea, violent vibrations constantly came from the darkness. However, outsiders were unable to see anything inside. A day passed quickly. Boom! Yeshur exploded his great Tao, and boundless power surged into his body, crashing into the world-suppressing bronze coffin again. The world-suppressing bronze coffin also shook violently, but it immediately stabilized. No! A heart-wrenching cry of unwillingness came from the darkness. The day has come. Can you speak now, Yeshur? Yan Chuan stared at Yeshur. Yeshur turned his head to look at Yan Chuan. His eyes flashed with a strong sense of unwillingness and bitterness. Vice Lord Jiangchen of the Great Thousand Domains. I lost, but that's fine. At least I lost to you. From the moment I found out everything, I've been working hard to break these shackles, but in the end, it was all in vain. Refine me. Use my Jiangchen body to strengthen your Jiangchen body. Work hard for my dream. Yeshur suddenly said bitterly. One of them was destined to die. Now, he had no power to reverse the situation. Despite his unwillingness, Yeshur seemed to have come to terms with it. Vice Lord Jiangchen body. What do you mean by Vice Lord Jiangchen? Also, I remember you saying that the body of a Jiangchen body is the true Jiangchen body. You and I are sacrificial lambs. And what's this so-called tribulation? What tribulation do we face when we cultivate the Jiangchen body? Yan Chuan asked. Yeshur smiled bitterly. Haven't you noticed? What's the name of our cultivation technique? Jiangchen body. It's already very obvious. What do you mean? Yan Chuan didn't understand. The Jiangchen body. The Jiangchen body is the Jiangchen body, Yeshur said bitterly. Oh. Yan Chuan's pupils constricted. In the past, the Jiangchen body was only the name of a cultivation technique. He'd never thought that there was another explanation for it. We cultivate this technique so that we can cultivate an invincible body. In the end, this invincible body won't be ours. We'll just be paving the way for someone else. Yeshur said bitterly. Paving the way for someone else? You're saying that after we cultivate a powerful body, the four of us who cultivate the Jiangchen body will fight and refine each other. Once we reach our strongest state, we'll be possessed. Yan Chuan said grimly. That's right, Great Emperor Jiangchen. Jia Shi said bitterly. Great Emperor Jiangchen. Yan Chuan's eyelids twitched. The current great emperors were all born in the late Second Epoch. Great Emperor Jiangchen was born at the beginning of the Second Epoch. Jiangchen. Jiangchen Corp's ancestor. In fact, I suspect that Jiangchen Corp's ancestor existed in the First Epoch, but only became a great emperor at the beginning of the Second Epoch. From what I learned from the monolith, Jiangchen Corp's ancestor is the ancestor of all corpses. Jia Shi explained. Ha 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 ha, the Jiangchen body isn't a random name. The ultimate goal of this technique is to refine an extremely powerful body for Great Emperor Jiangchen. When Jiangchen Corp's ancestor wakes up, he'll be able to possess it. Jia Shi said bitterly. Jiangchen Corp's ancestor. Yan Chuan took a deep breath. Ha ha ha, I want to continuously strengthen myself so that when Jiangchen Corp's ancestor wakes up, I'll be able to fight him. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen. Once you master this technique, there's no turning back. Even if you reincarnate, it'll follow you forever. Yan Chuan, you have to fight. Jia Shi said savagely. I will. No one will be able to possess my body. Yan Chuan said coldly. That's why you have to strengthen yourself even more. You have to refine the other two bodies of Jiangchen Corp's ancestor. Before Jiangchen Corp's ancestor wakes up, you have to be at your strongest. I can't accept this. I can't accept being defeated by you. I can't accept being destined to refine someone else's body. Jia Shi said indignantly. Corp's ancestor, Great Emperor Jiangchen is our tribulation. What about the monolith? Do they call us sublords? What does that mean? Yan Chuan asked curiously. Jiangchen Corp's ancestor created the monolith, and their experts refer to him as their true lord. We are the bodies of their true lord, so naturally, we're their sublords. They only respect their true lord, and don't obey us. They only occasionally give us convenience. Yan Chuan, remember, beware of the monolith. They'll never stand on your side. They're just Jiangchen's servants, and only listen to his orders. Beware of the monolith. Jia Shi said gravely. Chapter 1423. The Rock Tribe. Yan Chuan asked solemnly. Don't worry. Since the Rock Tribe knows who you are, they won't stop you from developing. After all, the more powerful you are, the more you'll belong to Jiangchen when they take over your body. Ha ha ha. Yan Shi laughed disdainfully. Yan Chuan's expression grew more serious. All right, let's begin. Let me strengthen you. Yan Shi said, shaking his head. Roar. Yan Chuan roared and opened his mouth to devour Yan Shi. At this moment, Yan Chuan did not resist and allowed Yan Chuan to devour him. Boom. Yan Shi was swallowed by Yan Chuan. Yan Shi knew he was going to die, so he didn't resist. The power of Jiangchen's body surged into Yan Chuan's body. Rumble. Corpse chi surged around Yan Chuan. The world-suppressing bronze coffin was put away. The world lit up again, but there was still corpse chi in the center. As he refined Yan Shi, Yan Chuan felt his body change. His entire body seemed to have become denser. There was a sudden tremor on his back. Crack. 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 The skin on his back split open. Gradually, a pair of huge red wings emerged. Boom. They were the same dragon bone wings, but this time, they were scarlet. Boom. Evil energy spread out in all directions. The entire sea suddenly sank. Roar. Yan Chuan let out a long roar. Under the roar, there seemed to be a sound of pain. The time it took for an incense stick to burn passed. Boom! Yan Chuan's body made a muffled sound. An even more ferocious energy spread out. The 13th heaven. Within the corpse chi, Yan Chuan's eyes lit up. Whoosh! Yan Chuan sucked in a deep breath. The surrounding black chi was sucked into his mouth. Above the sea, the human-shaped explosive beast looked at Yan Chuan in shock. Yan Chuan now had 2 pairs of dragon bone wings on his back, one black and one red, making him look extremely ferocious. Buzz! With a shake of his body, Yan Chuan gradually returned to his human form. Congratulations, Yan Di. The humanoid explosive beast exclaimed. The humanoid explosive beast could feel that despise had disappeared, and Yan Chuan seemed to have undergone a transformation. Same to you. Explosive Beast Kings. Yan Chuan smiled. As Yan Chuan's strength increased, the explosive Beast King's strength also soared to the 15th level of the celestial plane. Exploding Beast Kings. You must have seen what happened at the East Sea today. Yan Chuan smiled. Yes. The explosive Beast King nodded. Your Excellency's theurgy is too miraculous. You have attracted the attention of many people. Those who dared to provoke you are all peerless experts. The former Golden Sovereign is despised today. I wonder which great emperor will be in the future. You have a good relationship with the Great Qin country. Today, I invite you to join the Great Qin country. As the Legion Commander, I sincerely invite the Explosive Beast King. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Legion Commander. The Explosive Beast King looked at Yan Chuan in surprise. In the end, it shook its head and said, sorry. It's okay. I was just making a suggestion. Our alliance is still in place. If you change your mind, just let me know. Yan Chuan said. Okay. The Explosive Beast King nodded. Just as Yan Chuan was about to leave. Rumble. The sky, which had just cleared up, darkened once again. For a moment, the black gas covered the sky, and the entire East Sea was shrouded in darkness. Yan Chuan and the Explosive Beast King narrowed their eyes. Whoosh! All of a sudden, countless heavenly demons appeared in the void. The moment the heavenly demons appeared, they immediately flew around the entire East Sea. Rumble! More and more heavenly demons appeared. In the blink of an eye, Yan Chuan and the Explosive Beast King were surrounded. The Rock Tribe. Yan Chuan swallowed the world of contempt. Pan Gung asked. I didn't expect this, but it's good. Pan Ding shook his head. Yes. I'm looking forward to the day when Allah returns. Pan Gung nodded. So many heavenly demons. The heavenly demon realm is open. So soon. Is the Snake Tribe going to meddle in the affairs of the world? The Snake Tribe. Fushi. Pan Ding frowned. Above the East Sea. The heavenly demons swept toward Yan Chuan and the Explosive Beast King. The two of them glared at the heavenly demons and forced them to retreat. The person who sealed you is finally coming out. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. The Explosive Beast King glared at him with murderous intent. The two of them quickly looked around in the heavenly demons. Finally, after half an hour, a white figure appeared in front of them. It was a woman in white with a veil over her face. She carried a guqin on her back and slowly appeared. Rong Rong. Yan Chuan's eyes widened as he recognized her immediately. In the distance, surrounded by the heavenly demons was Meng Rongrong, the sister of Meng Wenrua, the Great Qin Army's commander. Yan Chuan. Meng Rongrong was taken aback. The Explosive Beast King was looking at Meng Rongrong with murderous intent, but when it heard Yan Chuan, it raised an eyebrow. You know each other? Meng Rongrong waved her hand. Boom! The heavenly demons retreated behind Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong stepped forward and approached him. They had not seen each other for years. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong tenderly. Meng Rongrong looked at him tenderly as well. Only the explosive Beast King was still in shock. After all, the explosive Beast King could not tell if Yan Chuan was an ally or an enemy. "How have you been all these years?" Yan Chuan asked gently. "I became Fushi's disciple and he taught me the way of the Guqin," Meng Rongrong said gently. The two of them were talking in a soft voice. The exploding Beast King looked even more upset. "Yan Chuan, you know her? What is she doing here?" The explosive Beast King shouted. Yan Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong looked at Yan Chuan and then at the explosive Beast King. "I'm here to take you to my master." "Oh. He's the one who sealed me." "He's the one who sealed all the explosive beasts?" the explosive Beast King asked. "Yes." Meng Rongrong nodded. Ha, 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 good. Very good. Yan Chuan, what do you say now?" The explosive Beast King looked at Yan Chuan with an angry smile. Meng Rongrong looked at Yan Chuan. "Yan Chuan, I have to go back. I have to bring the explosive Beast Kings back." "You still want to go back?" Yan Chuan frowned. "Yes. There are some things that I can't tell you now. I'll tell you later, okay?" Meng Rongrong said. "Later?" "Yes." Meng Rongrong nodded. "I'm going back with the explosive Beast Kings." "Don't stop me," Meng Rongrong said gently. "Yan Chuan, are you going to break your promise?" the explosive Beast King shouted. Yan Chuan had promised to help the explosive Beast Kings stop all the enemies. However, the enemies were here. If he didn't help the explosive Beast Kings, he would be breaking his promise. But Meng Rongrong was also begging him. Yan Chuan looked at the two of them. For a moment, he felt bitter. "Don't worry," Meng Rongrong suddenly said. "What?" Yan Chuan was confused. "Let me play a song. If the explosive Beast Kings are willing to go with me, don't stop them. If they don't want to, I won't force them. I'll leave right away," Meng Rongrong said. "Oh." Yan Chuan was surprised. Ha, girl, are you kidding? I'll go with you just because you play a song." The explosive Beast Kings didn't believe her. Meng Rongrong looked at Yan Chuan expectantly. Yan Chuan would have vetoed the idea if it had been someone else. No matter what, the great Jin dynasty was determined to get the explosive Beast King. There was no room for any accidents during the competition. But this person was Meng Rongrong. Maybe my master told me to come because he knew about our relationship. Please believe me. I will never do anything to harm you, Meng Rongrong said gently. Looking at Meng Rongrong's hopeful eyes, Yan Chuan's heart softened and he nodded. Yan Chuan, what's the meaning of this? The explosive Beast Kings asked. Exploding Beast King, Rongrong is my fiancée. I don't think it's a big deal to listen to a song from her. If you don't want to leave with her after the song, no one will be able to take you away. Not even Fushi will be able to help you. Yan Chuan promised. The explosive Beast Kings felt strange. After a moment of silence, they nodded. Meng Rongrong sat down and took out the guqin from her back. She looked at the explosive Beast Kings and said, Fushi's guqin is called Fate. Fate. Ding. 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 Meng Rongrong suddenly played the guqin. For a moment, hundreds of millions of heavenly demons flew around in fear. They scattered and tried to escape. However, they couldn't get out of Meng Rongrong's range. Once they did, they would run back. Hundreds of millions of heavenly demons ran around in a panic. Yan Chuan and the explosive Beast Kings closed their eyes to feel the music. Yan Chuan's thoughts were suddenly stirred by the music. Wow, wow. It's born. It's a boy. It's a boy. Finally, I have a son. Bai Yi. Bai Yi. What are you shouting for? You'll scare little Bai Yi. Grandpa, Dad and Mom said they would bring me delicious food. Why aren't they back yet? Grandpa, I want to learn the life-usurping derivation technique. That way, I won't end up like Dad and Mom. From now on, my name is Blue. From now on, my name is Ing. Scenes of the past kept appearing in his mind. There were many scenes that Yan Chuan thought he had forgotten. However, at this moment, he recalled them in detail. Yan Chuan was so touched that tears rolled down his cheeks. The music was moving. On the other hand, the explosive Beast Kings didn't seem to be listening to the memories. The explosive Beast Kings closed their eyes in fear. After a while, the explosive Beast Kings began to tremble. Ding! The music stopped. The hundreds of millions of heavenly devils who were flying around in fear also stopped abruptly. Sweat appeared on Meng Rongrong's forehead. What did you see in fate? Meng Rongrong asked. The past. Yan Chuan opened his eyes. The future. The explosive Beast King said in fear. The future. Yan Chuan looked at the explosive Beast Kings in surprise. Why didn't he see it? Meng Rongrong smiled. It's just as Master said. Mythical beasts can see things in fate that others can't. Explosive Beast Kings, you saw the future. Are you still willing to come with me? Let's go. I want to go with you to see Fuxi. Let's go now, the explosive Beast Kings shouted. What? Yan Chuan stared at the explosive Beast Kings in shock. Wasn't this attitude change a little too fast? Chapter 1424. Explosive Beast King. Yan Chuan frowned. How could he change his tone in the blink of an eye? Yendi, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Let's part ways here. Maybe I'll come back in the future. The explosive Beast King said. Alright, I'll keep the East Sea for you. Yan Chuan nodded. Meng Rongrong looked at Yan Chuan apologetically. After all, Meng Rongrong wasn't stupid. She could tell that Yan Chuan wanted to tame the explosive Beast King, but she had ruined it. Yan Chuan, I'm sorry. Meng Rongrong said guiltily. Heh, don't blame yourself. It's a blessing that the explosive Beast King is here, but it's not necessary. Also, I trust you. Yan Chuan said gently. Okay. Meng Rongrong nodded firmly. Meng Rongrong took out a jade talisman in the shape of the 8 trigrams. Master has divined until today, telling me to give this to you, saying that you might be able to use it. Meng Rongrong said. Oh. This is a teleportation jade talisman. When you crush it, it can wrap everything within 100 feet of you in a ball of light and send you to the edge of the heavenly demon realm. You'll be sent back in 15 minutes. Meng Rongrong said. Oh. Yan Chuan took the 8 trigrams jade talisman. That's what Master said. Meng Rongrong explained. Fuxi knows what I'm going to do. Yan Chuan asked. Master's life-stealing technique can predict the future. Meng Rongrong said. Impossible. The future is always changing. How can he predict it? I don't know. Meng Rongrong shook her head. Yan Chuan nodded. Boom. Behind him, the billowing heavenly devils were like a whale sucking in water. They were sucked into a huge hole and quickly entered the heavenly devil world. Master is calling us. Meng Rongrong's eyes flashed with worry. Are we leaving or not? The explosive Beast King asked anxiously. Meng Rongrong looked at Yan Chuan reluctantly. I will be back. Meng Rongrong said firmly. Then, he stepped into the hole with the explosive Beast King. Rumble. The surging heavenly devils all entered. Who? The opening closed, and the East Sea suddenly became empty. It was as if nothing had happened. Yan Chuan looked at the place where Meng Rongrong had disappeared. He was silent for a long time before he turned around and headed back to the office. When zombie Yan Chuan returned to the imperial court, he immediately chose to go into seclusion. After refining despise, his Jiangchen body had grown even stronger. Yan Chuan wanted to get used to this feeling as soon as possible. 2 years later, in the underworld's inner south continent, Big Dipper Palace, outside the Big Dipper Palace, there was a group of humanoid monsters wearing black robes. They all had the heads of crickets, and they gave off an evil aura. Ming Tianhan walked through the group of monsters and entered the Big Dipper Palace. Within the Big Dipper Palace, Big Dipper was discussing something with a few of his monster subordinates. Ming Tianhan. Big Dipper looked at Ming Tianhan. Big Dipper, it's almost done. The inner south continent has been completely taken over. The imperial capital of the Great Xingtian Heavenly Court has also been moved to a territory near the outer east continent. It's only an ocean away from the Great Qin city. Ming Tianhan said solemnly. Good, good. Big Dipper said excitedly. That's all I can do. You'll have to rely on yourself to fight Yan Chuan in the East Sea. Ming Tianhan said with a frown. Ha ha ha, Ming Tianhan, don't worry. With the power of your continent, Yan Chuan won't be able to reverse the situation. You've done well this time, very well. Big Dipper said with a smile. Your business is my business. However, after this, please put in a few good words for me in front of the Lotus Goddess. Ming Tianhan said with a smile. Of course. Fortunately, the Nether King was chased away. Otherwise, who knows how many problems that bastard would find with me. Humph. Big Dipper said in a low voice. Ming Tianhan smiled but didn't reply. Children, follow me. Prepare to destroy the Great Qin Heavenly Court. Big Dipper suddenly shouted. Roar. The group of cricket-headed monsters replied. Boom. The group of about 300 people soared into the sky and flew towards the northeast corner of the inner south continent. After a few days, the group arrived at a huge city. Above the city, the sea of fate clouds churned. Heavenly dragon vein power. Big Dipper shouted. Roar. Roar. On the ground, dragon roars resounded as the power of the heavenly dragon vein surged and entered Big Dipper's body. Boom. 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 Most of the heavenly dragon vein power entered Big Dipper's body, but some of it entered his subordinates, the cricket-headed monsters. Boom. The 300 monsters were surrounded by evil aura, dyeing the surroundings of the city black. So powerful. Ming Tianhan said solemnly. Ha 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 ha, these are the elites of my tribe. After absorbing the power of the heavenly dragon vein, each of them is at least at the 12th heavenly layer. There's even one at the 14th heavenly layer. Big Dipper said confidently. The great evil world is indeed extraordinary. A single tribe has so many experts. Ming Tianhan exclaimed. Big Dipper nodded proudly. Let's begin. Big Dipper said. Ming Tianhan's face turned solemn as he suddenly shouted, Citizens of the Great Xingtian Court, listen up. Today is a big day in the Great Xingtian Court. I need you to raise your right hand and help me. Roar. Above the Sea of Providence, Ming Tianhan's statue suddenly roared. Boom. His voice spread throughout the Great Xingtian Court. The entire inner south continent was filled with Ming Tianhan's voice. Countless citizens looked at the sky in shock. Although the Great Xingtian Court had only moved to the inner south continent not long ago, it had already taken root. Many citizens quickly raised their right hand. Surging energy gathered toward the golden dragon of providence. Boom. The surging energy was like a golden river as it poured into the golden dragon of Providence. The golden dragon of Providence roared and swooped down as if it wanted to merge with Ming Tianhan. Ha ha ha. Big Dipper laughed loudly. Change. Boom. Big Dipper's body suddenly turned into a dragon and charged toward the golden dragon of Providence. Boom. The two merged into one. Big Dipper transformed into the golden dragon and absorbed the power of the entire city. Under his aura, all the citizens in the city were forced to kneel down. The golden dragon raised its head and roared at the sky. Roar. The dragon's roar was so loud that it instantly spread throughout the underworld. At this moment, the entire underworld was filled with this dragon's roar. Outer South Continent, Rosefinch Heaven Realm. Emperor Rosefinch walked to the entrance of the Rosefinch Palace and looked in the direction of the dragon's roar. Outer West Continent, at the entrance of a palace, a white-clothed man frowned as he looked to the east. Outer North Continent, at the entrance of Chujiang Palace, Nether River Patriarch looked at the golden dragon with interest. At the entrance of another territory in the outer North Continent, a skinny old man with a long beard also looked at the golden dragon with a bright light in his eyes. At this moment, the powerful golden dragon became the hope of the entire world. Good, good, good. Ming Tianhan, many thanks. Big Dipper laughed. Ming Tianhan nodded. Children, follow me to the great Qin city. Big Dipper laughed. Roar, the 300 monsters roared. Boom. The golden dragon flung its body and led the 300 subordinates towards the distant myriad ghost domain. In the blink of an eye, the group disappeared. Ming Tianhan stood at the top of a plaza and watched Big Dipper's group leave. Sage Yang walked behind him. Transcendence, immortality, and shape-shifting. Yang said in a low voice. Ming Tianhan nodded. Is everything prepared? There's nothing to prepare. You're the main person. Yang smiled. Ming Tianhan nodded. Rumble. The golden dragon's aura was vast and mighty as it quickly charged into the myriad ghost domain. It headed straight for the great Qin city. At this moment, the myriad ghost domain was in an uproar. Everyone knew that someone had come to pick a fight. At the entrance of the Rosefinch Heaven Realm, ha, Big Dipper. He's going to cause trouble for Yan Chuan. Emperor Rosefinch's eyes suddenly lit up as he laughed. Stepping forward, the Vermilion Bird Great Emperor wanted to go over again. After all, the Vermilion Bird Great Emperor had always been looking forward to seeing Yan Chuan suffer a calamity. However, just as he took a step forward, he recalled the last time and instantly stopped. Emperor Qin Long hadn't invited him last time, and Big Dipper hadn't invited him this time either. If he went, he would lose face. Emperor Rosefinch stared at the great Qin city expectantly. Roar. A dragon's roar could be heard. Big Dipper led his 300 subordinates and arrived outside the great Qin city. Boom. Billowing winds blew, but the great Qin city seemed to have been prepared, and all the formations were activated. Zombie Yan Chuan led his subordinates out of the central palace and stood in the plaza, coldly looking at Big Dipper. Big Dipper. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Ha, Yan Chuan, do you know how long I've been waiting for this day? Big Dipper laughed. We don't have any great enmity with you, right? Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Humph, no great enmity. You got the Snake Emperor to trick me, and you conspired with Emperor Qin Long to trick me out of my sword of force. This enmity is irreconcilable. Moreover, you've offended His Majesty again and again. Killing you is a great merit, and I can take back my sword of force. Big Dipper said in a low voice. If you didn't target us, would you have fallen for it? Moreover, you've already missed the best opportunity. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Big Dipper frowned in the form of a golden dragon. We don't understand. Transcendents are already immortal, so why are you still bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Ha! You can't be killed, so what are you afraid of? You could have come to the great Jin nation to cause trouble in the past, but you waited for the great Jin nation to grow stronger. Don't you think it's too late for you to come now? Perhaps you are someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong deep in your bones. Yan Chuan said. How bold! Big Dipper said coldly. The bold one is you, Big Dipper. The first world is not suitable for you. You should return to the Lotus God's side. Yan Chuan said. At the same time, in the great Xing Heavenly Court's capital, Ming Tianhan looked at the clouds of providence and took a deep breath. Citizens of the great Xing Heavenly Court, listen up. We have something important to announce. Ming Tianhan yelled at the sky. Although there was no golden dragon of providence, everyone in the world heard it through the providence cloud sea. Even Big Dipper was stunned. What is Ming Tianhan trying to do? Big Dipper's expression changed. Big Dipper seemed to realize that something was wrong. We, Ming Tianhan, are called Fu Su. We are the son of Yan Chuan of the Great Jin Nation's Heavenly Court. The Great Xing Heavenly Court is the Great Jin Nation's Heavenly Court. From today onwards, I, Fu Su, will enter the Great Jin Nation and serve Yan Chuan as Emperor and Yan Chuan as Father. The inner South Continent will belong to the Great Jin Nation's Heavenly Court. I hereby announce this to the world. Ming Tianhan bowed to the sky. Boom! The surging providence cloud sea suddenly collapsed, and boundless providence surged towards the great Qin city. Countless experts in the various continents were left gaping in shock. Chapter 1425. This emperor, Ming Tianhan, is called Fu Su. I am the son of Yan Chuan of the Great Jin Heavenly Court. The Great Xing Heavenly Court is the Great Jin Heavenly Court. From today onwards, I, Fu Su, will enter the Great Jin Heavenly Court and worship Yan Chuan as the Emperor and Yan Chuan as my father. The inner South Continent is now the territory of the Great Jin Heavenly Court. I hereby announce this to the world. Ming Tianhan bowed to the heavens. Boom! The surging providence clouds suddenly collapsed, and boundless providence surged toward the great Qin city. Countless experts in the various continents were left gaping in shock. Rosefinch Heavenly Realm. Emperor Rosefinch looked at Ming Tianhan in shock. Fu Su. How did this happen? That young master Fu Su who appears once every 100 years. Someone behind Emperor Rosefinch said in shock. Outer North Continent. Chujiang Palace. Ha ha ha, as expected, I knew it wouldn't be so boring. Patriarch Nether River laughed. Inner South Continent. Countless citizens were confused. What was going on? How did the celestial the Arch suddenly become Fu Su? Didn't the Great Xing Heavenly Court have a huge grudge against the Great Jin Heavenly Court? How did the celestial the Arch suddenly become Yan Chuan's son? Countless citizens were stunned. Especially the citizens in the capital. Many people didn't want to believe it, but boundless providence flowed toward the Great Jin Heavenly Court. The Great Xing Heavenly Court disappeared. Boom! The heaven and earth altar under Ming Tianhan's feet suddenly exploded. If the celestial the Arch was gone, the celestial Thearch's altar would also be gone. After Ming Tianhan announced this, he let out a long sigh as if his wish had been fulfilled. At this moment, Tian Gang was completely stunned. Tian Gang's aura was overbearing as he gathered the strength of the Great Punishment Heavenly Court and prepared to kill Yan Chuan. However, as soon as Ming Tianhan finished speaking, the golden dragon around him seemed to deflate. It turned into streaks of golden light and surged into the Great Jin Heavenly Court's providence clouds. Boundless power surged toward Yan Chuan from all directions. No, Ming Tianhan, you lied to me. Tian Gang shouted in despair. Yan Chuan's son. How was this possible? Having learned his lesson from the Snake Emperor, Big Dipper had put in a lot of effort into gathering information on Yan Chuan. He hadn't contacted Ming Tianhan at all. He had misjudged the Snake Emperor, and he thought that Ming Tianhan would not misjudge him again. However, in the end, Ming Tianhan was even more exaggerated. Yan Chuan's son. Surging power surged into Dezhen's providence cloud. People of the world, raise your right hands and borrow my strength to fight against the Nirvana-level experts. Yan Chuan shouted. Roar. The golden dragon of great accomplishment let out a heaven-shaking roar. As it roared, Yan Chuan's voice spread across the outer east continent. Countless citizens quickly raised their right hands. Rumble. Surging energy rushed towards Yan Chuan and entered Yan Chuan's body in the blink of an eye. This was not only the power to rule the world, but also the power to punish the world. As the providence flowed into Dezhen, all of Big Dipper's power quickly flowed into Yan Chuan's body. Surging energy surged. Yan Chuan didn't transform, but his aura was already surging. The power of the two continents, the outer east continent and the inner south continent, surged. Yan Chuan was unprecedentedly powerful. He slowly stepped out of the central palace and flew into the sky, looking coldly at Big Dipper. People of great accomplishment, I have something to announce. Fu Su will be the first crown prince of the heavenly court. Yan Chuan shouted. Boom. His voice spread across the two continents. The citizens of the outer east continent were shocked. Crown Prince? Fu Su. As for the citizens of the outer south continent, they had completely given up. Indeed, Ming Tianhan was Yan Chuan's son. Why is it like this? Don't Yan Chuan and Ming Tianhan have a feud? Emperor Rosefinch stood in Rosefinch's heavenly realm, unwilling to accept this. Everything had changed too quickly. The angriest person was Big Dipper. This sudden change told Big Dipper that he had completely messed up the Lotus God's plan. The inner south continent was going to be used by the great evil world, but it was gone in the blink of an eye. Was his vision really that bad? No, he had been tricked by Yan Chuan and Ming Tianhan. Ming Tianhan, Yan Chuan, I'm going to kill you. Big Dipper, who had transformed into his human form, said furiously. Humph. Capture these demons. Yan Chuan coldly harumphed. Yes. Chiliang Hua and the others immediately roared and rushed out of the great Qin city. Boom. The 300 monsters that Big Dipper had brought all faced off against the great accomplishment experts, and the battle outside the great Qin city was incredibly intense. Yan Chuan charged at Big Dipper. Around Tiangang, loud noises could be heard as well. Z. Cho. In. Mao. Chen. Si. Wu. Wei. Shen. Yu. Su. Hai. Boom. As 12 massive shouts sounded out, 12 massive pillars filled with killing intent formed a circle and surrounded Big Dipper and Yan Chuan. Boom. Billowing baleful qi rushed into the starry sky. The huge baleful qi quickly forced the surrounding experts to retreat. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with killing intent. The boundless killing intent spread out, causing countless residents to panic. However, when they realized that this was the Celestial Emperor's attack, they felt much more at ease. 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation. Emperor Rosefinch's expression darkened. Outer North Continent, Capital Heaven Divine Wraith trapping Big Dipper. Looks like Yan Chuan is determined to win this time. The Nether River Patriarch said in a low voice. My lord, is this Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation very powerful? The Ice Goddess asked curiously. In the second epoch, it was said that the Great Emperor karmic position appeared and a group of experts fought for it. In the end, a total of 9 great emperors were born. Among them, 12 experts from the demon tribe were the most likely to obtain the Great Emperor karmic position. Unfortunately, they were defeated. However, their strength should not be underestimated as they were able to compete with the other great emperors. The 12 of them were unwilling to accept the fact that they did not obtain the great emperor karmic position. Hence, they conspired to create a large formation to seize the great emperor karmic position from the 9 great emperors. The Nether River Patriarch explained. Oh. This is the formation. They want to use this formation to seize the great emperor karmic position? Yes. Unfortunately, there were only 9 great emperor karmic positions among the 12 of them. The 12 of them were already suspicious of each other before they even fought the other great emperors. In the end, they killed each other before they could fight the other great emperors. The Nether River Patriarch said, shaking his head. What? That's impossible. Are they all fools? They started killing each other before they even got the item. Don't they know that the formation will be incomplete if one of them dies? The ice goddess said in shock. Of course, they know. However, do you really think that the great emperors will just ignore it? The Nether River Patriarch said. Oh. No one knows how powerful the great formation of 12 divine beings of slaughter is, but the great emperors should still be careful, especially great emperor Ziwei. He set up a plan to sow dissension and make this group of people suspect each other, causing the group to fall apart from the inside. The 12 of them may have powerful cultivation, but their scheming was ultimately a lot weaker. Under the conspiracy of several great emperors, 2 of them died in the end. Then, the conflict became more and more intense. Under the guidance of the other great emperors, almost all of them died. In the end, only 3 of them were left. The ice goddess, however, revealed a look of extreme astonishment. The powerful formation of the second epoch collapsed just like that. Chapter 1426. Outer North Continent. In front of Chujiang Palace. Master, how's Tiangang now? Ice Goddess looked at Nether River Patriarch and asked. I'm not sure. The capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation is indeed mysterious. It isolates the inside from the outside, making it impossible for others to see through. Nether River Patriarch shook his head. Then, between Yan Chuan and Tiangang, who will win? Ice Goddess asked curiously. Tiangang is a transcendent after all. With Yan Chuan's strength, he might be a little weaker. However, with the capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation, it might not be the case. Nether River Patriarch said. Tiangang is that powerful? Ice Goddess asked in surprise. The strength of a transcendent is not to be underestimated. Back then, Emperor Qin Long snatched the treasure from Tiangang because of Yan Chuan's scheme. Tiangang was too complacent. Even so, Emperor Qin Long had to endure until the end to obtain it. Tiangang's strength is not as strong as Emperor Qin Long, but the difference is not too great. Nether River Patriarch said in a deep voice. Oh. Ice Goddess's eyes narrowed. Back then, Emperor Qin Long fought against the Tongtian sect leader, Hua Qiliang, Emperor, and Yan Chuan. Tiangang was not much weaker, so Yan Chuan alone could deal with him. No, even if Yan Chuan's cultivation had increased again, and he had the power of a nation and the 12 capital Heaven Divine Wraith, he still couldn't deal with Tiangang, right? Master, is Yan Chuan going to lose? Not necessarily. Oh. Back then, in the Yang Realm's East Sea, Yan Chuan's world-suppressing bronze coffin was extremely strange. Moreover, with Yan Chuan's temperament, he must be hiding something. The capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation must also be mysterious. After planning for so long, Yan Chuan wouldn't be able to deal with Tiangang so early if he wasn't confident. Ice Goddess nodded. Outside the great Qin city. The capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation's baleful aura made the sky dim. One could vaguely see 12 huge totems floating above the formation. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, chicken, dog, pig. The 12 demonic beast totems circled around the array, emitting a ferocious aura. The formation isolated the inside from the outside. Inside, it was Yan Chuan versus Tian Gang. Surrounding the two of them were 12 demonic beasts, each of them glaring fiercely at Tian Gang. The dragon bone wings on Yan Chuan's back had already reappeared. The corpse chi around him rolled and dispersed. The world-suppressing copper coffin slammed into Tian Gang from behind. Yan Chuan was facing Tian Gang. Boom! The two of them grabbed each other. Yan Chuan's palms pierced into Tian Gang's chest, but Tian Gang's hands also pierced into Yan Chuan's abdomen. However, when Tian Gang's hands collided with Yan Chuan's abdomen, a metallic sound rang out. Clang! Yan Chuan's body was too tough, and the Heavenly Dipper did not manage to pierce through. What? Tian Gang's expression changed. Roar! Yan Chuan's face revealed a sinister expression. Boom! The Heavenly Dipper was instantly torn in half. Roar! The 12 demonic beast sovereigns cheered in unison. However, Yan Chuan was not happy because Yan Chuan felt that although the Heavenly Dipper was torn in half, he was not dead. Indeed, after a short while, the two halves of the corpse suddenly dissipated. As they dissipated, a dragon roar suddenly sounded. Roar! A huge golden dragon charged out of the void. The body of a general is indeed extraordinary. The golden dragon said with a hateful expression. The golden dragon was Tian Gang, and he revived in the blink of an eye. Transcendents are immortal and powerful. No matter how I destroy you, you can revive in another form. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Humph. The golden dragon Tian Gang coldly snorted. Now, we finally understand why you only came to the great Qin city today. Yan Chuan revealed a cold smile. Oh. Tian Gang said coldly. You're not bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Instead, you're afraid of repeating the same mistakes. That's why you came here with the greatest advantage. Yan Chuan said with a cold smile. Repeating the same mistakes. That's right. You're not afraid of death because you already have an immortal body. No one can kill you. What you're afraid of is a seal and endless loneliness. After being sealed in the Great Thousand World, you were traumatized and were afraid of repeating the same mistakes. That's why you waited until today to deal with us with the greatest advantage. Am I right? Yan Chuan said with a cold smile. Tian Gang narrowed his eyes. It was clear that Yan Chuan was right. So what? Tian Gang said in a deep voice. Do you know? In the battle just now, we only wanted to see the secrets of the immortal body. We saw it. Now, the Great 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation. Yan Chuan shouted. Roar! The 12 demonic beast sovereigns roared. World Suppression Seal. Yan Chuan shouted. The World Suppression Copper Coffin descended from the sky. For a moment, the World Suppression Copper Coffin emitted a huge suppressive aura. The aura was so strong that it was not weaker than Tian Gang's aura at all. As the World Suppression Copper Coffin pressed down, the 12 demonic beast sovereigns also activated the power of the formation. 12 different types of murderous aura rushed toward the center. It seemed to form a large cocoon that enveloped Tian Gang. The golden dragon Tian Gang's expression changed. He quickly shook his body, but the 12 types of murderous aura were extremely difficult to deal with. He could not shake them off at all. In fact, the 12 demonic beast sovereigns even urged all the murderous aura to surge over. In an instant it was as if they wanted to drain the entire Great 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation. As the World Suppression Copper Coffin pressed down, the murderous aura quickly condensed into layers of spherical formations, trapping Tian Gang in the center layer by layer. 1 layer, 10 layers, 100 layers, 10,000 layers, 50 million layers. Boom! The world suppression copper coffin pressed down, compressing the 50 million layers of formations into the size of a watermelon. Boundless murderous aura condensed, and the great 12 capital heaven divine wraith formation retreated. Only Yen Chuan and the 12 demonic beast sovereigns were left in the air. Yen Chuan held a sealing sphere the size of a watermelon in his hand. Within the sphere, Tian Gang furiously twisted his dragon body. With a swing of his tail, dozens of formations instantly shattered. With another swing of his tail, hundreds of formations shattered. However, the sphere had 50 million layers. If Tian Gang wanted to break through it, it would not be possible in a short period of time. Roar! Yen Chuan, just you wait. 50 million layers of sealing formations. At most, you can trap me for a month. When I break through this seal, I will slaughter all of your living beings. Tian Gang furiously roared within the seal. The battle outside the great Qin city continued. Yen Chuan coldly stared at the sealing sphere in his hand. Yen Chuan stretched out his hand and took out the jade talisman that Fuxi had asked Meng Rongrong to give him. He gently squeezed it. Hum! Suddenly, a golden sphere of light enveloped Yen Chuan. Whoosh! Yen Chuan disappeared in front of everyone. In the next moment, the golden sphere of light rapidly shook. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few sky demons flew past the golden sphere of light. The world around them seemed illusory, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. It gave off a suffocating feeling, making Yen Chuan feel very uncomfortable. However, Yen Chuan also knew where he was. He grabbed the sealing sphere and looked in a direction. It was boundless darkness. He could only feel that there was nothing in the darkness. The only thing he could see were 3 massive spheres. The 3 spheres seemed to be rapidly approaching him. Great evil world, great good world, great kiliacosm world. Where is this? Tian Gang in the sealing sphere was slightly startled. This is our first world, the edge of the heavenly demon realm. Yen Chuan said. The edge of the heavenly demon realm? What? Yen Chuan, what are you doing? Tian Gang suddenly exclaimed. This sealing sphere can only seal you for a month at most. I will help you to reduce this time by half. Yen Chuan said lightly. What do you mean? You want to expel me from the first world? Tian Gang's expression changed. The edge of the heavenly devil world is beyond the limitless realm, which is the absolute nothingness. Even if a nirvana expert enters the nothingness, he won't die. However, where you float to will depend on your luck. Yen Chuan said. As he spoke, he threw out his hand. Boom! The sealing sphere flew quickly in the direction of the great evil world. No, bastard, Yen Chuan. I don't want to go back. Tian Gang said angrily. Whoosh! The speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Tian Gang flew into the darkness. After throwing Tian Gang away, Yen Chuan no longer paid attention. Fuxi's teleportation jade talisman would be sent back in half an hour. Yen Chuan looked at the other 3 worlds. The other 3 worlds are closing in faster. At this speed, the 4 worlds will merge into one in less than 100 years. Yen Chuan said solemnly. 100 years was an extremely long time for mortals. However, to Yen Chuan, it was too short. Would he be able to prepare for everything in 100 years? Looking at the endless darkness, Yen Chuan's heart was heavy. Boom! Soon, an incense stick's worth of time passed, and the golden orb of light brought Yen Chuan back to the great Qin city. Poof! The golden sphere instantly broke. Yen Chuan returned. Outside the great Qin city, the battle continued. Celestial Emperor. The group of national beasts said respectfully. Yen Chuan nodded. He turned his head to look at the battle outside the city. Everyone, go and help. Kill all the demons of the great evil world. Don't leave a single one alive. Okay. Everyone responded and flew over. Yan Chuan flew to the front of the central palace. Meow, Yan Chuan, where did you go just now? Meow immediately called out. There was a void in the infinite realm. Tian Gang broke the seal from the inside, and the void also destroyed the seal from the outside. Finally, half a month later, the seal was broken. Boom! The seal was broken, and Tian Gang was free again. Tian Gang roared angrily, Yan Chuan. Standing in the darkness, Tian Gang looked at the four worlds. Of the four huge worlds, 3 of them were closing in on the first world. Tian Gang was in the middle of the first world and the great evil world. Tian Gang looked at the great evil world and then at the first world. He turned around and was about to return to the first world. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Tian Gang. Where are you going? The voice sounded in Tian Gang's ears. Master. I am going to return to the first world to take revenge on Yan Chuan. Tian Gang's expression turned serious. It was the Lotus Goddess voice. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Humph. The Lotus Goddess voice sounded with a cold snort. I am Master. I was tricked by Yan Chuan. I had already considered the power of the great heavenly fiend formation, but I didn't expect Ming Tianhan to betray me. If I had the power of the great Xingtian heavenly court, I could have destroyed Yan Chuan. Tian Gang hurriedly explained. A loss is a loss. The first world isn't suitable for you for now. Come back. The Lotus Goddess voice sounded. I am Master. Tian Gang said helplessly. Chapter 1427. The battle in the Great Qin City continued. Although Tian Gang was defeated, there was still a group of demons. The battle outside the Great Qin City continued. Meanwhile, in the inner South Continent. At the entrance of a city, a golden-robed man was surrounded by starlight that reached a star in the deep star layer. A group of black-robed men stood around the golden-robed man. Who are you? The golden-robed man shouted. The leader of the black-robed men said, You don't need to know who we are. You are a cultivator of the second epoch who was subdued by Tian Gang and pledged your loyalty to him. Later, Tian Gang planted you in some of the key cities of the Great Xing Heavenly Court. Now that Tian Gang has been defeated, there are only 2 paths ahead of you. Oh. The golden-robed man said in a deep voice. Submit to Dezhen and return with us, or resist Dezhen and be captured by us. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. Ha, ha 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 ha, with just you. The golden-robed man said in a deep voice. It seems like you want to resist. That's good too. The black-robed man said directly. The golden-robed man's face stiffened. He did not expect the black-robed man to be so direct. Could it be that Dezhen was more willing to capture him than subduing him? Attack! The black-robed man shouted. Boom! The group of black-robed men attacked at the same time. For a time, this scene happened everywhere in the inner South Continent. Some second epoch experts were prepared to sneak away, but the black-robed men seemed to have waited for a long time. None of them escaped. The former Great Xing Heavenly Emperor, Ming Tianhan, was now Fu Su. He led a group of officials towards the Great Qin City. When Fu Su and Yang arrived at the Great Qin City, the battle outside the Great Qin City had already reached its end. All the demons had been killed. Fu Su flew in front. A group of Great Xing officials followed behind. The group of people was majestic. At this moment, Dezhen's guards did not stop them. They allowed Fu Su to lead a group of people to land in the central palace square. Everyone's faces were filled with joy. Yan Chuan stood in front of Dezhen's officials and looked at Fu Su. Greetings, father. Fu Su knelt on one knee respectfully. Your subjects greet the Heavenly Emperor. May the Heavenly Emperor live for 10,000 years. The group of officials bowed respectfully. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and looked at the officials in front of him, all sorts of emotions welling up in his heart. This group of officials was not accumulated in this life. They were accumulated in the first life when he was still the winner. He entered the Purple Cloud Palace through the great method of heavenly secrets, which was also earth. After that, he passed through a path left behind by the Purple Cloud Palace and was teleported into the first world. My son has done well. Yan Chuan helped Fu Su up. Thank you for your hard work over the years. Yan Chuan supported Yang Yang, the head of the Xing officials. The officials stood up one after another. The Celestial Emperor is too kind. It's what we should do. To be able to reunite with the Celestial Emperor here is our fortune. Yang Yang's eyes flashed with excitement. Father, over the years, all of you have helped me a lot, especially Lord Shangyang. Half of the plans of the Great Punishment Heavenly Court came from him. If it wasn't for him, the Great Punishment Heavenly Court would be nothing more than a joke. Fu Su said. The Crown Prince is too humble. Compared to the Crown Prince's decisiveness and wisdom, I am far inferior. Yang Yang said. Alright, there's no need to be humble. I have heard about everything that you have done over the years. I will appoint Shangyang as the 11th Army Commander of the Great Jin. As for the other officials, they will be rewarded according to their contributions. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Yes. Thank you, Celestial Emperor. Everyone replied. Fu Su, Shangyang. Yan Chuan looked at the two of them. Yes, Your Majesty. The two of them replied. The Great Jin has just entered the inner South Continent. The people's hearts are not stable. The two of you will assist Li Si to stabilize the hearts of the people and strengthen the inner South Continent. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes. The two of them replied. Li Si stepped forward and said, yes. Yi Feng, organize the examination and continue to recruit talents from all over the world. Yan Chuan looked at Yi Feng. Yes, Your Majesty. Yi Feng replied. After defeating the heavenly spirits, the great Jin of the Netherworld suddenly showed their prowess. Rosefinch Celestial Realm. Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. Yan Chuan. Ming Tianhan. No, Fu Su. Father and son. They are father and son. The Vermilion Bird Emperor couldn't figure out where this father-son relationship had come from. Men. Emperor Rosefinch shouted. Yes, Your Majesty. Investigate everything about Fu Su and how he is related to Yan Chuan. Emperor Rosefinch said. Yes, Your Majesty. Also, the Heavenly Dipper incident served as a warning to me. Gather information on all the important officials of the Vermilion Bird Celestial Realm. I don't wish to repeat the Heavenly Dipper's mistakes. The Vermilion Bird Emperor said in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Half a year later, in the Great Qin City, Upper Study Room. Celestial Emperor, the inner South Continent is gradually stabilizing. The small internal conflicts are also being quelled. Li Si said. Yes. Yan Chuan nodded. The White Tiger Emperor of the Western Outer Continent established the White Tiger Celestial Realm. Tiger roars in the west. He controls the entire Western Outer Continent. Li Si continued. The White Tiger Emperor. Yan Chuan nodded. The Xuanwu Emperor of the Northern Outer Continent established the Xuanwu Celestial Realm. The Turtle Snake North. He controls the Northern Outer Continent with the Nether River Patriarch. Li Si said. The Nether River Patriarch, the Xuanwu Emperor. They share the Northern Outer Continent of the Netherworld and there are no conflicts. Yan Chuan said. According to our spies, the Xuanwu Emperor personally went to the Yama Palace of the 10 Halls and talked with the Nether River Patriarch for a while before returning. He no longer has any ideas about the 10 Halls. Li Si said. It seems that the Xuanwu Emperor has hit a wall. Yan Chuan said seriously. Yes. Although the Nether River Patriarch is from the beginning of the Third Era, his strength is unfathomable. Li Si said. What about the northern inner continent? The Undying Dojo is still expanding. The Emperor's strength is getting fiercer and fiercer. The Rosefinch Celestial Realm, the White Tiger Celestial Realm, the Xuanwu Celestial Realm, the Great Jin Celestial Court, the 10 Halls of the Nether River, and the Undying Dojo. It seems like the major territories of the underworld have stabilized. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Now, all the forces are stabilizing their own territories. Li Si nodded. What about the Yang realm? Yan Chuan asked. Li Si stepped down, and Yi Feng stepped forward. Celestial Emperor, I was just about to report. The Great of Ziwei established the Ziwei Celestial Realm in the Middle Heaven Continent. He has unified the Middle Heaven Continent. Moreover, he has occupied the Northwest Circumference Continent at an extremely fast speed. Yi Feng said. Oh. He has occupied 2 continents in such a short time. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes. The Great of Ziwei's methods are extraordinary. He used the Enlightenment technique to create a large number of ancestral immortal powerhouses to serve him. Yi Feng said. The Enlightenment technique? Celestial Emperor, do you still remember the Kong family's demon King Kong? When he first became an ancestral immortal, he was directly enlightened by Kong Huangtian to become a saint. Yi Feng said. That's right. The Great of Ziwei also used the same method. Therefore, in a short time, he has taken control of 2 continents and expanded the Ziwei Celestial Realm to 2 continents. According to the information from the spies, the Great of Ziwei seems to be unsatisfied with the status quo and wants to continue expanding. Yi Feng said. What a big appetite. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. The Southwest Circumference Continent has been occupied by the Southern Dipper Longevity Emperor and established the Longevity Celestial Realm. The Southeast Circumference Continent has been occupied by the Golden Emperor and established the Golden Celestial Realm. The Northeast Circumference Continent is still a mix of good and bad for the time being. However, Dongfang Bubi of the Eastern Dojo is the most famous and invincible. Yi Feng said. In the Yang realm, the East Circumference Continent is the land of Dezhen, the South Circumference Continent is the land of the Kong family, the West Circumference Continent is the land of Wu Zhao, and the North Circumference Continent is the celestial realm of Qinglong. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Chapter 1428. Yang Realm, Xianyang. Yan Chuan stood at the entrance of the Skyward Palace with a group of officials, looking at the starlight in the night sky. Something's wrong, Celestial Emperor. Hasn't the Alcade star power been drained by the cosmic cycle star formation? Jin Dayu asked in surprise. The Alcade had been dim ever since Yan Chuan took Pejun to Xianyang and deprived him of his star power. However, the Alcade was shining brightly at this moment. It was as if there was a huge force that was replenishing the star power that the Alcade had lost. The surrounding Ziwei stars shone brightly. It's Ziwei the Great. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. At this moment, Lu Gang hurried over. Celestial Emperor, something has happened in the prison. Prisoner Pejun has disappeared. Lu Gang said anxiously. Disappeared? Yan Chuan asked in a low voice. Yes, Pejun is almost a cripple, and his shoulder blade has been pierced. I thought nothing would happen to him. However, not long ago, a prison guard saw a sudden burst of purple light around the unconscious Pejun. Then, the purple light faded, and Pejun also disappeared. Lu Gang said anxiously. Great move, Ziwei the Great. Yan Chuan said in a serious tone. Teleportation. It seems like Pajun has been teleported back. Then it's easy to explain what happened in the starry sky. Gigu Zi said in a low voice. Is this the power that Ziwei the Great gathered to help Pajun recover? Jin Dayu asked in surprise. Yan Chuan looked toward the west solemnly. In the central territory of the Zhongtian continent, there was a huge purple palace called Ziwei Palace. Inside the Ziwei Palace, there were many officials dressed in luxurious robes standing respectfully in 2 rows. A man in a purple robe sat on the dragon throne in the north. This man was none other than Ziwei Saint, who had resigned from his position as a saint. At this moment, he was dressed in a dragon robe with a dignified expression. Ziwei the Great. In the center of the palace was Pajun, who had disappeared from the Xianyang prison. He was no longer as spirited as he used to be when facing Zhanju. Now, he was all skin and bones and on the verge of death. Pajun sat cross-legged, his body exuding a purple light. 2 people stood beside him, continuously transferring power to help him recover. Buzz. Torrential energy poured into Pajun's body, and his shriveled body slowly recovered. Ziwei the Great sat on the dragon throne and gently stroked the armrest. He raised his head and looked at the ceiling of the great hall. At this moment, the ceiling seemed to be transparent, allowing him to see into the depths of the starry sky. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression was cold. In the depths of the starry sky, Ziwei's star shone brightly. As the North Star shone brightly, the dim army destroyer star not far away slowly recovered. After an entire day, Great Emperor Ziwei finally retracted his gaze. The 2 people behind defeating armies also stopped channeling energy, and defeating armies became much more full. Everyone stared at defeating armies. Defeating armies adjusted his breathing for a while before opening his eyes. This sinner, defeating armies, has disgraced the Lord. Defeating armies knelt down, feeling moved and guilty. Behind him was a burly man with a short temper. He immediately asked, Pajun, what happened that day? Who took you? How did it end up like this? The other person was Tan Lang. Tan Lang shook his head and said, Wu Chu, don't ask anymore. Let defeating armies explain himself. Wu Chu looked at Tan Lang, and his expression darkened. No matter who it is, they must pay back 100-fold for injuring defeating armies to this extent. Defeating armies knelt in front of Great Emperor Ziwei. My lord, it was Yan Chuan that day. I was captured by Yan Chuan. Defeating armies said bitterly. What? Impossible. How can Yan Chuan be a match for you? This is not his home ground. No, even if he was in his home ground, he wouldn't be a match for you. You're at the 15th heavenly layer. What kind of lousy cultivation base does Yan Chuan have? Wu Chu shouted in disbelief. Great Emperor Ziwei did not speak. He just looked at defeating armies. Yan Chuan is indeed not a match for me. I was careless. At that time, Yan Chuan's cultivation base was only at the 11th heavenly layer, but for some reason, Yan Chuan knew the Mu clan's life chart sharing technique. The mystical 14th heavenly layer shared Yan Chuan's life chart, and Yan Chuan's cultivation base instantly reached the 14th heavenly layer. So. Defeating armies said bitterly. Tan Lang raised his eyebrows. The Mu clan. Life chart sharing technique. Does this require the unconditional trust of another person before the other person's life chart can be fused with one's own life chart? This is a forbidden technique of the Mu clan. How can Yan Chuan know it? Is Yan Chuan also a descendant of the Mu clan? Wu Chu asked in surprise. You're saying that you lost to Yan Chuan at the 14th heavenly layer? Great Emperor Ziwei finally spoke. Yes, I was careless and fell for Yan Chuan's universe in a palm. I underestimated Yan Chuan. Defeating armies said bitterly. Universe in a palm. It seems to have been created by someone called Bai Huang from the Third Era. Great Emperor Ziwei pondered. Yes, I was careless. Defeating armies said bitterly. So it's really Yan Chuan. We should have thought of it that day. Tan Lang said with a frown. Yan Chuan. Humph, my Ziwei celestial realm has never suffered such a great loss. My lord, I request to bring some people to raise Xianying to the ground. Wu Chu immediately took a step forward. There's no need, brother Wu Chu. I'll take revenge myself. Defeating armies said with a fierce look. Wu Chu finally nodded. Also, my lord, Dezhen is extremely strange. They have a strange formation that can deprive the people of the Second Era of their astral powers. I'm in such a miserable state because my astral powers have been deprived. Astral powers strengthen the soldiers of Dezhen. Apart from me, Yan Chuan has also captured many people. A large number of Second Era powerhouses are imprisoned in the same cell as me. Defeating armies reported. Deprive them of their astral powers. No wonder the number of Dezhen's powerhouses increased during the battle with Great Emperor Qin Long. The birth chart sharing technique deprives them of their astral powers. We've indeed underestimated Dezhen in the past. The officials were shocked. Great Emperor Ziwei tapped his dragon throne lightly with his finger. Left assistant. Great Emperor Ziwei called out. Yes, my lord. An official stepped forward. Announce this news to the world. Great Emperor Ziwei said. Understood. Left assistant replied. My lord, are you going to let the other great emperors find trouble with Yan Chuan? Defeating armies asked curiously. Great Emperor Ziwei looked at defeating armies. That's right. Deprive them of their astral powers. Yan Chuan will definitely become enemies with the world. As for you. Defeating armies lowered his head. There are many things to do in the Ziwei celestial realm. I'm preparing to take over the western outer continent. Go and help Wuxia. Great Emperor Ziwei said in a deep voice. Understood. Defeating armies replied. Xianying City. Defeating armies had fled. The officials were still worried. However, Xianying City welcomed another guest. It was Sun Wukong, who followed Tong Tian. Yen Di, our benefactor asked me to pass this to you. Sun Wukong handed over a letter. Oh. Yan Chuan took the letter. He opened it and quickly scanned through it. Tong Tian went to the great Zhou imperial court. Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yes. When Great Emperor Qin Long went to the northern outer continent, Wu Jiong sent someone to deliver a letter to our benefactor. It was a letter left behind by Hong Jun. Sun Wukong explained. A letter from Hong Jun? Yes. The letter described that Wu Jiong was Hong Jun's new disciple. He asked our benefactor to go to the western outer continent to assist Wu Jiong. Sun Wukong explained. And then? Our benefactor felt that his tribulation was approaching, so he came to ask for your help. Yen Di. Sun Wukong said worriedly. Of course I'll go if Tong Tian sends a letter. However, I want to know where this tribulation comes from. Yan Chuan asked curiously. Our benefactor didn't say the specifics, but the western outer continent is already bordering the Ziwei heavenly realm. Before I came, there was a small confrontation. Perhaps. Sun Wukong said in a low voice. I know. Yan Chuan nodded. Go and tell Tong Tian that I'll be by his side before his tribulation comes. Yan Chuan said with certainty. Okay, then I'll thank Yen Di on behalf of our benefactor. Sun Wukong smiled. Thank. He and I don't need it. When I invited him, he came without hesitation. This time, I won't stand him up. Yan Chuan said with certainty. Okay, then I'll take my leave. Sun Wukong said gratefully. Yan Chuan nodded. Sun Wukong turned around and quickly headed west. After Sun Wukong left, Gigu Zi said, Celestial Emperor, Great Emperor Ziwei is very aggressive. He has conflicts with the Great Zhou Heavenly Court, and Tong Tian has allied with Wu Jiong. This tribulation might come from Great Emperor Ziwei. I understand. Yan Chuan nodded. Pejuan has escaped, and the Great Zhou Heavenly Court and the Ziwei Heavenly Realm have become enemies. Your trip might be dangerous. Gigu Zi advised. Opportunities only come when there's danger. I understand. By the way, did Dark Gigu Zi go to the Great Benevolence World? Yan Chuan looked at Gigu Zi. That's right. Gigu Zi nodded. Let him find the Jiangqin's body. When the four realms merge, I need to recover to the peak of my first era. Yan Chuan ordered. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I've already sent a message. Gigu Zi said solemnly. Also, continue to search for news of Dongfang Bubi. Great Emperor Ziwei didn't conquer the northeast continent and instead attacked the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. This Dongfang Bubi is definitely not simple in the second era. Yan Chuan said. Yes. 10 days later. Yan Chuan's six-dragon palanquin flew out of Xianyang and quickly headed west. Not long after Yan Chuan left Xianyang in his human form, the news of the Great Zhou Heavenly Court spread. Regardless of whether it was the Yang Realm or the Netherworld, Pejuan's encounter in the Great Zhou Heavenly Court was everywhere. Netherworld, Nanwai Continent. Pejuan. Depriving the stars of their power. No wonder Yan Chuan suddenly had so many experts under his command. Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes turned cold. Yes, my lord. It seems like the 30 people who went to the Great Qin city with my lord were also. Yan Chuan. Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes turned cold. My lord, the formation that deprives the stars of their power is too strange. We have to get rid of it as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the number of experts in the Great Zhou Heavenly Court grows, Yan Chuan will be the strongest. That's right. Yan Chuan. Humph. Set up the palanquin. I'm going to meet Great Emperor's White Tiger, Xuanwu, and Qin Long. I want them to get rid of the formation that threatens us as soon as possible. Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. Apart from Great Emperor Rosefinch, all the experts in the Second Era who were connected to the stars were in an uproar when they heard the news. Immediately, everyone looked at the Great Zhou Heavenly Court with strong hostility. Chapter 1429. Yang Realm, Southeast Continent. Golden Celestial Realm. Yan Chuan's dragon carriage stopped outside the central main hall, outside the Golden Palace. Who are you? A group of golden-armored soldiers rushed into the sky. Outside the dragon carriage stood Bai Qi and Jin Dayu. The Celestial Emperor of Dezhen requests to meet the Golden Celestial Emperor. Bai Qi shouted. The golden-armored soldiers in the distance quickly flew back to report. However, after flying for a while, Quang. The Golden Palace's door opened. Yang Realm, Great Qin City. Miao was pestering zombie Yan Chuan. Miao, Yan Chuan, you're going to the west. Why don't you let me go? I want to go too. Miao immediately shouted. Yan Chuan smiled, there's nothing fun in the dragon carriage flying. Let's wait for the future. After the sky-burying coffin fuses, I won't be able to teleport items. However, you can teleport to my body. You have the black gold nest. If I need anything, I'll let you know. But Sister Yuxi is going too. Miao was still brooding. Yuxi and Wu Jiong are related by blood. Therefore, I'll bring her along. Yan Chuan smiled. Miao, I want to play too. Miao said, feeling wronged. Don't worry. If there's anything fun, I'll definitely call you. Yen Chuan coaxed. All right. Miao felt helpless. Yang Realm, South Sea. South Sea was located in the center of the South Outer Continent, the Southeast Continent, and the Southwest Continent. There was a huge dragon palace in the western part of South Sea. It was similar to the East Sea Dragon Palace in the past, just slightly smaller. Dragon Palace Main Hall, South Sea Crystal Palace. Inside the Crystal Palace, an old man was sitting on a dragon throne. A group of subordinates stood on both sides. In the center, there was a thin man with an arrogant air. Old Dragon Emperor, Jizun asked me to invite you to the West Outer Continent. The thin man smiled. The old man took a deep breath and said, "Didn't I pass down the South Sea Dragon race to that unfilial son? Didn't he already submit and become an ancestor? Why are you still here? You're the former South Sea Dragon King. Although you've given the dragon race to your son, don't you still have half of it? Moreover, the Supremes are also." The thin man laughed. "Bastard!" The old Dragon Emperor of the South Sea shouted. "That's the responsibility of the Dragon Clan for generations. Ancestor Qing destroyed the seal of the East Sea's eye, and now he wants to destroy the seal of the South Sea." The old Dragon Emperor immediately rebuked. There's nothing we can do about it. The Western Outer Continent is facing an unprecedented crisis. That's why we want to open the seal. I hope old Dragon Emperor can help us." The thin man smiled. Crisis? Crisis? What kind of danger was this? He had become Wu Jiong's dog, and now he wanted to drag the entire dragon race down with him. "No, Scram, the South Sea does not welcome you." The old Dragon Emperor angrily rebuked. Just as the old Dragon Emperor was about to chase them away, a loud sound suddenly came from the bottom of the sea. Boom! With a loud bang, the old Dragon Emperor's expression changed. The Dragon Kings in the Crystal Palace also changed their expressions. You traitor, you tricked us to be here, but you secretly broke the seal of the Ocean Eye." The old Dragon Emperor immediately cried out in alarm. Boom! A group of people quickly rushed out and rushed towards the place where the loud sound came from. Soon, they arrived at the place where the loud noise came from. On the ground, a large number of prawn soldiers and crab generals were lying haphazardly on the ground. A large amount of turbid sea mud stirred up the center of the sea, making it impossible to see what was inside. Squeak! Squeak! Within the murky seawater, the sound of babies laughing could be heard. "This is..." The old Dragon Emperor's face sank. He waved his hand. Boom! The turbid sea mud quickly settled down, revealing a strange monster in the center. The monster's appearance was extremely cute. It had a huge pink head that looked like a jelly, 2 big sparkling eyes, and 8 huge tails that were 30 feet long. The 8 10-meter-long tails were of different colors, and as they swayed, the seawater churned. "Yah! Yah!" The monster let out an adorable cry. There were hundreds of black-robed experts in the surroundings, and below them was a cavern. There was a dragon-shaped seal on the cavern, and there was a small crack in the seal. The monster came out from that crack. The seal was broken. The old Dragon Emperor's face changed. "Catch it!" The hundreds of black-robed experts immediately shouted. Boom! The group of people grabbed at the monster. "Yah! Yah!" The monster seemed to be extremely happy as it pounced at the group of people. In the blink of an eye, the monster and the black-robed experts got closer. It was as if they were relatives that they hadn't seen for many years, and they were extremely happy. "I'll do it, ah!" An expert immediately rushed to the front and stretched out his hand to grab the monster. The monster suddenly opened its mouth, and its mouth strangely grew bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, it was bigger than its entire body. Whoa! It swallowed the expert at the front in one gulp. "What? Everyone's face changed. The monster's mouth returned to its original size, and it seemed to be enjoying eating a person. Yeah! Yeah! The monster quickly pounced at the group. World exterminating heaven slash. A massive sword beam cut through the waves and headed straight for the monster. Awoo! The sword light was swallowed. What? Let's attack together. Rumble. All sorts of saber lights and sword lights rushed towards the monster. Many heavy attacks hit the monster's body, but they were instantly repelled by the monster's elastic skin. But when they entered the monster's mouth, they were like the best nourishment. Awoo! 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 The monster ate happily and continuously. Any attacks that hit its body were repelled, and it ate everything that came close. Eat! 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 In the blink of an eye, half of the hundreds of experts were eaten. Boom! An expert who had merged with the heavenly Tao hid from the monster in fear. Ya! Ya! The monster charged forward. Awoo! It seemed to have bitten the heavenly Tao, and it swallowed the ancestral immortal who had merged with the heavenly Tao. No, no! Miserable cries could be heard all around. The monster was incomparably happy, and it swallowed everywhere. The old dragon emperor looked from afar, and his face turned pale. Heaven-devouring tailed beast. The eighth divine beast. The old dragon emperor said in shock. Dragon emperor, what's a heaven-devouring tailed beast? Is it more powerful than the explosive beast that appeared in the East Sea? The explosive beast can only be considered the ninth divine beast in the world, but this is the eighth divine beast. What do you think? No, legend has it that the eighth divine beast is only temporary. This monster can devour everything, digest everything, and refine the abilities of other divine beasts. If it can eat the seventh divine beast, it will evolve into the seventh divine beast. If it eats the sixth divine beast, it will evolve into the sixth divine beast. In any case, it can evolve. Legend has it that when it first appeared, it was only ranked at the 15th. Evolve? Is it that powerful? The heaven-devouring tailed beast is called the heaven-devouring beast. It can eat anything, even the heavens. Its tyrannical attribute allows it to ignore everything and devour everything. The more it eats, the stronger it becomes. The old dragon emperor said in horror. Boom! In the distance, at the seal, another tail emerged from within. Not good, there is more than one heaven-devouring tailed beast in the seal. The old dragon emperor's expression changed. What do we do now? I'll go reinforce the seal. You guys run to the surrounding weaves and report to the city lords. Tell them to evacuate the people. The heaven-devouring tailed beast is here. No one can escape. Hurry, 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 the old dragon emperor roared. No, dragon emperor, it is dangerous. Only one came out now. If all of them come out, it will be over. If they continue to grow, no one in the world will be able to stop them. They will be invincible and devour everything. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The old dragon emperor shouted. Under the dragon emperor's orders, the dragon kings quickly flew to the various territories to report. The closest territory to this place was the eternal territory of the outer south continent. When a dragon king rushed into a city lord's residence and reported everything. The city lord had a disapproving look on his face. Devour everything? Are you kidding? There are many experts in the world. How can a divine beast compare to the lord of the outer south continent and the great emperors? The city lord was unconvinced. However, he still sent people to the southern sea to investigate. The dragon kings had no choice but to go to other cities. However, they did not believe that the heaven-devouring tailed beast was powerful. A few days later, a city in the eternal territory welcomed a heaven-devouring tailed beast. In one night, all the living beings in the city were gone. Not only were they gone, but the entire city was gone. All the palaces and formations were eaten. In the end, only a small number of cultivators managed to escape. They watched as the heaven-devouring tailed beast ate the entire city, then the ground. It drilled a huge hole and disappeared without a trace. When the news spread, the entire Eternal Territory was in an uproar. At the same time, news came from the Southern Sea. All the dragons in the Southern Sea, including the old Dragon Emperor, were eaten. Not a single one was spared. Even the richly decorated Dragon Palace was eaten. In the Eternal Territory, a heaven-devouring tailed beast appeared and disappeared mysteriously. Every time it appeared, it became stronger. Eat, eat, eat. No matter what cultivator it encountered, they were all eaten. Countless holes were gnawed on the ground. The appearance of the monster caused countless cultivators in the Eternal Territory to panic. At the same time, the news quickly spread in all directions. Outer South Continent, outside the Imperial Palace. The patriarch of the Kong family, Peacock Z, was reading a secret letter. Eternal Territory, heaven-devouring tailed beast. Peacock Z's eyes narrowed. Patriarch, what's wrong? Inform the palace masters to follow me to the Eternal Territory to capture the heaven-devouring tailed beast. Peacock Z glared. Yes. Ring Southwest Continent. Celestial Longevity Realm. In a large hall, a black-robed man stood. He held a black longsword and had a dignified expression. "Milord 7 kills," one of the subordinates said, "I've already looked into the matter. It's true. There are heaven-devouring tail beasts sealed in the Sea Eye of the South Sea, and all of the South Sea dragonfolk have been eaten. One of the heaven-devouring tail beasts even entered the everlasting domain and devoured everything." Heaven-devouring tailed beast. That heaven-defying divine beast. Inform the 12 fiends to follow me to the Southern Sea to capture the heaven-devouring tailed beast. 7 kills said. Yes. Underworld, Great Qin City. Lu Gang respectfully reported to zombie Yen Chuan. Heaven-devouring tailed beast. It's actually a heaven-devouring tailed beast. Yen Chuan's eyes widened. Yes, Celestial Emperor. Is the heaven-devouring tailed beast really that powerful? Lu Gang asked curiously. Zhong Shan, the transcendent of the greater thousand domains, refined a heaven-devouring tailed beast. However, it was no longer the 8th divine beast. It had devoured a large number of divine beasts. In my first life, I had already devoured the 2nd divine beast and took its place. Yen Chuan said solemnly. The 2nd divine beast in the world. That's right. Heaven-devouring tailed beast. There's actually a large number of heaven-devouring tailed beasts sealed in the Southern Sea. Yen Chuan's eyes lit up. At the same time, ring Southeast Continent. Yen Chuan brought Mo Shi and looked at Golden Emperor. Golden Emperor, I'll take my leave first. See you again. Golden Emperor nodded solemnly. Yen Chuan, Mo Shi, Bai Qi, and Jin Dayu stepped onto the dragon carriage. Roar! The dragon carriage roared and flew into the sky. To the Southern Sea, the Eternal Territory. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Roar! The 6 dragons roared and flew towards the southwest. Chapter 1430. Emperor Micro-Celestial Realm. Middle Heaven Continent. Inside a large hall, defeating armies stood before a man in white scholarly robes. Wen Chu, my lord asked me to help you deal with the great Zhou imperial court. Defeating armies said with a frown. Wen Chu smiled and shook his head. There's no rush. Great Zhou is in a hurry right now. I know you followed my lord's orders, but everything can be changed. The West Outer Continent is in a stalemate, and you can't do anything for now. Right now, the most important thing is the humiliation you've suffered all these years. Defeating armies frowned. According to the scouts, Yan Chuan came out of the gold celestial realm and headed southwest. It seems that he also received news of the heaven-devouring beast. Wen Chu said solemnly. That should be it. Defeating armies nodded. Go. It has always been the Emperor micro-celestial realm bullying others. We've never been bullied. Since Yan Chuan came out to seek death, we'll deal with him. Wen Chu said. Defeating armies' eyes flashed with gratitude. Many thanks. Ha 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 ha, you and I have worked together since the second epoch. There's no need to be so polite. I have to watch over the West Outer Continent and not leave. Otherwise, I'll accompany you to take revenge. Wen Chu laughed. Don't worry. I won't let you down. Yan Chuan. Since he came out, he can forget about going back. Defeating armies' eyes flashed with a vicious light. We'll go with you. A voice suddenly called out from outside the hall. 3 tall and sturdy men slowly walked in from outside the main hall. Greed, Wu Chu, Ju men. Defeating armies was taken aback. One accident is enough. This time, we'll go with you and let the rascals of the world understand the consequences of offending the Emperor micro-celestial realm. Greed said. Okay. Defeating armies nodded. The 4 captains of the Emperor micro-celestial realm soared into the sky and headed for the South Outer Continent. Eternal Domain was currently facing a calamity from the heavens. Ya. The heaven-devouring beast let out a joyful baby-like cry. It was like a demon had descended. Everywhere it went, it devoured everything. One city after another was devoured, one mountain after another was devoured, and one piece of land after another was devoured. It was as if there was nothing it wouldn't eat. As time passed, the Eternal Domain had long since become a living hell. In a huge city. Countless Shouja ran out of the city in terror. Ya. In the void, the 8 shadows condensed into 8 huge tails. As the tails swayed, the void shook. Some experts who wanted to fly out of the city were immediately pulled back by the swaying tails. Help! Don't eat me! Father, Mother, save me! Master! Ah! The entire city was filled with cries of grief. Outside the city, Peacock Z rushed over with nearly 1,000 Shouja. Right here. Peacock's eyes lit up. Far off in the distance, a 300-meter-long heaven-devourer-tailed beast could be seen swinging its tail, stirring up everything around it. The heaven-devourer-tailed beast opened its mouth wide and devoured everything around it. Didn't the letter say that the heaven-devourer beast was at most 30 meters long? Why is it 1,000 feet now? A person at the side asked with a frown. The sky-devouring tailed beast has grown stronger and bigger. Peacock Z's eyes were filled with excitement. It is indeed a good treasure. With this divine beast, we are no different from an army. Everyone, follow me to capture this heaven-devourer-tailed beast. Peacock Z called out. Okay. The Shouja replied. Boom. The Shouja rushed into the city. The heaven-devourer-tailed beast had been happily devouring the people in the city, and countless buildings flew into its mouth. Suddenly, it sensed experts approaching and looked over. Nearly 1,000 peerless experts. The stronger they were, the more the heaven-devourer-tailed beast liked them. The sudden arrival of experts naturally made the heaven-devourer-tailed beast happy. Ya. Ignoring everything around it, the heaven-devourer-tailed beast pounced, looking as happy as if it had met a family member. Boom! The 2 sides clashed. 6 hours later. Peacock Z led 500 experts and fled the city in a sorry state. They were all covered in wounds and shocked. How is this possible? How can the heaven-devourer-tailed beast be so strong? It's only been a while, and half of us are dead. Peacock Z muttered. Patriarch, that heaven devourer-tailed beast is too strong. If not for the fact that we split up and ran, we would have been wiped out, someone said bitterly. The more it is so, the more I want to get it. As long as I can refine one heaven devourer-tailed beast, I will use unlimited resources to make it stronger and stronger. In the future, I won't have to live under the protection of the ancestors. Peacock Z's eyes flashed with determination. But we are no match for it. It's fine. Isn't there another eye in the South Sea? There must be weaker heaven devourer-tailed beasts there. You, inform the others to head to the South Sea Dragon Palace. Peacock Z said. Yes. Let's go to the Eye of the South Sea. Peacock Z shouted. Above the South Sea. Roar! Roar! The 6-dragon carriage roared, and Yan Chuan and the others arrived at the Eye of the South Sea. For this trip, Yan Chuan only brought Jin Dayu, Bai Qi, and Mo Yushi. Stop! Bai Qi yelled. The dragon carriage stopped abruptly. Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi walked to the balcony of the dragon carriage and looked at the Eye of the Sea in the distance. At the Eye of the Sea, two forces were fighting. One of them was led by Peacock Z, who held the peacock plume in his hand. Behind him were close to 10,000 cultivators. On the other side was a man in a black robe, who held the hilt of a black sword in his hand. He looked very handsome. Behind him were a group of subordinates. Heavenly Emperor, that's the commander of the 6th Army under the Longevity Emperor, Qi Sha. Rumor has it that he is slightly weaker than Junpa, but he is still at the 15th tier of the martial heaven, about the same as Ju in the past. Bai Qi explained. Qi Sha. Yan Chuan said solemnly. In the distance, Peacock Z glared angrily. Qi Sha, the heaven devourer-tailed beasts here are ours. Ha ha ha, this is the South Sea, between our two forces. Do you think it's yours just because you say so? There's a heaven devourer-tailed beast in the eternal domain. Why don't you go and capture it? Qi Sha sneered. Although Peacock Z had brought 10,000 people, Qi Sha was not afraid. In fact, he did not even care about them. If not for Kong Huangtian, he would not have wasted his breath on Peacock Z. Roar! At this moment, a dragon's roar sounded in the distance. It was Yan Chuan and his group. Peacock Z and Qi Sha looked over coldly. Yan Chuan. Peacock Z frowned. Qi Sha stared at Mo Yushi. More accurately, he was staring at the purple crystal between Mo Yushi's eyebrows. Dark Phoenix. Qi Sha looked at Mo Yushi in the distance with a serious expression. Yan Chuan, what are you doing here? Do you want to fight with my Kong family for the heaven devourer-tailed beast? Peacock Z glared. Yan Chuan smiled faintly. I already know about the eternal domain. Peacock Z asked. Peacock Z, Qi Sha. I think you're both determined to get the heaven devourer-tailed beast. Yan Chuan smiled. What? You want to interfere too? Qi Sha suddenly smiled evilly. Peacock Z frowned at Yan Chuan. The heaven devourer-tailed beast is still sealed. Why don't you take it out and take a look before deciding who it belongs to? Yan Chuan smiled. What do you mean? Peacock Z did not understand. I'm sure everyone has their own sources of information. The Dragon Emperor of the South Sea sacrificed himself to repair the seal. But before this, do you remember that only one heaven-devouring-tailed beast came out? Why is there only one? Are the others slow to react? Yan Chuan asked. Qi Sha's face darkened. He looked down at the huge seal in the depths of the sea that they had forced open. Only one heaven-devourer-tailed beast came out from the crack. Is it because it was the smallest one? Qi Sha's face darkened. That's what I think. Yan Chuan nodded. That was the weakest heaven devourer-tailed beast. Peacock Z was confused. If the two of you fight to the death, will you be able to subdue all the heaven-devourer-tailed beasts here? This place doesn't belong to any side, and the heaven-devourer-tailed beast doesn't belong to anyone. Moreover, there must be more than one heaven-devourer-tailed beast inside. Why don't we use our own methods? Yan Chuan said. Peacock Z and Qi Sha looked at each other. Okay. The two answered at the same time. They knew that Yan Chuan had arrived after a short delay. If they delayed any longer, more experts would arrive. They had to be quick. I'll break the seal. 12 fiends, stand by. Qi Sha said. Yes. The 12 subordinates answered. As he spoke, Qi Sha unsheathed his long sword. Peacock Z and Yan Chuan stood by. Break! Qi Sha roared. A dazzling ray of sword light shot towards the seal. Boom! The huge seal exploded, revealing a huge cave entrance. This time, unlike the East Sea, the surrounding seawater did not rush in. Instead, a large number of tails emerged from the cave. Heaven-devourer-tailed beast. Peacock Z's eyes were filled with excitement. Squeak. Whoosh. The first heaven-devourer-tailed beast charged out of the cave. Boom. 8 tails swung, and the surrounding void shook violently. This is a heaven-devourer-tailed beast. An expert behind Peacock Z exclaimed. The heaven-devourer-tailed beast in the eternal domain was 1,000 feet long. When it first appeared, it was less than 10 feet long. Now, there was a heaven-devourer-tailed beast in front of them. It really is a heaven-devourer-tailed beast. Qi Sha's eyes flashed with excitement. In the distance, Yan Chuan's eyelids were twitching. The voice of the heaven-devouring-tailed beast could be heard from the cave again. Squeak. 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 Numerous voices rang out. Rumble. One by one, the heaven-devouring-tail beasts rushed out of the eye of the sea. In the blink of an eye, nearly 200 heaven-devouring-tail beasts flew out. The big ones were around 2,000 feet in size, while the small ones were around 300 feet in size. Ya! Ya! The heaven-swallowing-tailed beasts kept calling out, looking very cute. Moreover, these heaven-swallowing-tailed beasts excitedly pounced towards the practitioners in all directions. 200 heaven-devouring beasts. Almost everyone shuddered at the sudden change in the situation. Even Yan Chuan's expression changed at this moment. So many. Chapter 1431. 200 sky-devouring beasts. Almost everyone shuddered at the sudden change in the situation. Even Yan Chuan's expression changed at this moment. That many. Yan Chuan had received news from the everlasting domain in a steady stream. A 30-meter-long sky-devouring beast was practically invincible in the everlasting domain. Some of the major cities in the everlasting domain were guarded by ancestral immortals. Even then, a 30-meter-long sky-devouring beast could eat them all. Now, the largest was 200 meters, while the smallest was 300 meters. Were these sky-devouring beasts free? Was this Fushi's seal? That's a lot. Peacock Z's expression darkened. 7 Kills' expression changed as well. Ya, 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 ya. The 200 sky-devouring beasts pounced on the scattered crowd in excitement. As soon as they appeared, countless delicacies appeared. Naturally, the sky-devouring beasts fought to be first. Peacock Z's group led the charge. With more than 10,000 people, it was a sumptuous feast. Most of the sky-devouring beasts pounced on Peacock Z. The sky-devouring beasts seemed to be able to tell which ones were stronger and which ones were tastier. Qi Sha was a strong cultivator of the 15th level of the celestial plane. Although he had just entered the 15th level of the celestial plane, he was the strongest person there. Therefore, the largest sky-swallowing tailed beast rushed towards Qi Sha. Aside from that, there was another 300-meter-long sky-devouring beast following behind. 7 kills was powerful, and the 12 fiends he brought were all peerless powerhouses. Even if the 300-meter-long sky-devouring beast couldn't eat meat, it could at least eat soup. It charged at 7 kills subordinates. Ya, ya. The 2 giant sky-devouring beasts charged. 7 kills immediately drew his sword and slashed at them. Sky-severing art. 7 kills slashed at the largest divine beast. The largest divine beast's 8 tails met the attack. Boom! 7 kills of the 15th layer didn't kill the divine beast, but only sent it flying back 1,000 meters. Ya, ya! The largest divine beast charged at 7 kills with excitement. How can this be? 7 kills exclaimed. On the other side, the 300-meter-long sky-devouring beasts also charged at the 12 fiends. Die! One of the earthly fiend star powerhouses slashed. A sword ray sliced through the void and headed straight for the tailed beast. Awoo! The sword light was instantly devoured. What? Awoo! The heaven-swallowing tailed beast's speed instantly increased dramatically. In the blink of an eye, it was right in front of him, swallowing that earthly fiend star in one gulp. 12th brother. The crowd of earthly fiend star powerhouses shouted in fright. Ya, ya! Swallowing an earthly fiend star expert, that heaven-swallowing tailed beast was excited and cheerful. Spit out my 12th brother. The crowd of earthly fiend star powerhouses shouted in fright. Boom! A group of energy swords slashed at the 1,000-feet-long tailed beast. However, the tailed beast's body was too tough, and it instantly deflected the energy swords. Ya, ya! The tailed beasts cheerfully continued to pounce, and one of the earthly fiend star powerhouses looked at the starry sky in horror. An earthly fiend star in the starry sky suddenly emitted a ray of red light and then dimmed. 12th brother is dead. Digested by this monster. That powerhouse's expression changed. 12th brother is a 13th firmament ancestral immortal. How can this be? Another powerhouse said in fright. Look, it was 100 feet just now. After eating 12th brother, it became 110 feet. It became bigger. It wants to eat us to strengthen itself. Kill it and avenge 12th brother. Kill. 11 earthly fiend star powerhouses furiously fought. Ya, ya! But the heaven-swallowing tailed beast was not afraid at all. Instead, it was even happier. After eating one, it seemed to be addicted. The 11 before it also wanted to eat because the heaven-swallowing tailed beast could see that these 11 were not only 13th firmament ancestral immortals, but also 14th firmament ancestral immortals. Ya, ya! There were sounds of pursuit in all directions. 7 kills against the strongest heaven-swallowing tailed beast. In the distance, Peacock's subordinates were completely unable to withstand a single blow from the group of heaven-swallowing tailed beasts. They were completely abused and eaten. Save us! Monster! Ah! Close to 10,000 cultivators were quickly scattered and chased by the group of heaven-swallowing tailed beasts. Ya, ya! The heaven-swallowing tailed beasts happily chased after them toward the eternal domain. A single heaven-swallowing tailed beast in the eternal domain was already a living hell. Now, close to 200 heaven-swallowing tailed beasts were charging over. Even Peacock, who was running at the front, felt a chill run down his spine. One could foresee that the eternal domain was finished. At the same time, Yan Chuan attracted a heaven-swallowing tailed beast. It was a 300-meter-long heaven-swallowing tailed beast. Ya, ya! The heaven-swallowing tailed beast pounced. Boom! Bai Qi slashed with his saber, sending a vast astral saber at the heaven-swallowing tailed beast. Awoo! The heaven swallowing Bai Chi's astral saber in one gulp. Not good. Bai Chi's expression changed. Clang. Jin Dayu's divine emperor bell rang loudly, sending out a surging sound wave. Awu. The heaven swallowing Bai Chi's sound attack in one gulp. Roar. Roar. The dragons were horrified. Yan Chuan stepped forward and met the heaven-swallowing tailed beast head-on. Seeing Yan Chuan charging over, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast was overjoyed. Ya, ya. Its two huge tails swayed rapidly. Slash. Yan Chuan waved his hand, and the Jade Emperor sword appeared. He slashed at the heaven-swallowing tailed beast. A blood-red energy sword shot out. Awu. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast swallowed it in one gulp. Bastard. Yan Chuan's expression darkened. His hands glowed with white light. He used the hand of Tao, and a huge white energy palm shot out. Whiz. Suddenly, the energy palm grabbed a huge tail. Awu. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast bit off the energy palm's finger and escaped. You can eat that? Yan Chuan said in surprise. Roar. Yan Chuan had no choice but to transform. A head of blood-red hair appeared. A sea of blood instantly filled the surroundings. Ya, ya. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast pounced on the sea of blood excitedly. Whoosh. Suddenly, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast sucked the sea of blood. The sea of blood rushed into its mouth. Fuck me. You can eat that? One of the dragons on the dragon carriage exclaimed. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast eats everything. Monster. Jin Dayu exclaimed. Yan Chuan was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. His eyelids twitched. Universe in the palm. Yan Chuan reached out with his right hand. Whiz. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast did not resist. It was instantly pulled into Yan Chuan's palm. Countless stars appeared in Yan Chuan's palm. The stars connected to the stars, and the power of the stars surged into Yan Chuan's palm. Rumble. The power of billions of stars gathered in Yan Chuan's palm. It was as if billions of stars were crashing into the heaven-swallowing tailed beast, trying to crush it. Ya, ya. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast was excited. It suddenly opened its mouth. Die. Yan Chuan shouted. The power of billions of stars crashed into the heaven-swallowing tailed beast. Awu. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast ate billions of stars in one gulp. Yan Chuan was speechless. Yan Chuan stood in the air, dumbfounded. It ate? That was the power of the stars. It ate it all in one gulp. Ya, ya. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast happily digested the power of the stars. In a short while, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast's body changed from 100 feet to 110 feet long. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast was getting stronger. The universe in the palm was useless against it. The divine beast's attributes were too insane. Ya, ya. The heaven-devouring tailed beast wasn't quite satisfied yet, and began to fly around Yan Chuan's palm. However, there was nothing Yan Chuan could do about it. The power of the stars was useless, and all he could do was keep it flying around. Yan Chuan stared blankly at his palm, his face full of shock. She seemed to have noticed Yan Chuan's strange behavior. She quickly flew to him. What's wrong? She asked curiously. She was curious. Yan Chuan didn't know how to explain. However, in the next moment, Yan Chuan's expression changed again. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast had crushed the space inside the universe in the palm. Crack. The universe in the palm was crushed. Was the heaven-swallowing tailed beast about to escape? What? Yan Chuan was shocked. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast's ability was too insane. Wouldn't it be bad if it escaped? On the other side, Peacock Sun's people either ate or ran away. Only 7 kills and his men were left. 7 kills heaven shocking slash. 7 kills slashed at the largest heaven-swallowing tailed beast. Boom! The heaven-swallowing tailed beast was sent flying. Yah, yah! The heaven-swallowing tailed beast saw how disgusting it was to eat 7 kills. It turned around and chased after the rest of the group. 7 kills sighed. He turned to look at his subordinates. Whoa! Another heaven-swallowing tailed beast had swallowed another one of his subordinates. What? Brave Earth! 7 kills shouted. He only had 7 subordinates left. 4 of them had already been eaten, including the one in front of him. Sir! The 7 subordinates ran to 7 kills in fear. Sir, Big Brother is at the 14th layer of heaven. How could he be eaten? Sir, please save Big Brother, one of the subordinates shouted in fear. Hum. In the sky above, the brave star suddenly shone with a red light. It then dimmed. Dead? Big Brother is dead. Big Brother can't even resist this. Big Brother is at the 14th layer of heaven. He's been refined in such a short time. No, no. Everyone shouted in fear. As they shouted, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast grew to a size of 140 zhang. 14th layer of heaven. Open its mouth and swallow. Yah, yah. The divine beast pounced on 7 kills and the others again. Bastard, die. 7 kills slashed at the divine beast angrily. Boom. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast's huge tail was cut off. Not only that, the huge impact sent the heaven-swallowing tailed beast flying in the direction of Yan Chuan and the others. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, it reached Yan Chuan and Mo Yushi. What? Everyone's expression changed. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast, whose tail had been cut off, steadied itself. Yah, yah. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow Mo Yushi. Ah! Mo Yushi was swallowed by the heaven-swallowing tailed beast in a flash. Yan Chuan, save me! Mo Yushi screamed in fear. Mo Yushi was going to be eaten. Yan Chuan had seen how fast the heaven-swallowing tailed beast could refine people. His expression changed and he stopped using the universe in his palm. He quickly threw the heaven-swallowing tailed beast out of his palm. Yan Chuan blocked the heaven-swallowing tailed beast's mouth with one hand and grabbed Mo Yushi with the other. Mo Yushi was already in despair when Yan Chuan grabbed her. The happiness in his heart instantly gushed out. In her despair, she finally had Yan Chuan by her side. This was an indescribable happiness. Get out! Yan Chuan's expression changed and he exerted force. Whoosh! Mo Yushi was thrown out. Whoa! Mo Yushi, who was sent flying, suddenly saw the 140-foot heaven-devouring tail beast suddenly open its mouth and swallow Yan Chuan. Mo Yushi, who was flying in the air, was stunned. Yan Chuan was eaten. Chapter 1432. Yan Chuan was eaten. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Mo Yushi was thrown into the air, staring blankly at the 104-foot-long heaven-devourer beast. Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, and the 6 dragons widened their eyes in shock. In the distance, 7 kills was still slashing with his sword. His 7 subordinates also widened their eyes. A 110-foot-long heaven-devourer beast that had escaped from Yan Chuan's universe in the palm was thrown into the air. Almost everyone's gaze was fixed on the center where the mythical beast with a broken tail swallowed Yan Chuan. It had eaten Yan Chuan. No, no. Mo Yushi cried at the top of her lungs. Squeak. The heaven-devourer beast seemed to be frightened by the loss of its tail. It immediately flew toward the eternal domain in a panic. No. Yan Chuan. Mo Yushi cried as if she had broken down. Yan Chuan had been eaten by a monster to save her. As for that monster, even if it was a 14th heavenly layer expert, it would still be digested very quickly after swallowing it. Yan Chuan's previous moves had no effect on it. Was Yan Chuan doomed? Had she killed her husband? Mo Yushi screamed in despair, no. Jin Dayu, protect the Empress. You fly the fastest. If necessary, take the Empress away. Dragons, follow me to the Eternal Domain to find the Celestial Emperor. Bai Qi shouted. Boom! Bai Qi led the dragons toward the Eternal Domain. The last Heaven Devourer beast that had escaped from Yan Chuan's universe in the palm was still charging toward 7 kills and the others. Squeak, squeak. The last Heaven Devourer beast pounced. You're courting death. 7 kills sneered. 7 kills couldn't do anything to a 200-foot-long Heaven Devourer beast. He could cut off a 100-foot-long Heaven Devourer beast's tail. Now, a 100-foot-long Heaven Devourer beast wanted to eat him. Empress! Jin Dayu shouted. Mo Yushi was still in a daze. Was Yan Chuan dead for sure? Although there was also a zombie Yan Chuan, and although they were the same person, Mo Yushi only recognized the human Yan Chuan. All the physical contact was between the human Yan Chuan and the zombie Yan Chuan. It was just that their minds were the same and they were only communicating mentally. Her husband had died trying to save her. Mo Yushi's mind collapsed. No, no, no. Mo Yushi screamed. As he howled in grief, his body suddenly emitted billowing black gas. The deep purple crystal between her eyebrows, the symbol of the dark phoenix, suddenly merged into Mo Yushi's body. Rolling deep purple energy spread out. Boom! The dark purple aura emitted and actually forced Jin Dayu to retreat. I caused Yan Chuan's death. I caused Yan Chuan's death. As Mo Yushi collapsed, the dark phoenix crystal in her body seemed to quickly dissolve and merge with Mo Yushi. Screech! With a phoenix's mournful cry, Mo Yushi suddenly transformed into a huge black phoenix. Of the 12 huge phoenix tails, 4 of them were connected to 4 different reincarnations. Screech! Mo Yushi let out another phoenix cry. Under the phoenix cry, the surroundings suddenly darkened and a dark aura enveloped the sea. As the phoenix tails swayed, the void trembled. Then, 8 huge blue whirlpools suddenly appeared around the huge black phoenix. 8 more reincarnations. Jin Dayu cried out in shock. The black phoenix swung its tail fiercely. The other 8 tails that were not connected to the reincarnation channel instantly merged with it. Boom! Boom! The aura around Mo Yushi's body was constantly rising. What's going on? Why is the queen's cultivation increasing so quickly? She's getting stronger and stronger. Jin Dayu exclaimed. The black phoenix was in a daze. Its eyes were filled with grief. Suddenly, the black phoenix saw 7 kills in the distance. 7 kills was dealing with the heaven-devouring tail beast. In an instant, the black phoenix recalled that it was 7 kills who attacked the heaven-devouring tail beast. It was 7 kills. It was him. You caused Yan Chuan's death. I'll kill you. The black phoenix screamed hysterically. Screech! The black phoenix let out a furious cry and charged at 7 kills. As it charged, the void shattered where it passed. Even Jin Dayu, who was at the side, was sent flying by this terrifying aura. Level 15. How is that possible? The queen only reached level 12 when she was deprived of the astral power of the second era. How did she reach level 15 in the blink of an eye? Yes, it must be level 15. It's the same aura on the 7th of June every year. How is that possible? Jin Dayu looked at the black phoenix charging at 7 kills in shock. 7 kills was dealing with the heaven-devouring tail beast. The beast was a piece of cake for 7 kills. He had already cut off 3 of its tails. When he was about to attack again to take down the heaven-devouring tail beast, a violent aura suddenly rushed toward him. 7 kills turned his head. Dark Phoenix. Merged. 1/6 of the Phoenix's power. 7 kills was shocked. The ferocious Black Phoenix was right in front of him in an instant. Boom. 7 kills, who was suppressing the heaven-devouring tail beast, was sent flying. Screech. The Black Phoenix was not satisfied. It spread its wings angrily. Endless black flames immediately surrounded 7 kills. I'll kill you. The Black Phoenix screamed at the top of its lungs. Crazy woman, you're crazy. 7 kills shouted. Boom. The Black Phoenix charged again, and the void shattered. She swung her tail, and the 12 paths of reincarnation swept toward 7 kills like 12 huge pillars. Boom. The entire South Sea was filled with the sound of a huge impact. 7 kills subordinates opened their mouths in shock. Jin Dayu also opened his mouth wide in shock. Wasn't Mo Yushi's current strength too fearsome? Dark Phoenix. What was going on? How did she become so strong in the blink of an eye? The last heaven-devouring tail beast had 3 of its tails cut off by 7 kills. Now that 7 kills was knocked away by the Black Phoenix, the heaven-devouring tail beast swallowed the tail that was cut off. In the blink of an eye, 3 new tails grew out. Ya. The last heaven-devouring tail beast quickly rushed toward the eternal domain. Clearly, the battle just now had made it feel a certain amount of fear. All the heaven-devouring tail beasts rushed toward the eternal domain. Above the South Sea, Jin Dayu anxiously watched the battle, worried that something had happened to the Empress. On the other side, Bai Qi quickly used his life token to send a message to the Great Qin City in the Netherworld. Netherworld, Great Qin City. The moment Yan Chuan was eaten by a heaven-devouring tail beast. Zombie Yan Chuan was presiding over a court meeting. All the officials stood in the central hall, and Li Si was reporting to Yan Chuan. Whoosh! Zombie Yan Chuan stood up abruptly, his expression changing. What's wrong, Celestial Emperor? Li Si asked in surprise. I need to go into seclusion. Don't disturb me. Crown Prince, you'll be in charge for now. Zombie Yan Chuan shouted. Whoosh! Zombie Yan Chuan disappeared. This was the first time that Yan Chuan had lost his composure like this. Crown Prince Fu Su, Li Si, and the others were all shocked. The court meeting was temporarily suspended. Crown Prince. All the officials looked at the Crown Prince. Fu Su frowned and said, Father is in such a hurry. Something big must have happened. Contact the Yang Realm. Also, contact Bai Qi and the others. Yes. It didn't take long for Bai Qi to report back. 200 heaven-devouring tail beasts. Something bad happened to the Celestial Emperor. How could this be? All the officials exclaimed. Something must have happened to Father. However, tell Bai Qi not to panic. Find that heaven-devouring tail beast with a broken tail. Fu Su immediately said. The officials nodded. Lu Gang. Fu Su called out. Crown Prince. Lu Gang stepped forward. Immediately inform all the guards near Eternal Domain to search for the heaven-devouring tail beast with a broken tail. The guards in the surrounding weaves should rush to Eternal Domain as well. Hurry! Fu Su ordered. Yes. Also, send a message to Jin Dayu. Swear to protect Mother's safety. Fu Su ordered. Yes. The news quickly spread to the Yang realm. Zhao Fang, ZZ, and Lu immediately received the news. What do we do? What do we do? Lu asked anxiously. Afang, quickly divine how husband is doing. ZZ said anxiously. I've already informed Mr. Guiguzi. My divination isn't enough. I need his help. Zhao nodded worriedly. Meow, meow, big sis, it's bad, it's bad. Meow immediately cried out. What's wrong? ZZ asked in surprise. I can't contact Yan Chuan. I have a contract with him, so I can't teleport over. Will Yan Chuan die? Meow. Meow was on the verge of tears. It'll be fine, it'll be fine. ZZ comforted, her eyes red. At this moment, she didn't know whether she was comforting Meow or herself. For a moment, the news of Yan Chuan being eaten affected the hearts of countless people in Great Zhen. Above the South Sea, Jin Dayu had initially been worried that something would happen to Mo Yushi. However, the Dark Phoenix's strength was simply too ferocious. Coupled with Mo Yushi's suicidal attacks, both sides were heavily injured. Crazy woman, you're crazy. 7 kills fought for a while. His entire body was charred black, and he spat out blood. Ming, I'll take your life. Black Phoenix shed tears as she fought desperately. Boom. Finally, 7 Kills' sword was shattered by Black Phoenix. The two 15th Heavens powerhouses clashed violently. Jin Dayu and the 7 earthly fiend stars were all sent flying by the shockwaves. It was a heavy blow that injured both sides. Cough, cough, cough. Just you wait, crazy woman. 7 Kills clutched his chest and immediately fled towards the north. Stop. Cough, cough. Black Phoenix also spat out a few mouthfuls of blood as she chased after him. Empress, let's not chase after him. Let's go find the Celestial Emperor first. Jin Dayu shouted from the side. Jin Dayu's shout made the crazy Mo Yushi suddenly come to her senses. She paused. Just you wait. I'll be back, crazy woman. 7 Kills flew towards the celestial longevity realm under the protection of his subordinates. Mo Yushi, on the other hand, turned to look at the eternal domain. Jin Dayu, send a letter to the great Qin city and ask how Yan Chuan is doing. Mo Yushi forced herself to calm down and said. The great Qin city sent a letter saying that the zombie celestial emperor immediately went into seclusion. There's no news at all. Jin Dayu said. No news at all. Nothing at all. The big phoenix's eyes turned red again. An intense sense of regret welled up in her heart. I shouldn't have come. I shouldn't have gone to the West Outer Continent. If I hadn't come, nothing would have happened to Yan Chuan. Nothing would have happened to him. Mo Yushi's eyes were red with regret. Empress, Crown Prince Fu Su sent a letter asking me to comfort you. No news is the best news. Jin Dayu said. Right, right. If there's no news, that means that Yan Chuan might not necessarily be dead. I'm going to find him. I'm going to find Yan Chuan. Mo Yushi said anxiously. Mo Yushi endured her grief and flew towards the eternal domain. Jin Dayu followed closely behind. Chapter 1433. Yan Chuan was swallowed by the heaven-devouring tail beast. The sky-devouring tailed beast did not have a body. All it had was an adorable head and 8 huge tails. There was no abdomen, but after Yan Chuan was swallowed, he entered a huge space. The space was suffused with red light, and streams of flowing energy quickly swept out in all directions. 3,000 pillars of light of different colors were erected in all directions of the space. 3,000 heavenly Tao. Yan Chuan's expression changed. Wasn't the arrangement and color of the 3,000 pillars of light exactly the same as the 3,000 heavenly Taos? Of course, the attributes of each strand of the heavenly Tao were slightly different from those in the outside world. They were also different from Yan Chuan's replica of the heavenly Tao in the greater world, but they were very close to the 3,000 heavenly Taos. Furthermore, Yan Chuan's 3,000 clones of the great path of the heavens were all fighting on their own. However, the 3,000 light pillars in front of him were exuding waves of energy that were circulating according to a specific trajectory. The cycle of the heavenly Tao. Yan Chuan's eyes suddenly lit up. However, his 3,000 heavenly Tao clones had never been able to circulate it. Thus, he was unable to unleash its full power. Yan Chuan had also tried to arrange the cycle, but it did not work at all. Every heavenly Tao had 2,999 possibilities to connect to other heavenly Taos. Similarly, there was also a sequence. Furthermore, there was also the order of the positive and negative cycle of energy, or it would change at certain times. There were also differences in the strength of the connection. One heavenly Tao was enough for Yan Chuan to study for a long time. To study 3,000 heavenly Taos at the same time was not 3,000 times, but a system project so huge that no one could imagine. Did the heaven-devouring tailed beast have such a cycle? Although his eyes were dazzled, Yan Chuan quickly recorded it down in an instant. No matter what the reason was, the first thing was to record it. Yan Chuan needed to be highly focused. Therefore, Zombie Yan Chuan immediately chose to go into seclusion. He could not be disturbed in the slightest. At the same time, Zombie Yan Chuan transmitted what he saw to Silver-Eyed Yan Chuan. Silver-Eyed Yan Chuan also put down everything he was doing and quickly comprehended the countless cycles. However, all of this was only the first scene that Yan Chuan saw. Some of the experts that came in earlier all died very quickly. Sure enough, in just an instant, countless different kinds of energy rushed towards Yan Chuan. Blood sea! Yan Chuan suddenly shouted. Boom! A sea of blood appeared, but it was quickly divided up by all kinds of energy. It was as if the blood was flowing through the veins. In the blink of an eye, the turbulent flow of energy rushed into the 3,000 pillars of light. It was digested and broken down, turning into the power of the heaven-devouring tailed beast. What? Yan Chuan's expression changed. Boom! The turbulent energy continued to rush towards Yan Chuan. The blood sea was completely useless. The Jade Emperor's sword slashed out. Hua! The turbulent energy once again shattered the sword aura and was absorbed by the 3,000 light pillars. Hand of Tao. A huge astral palm appeared, but it was instantly destroyed by the turbulent energy and disappeared. The turbulent energy rushed towards Yan Chuan. A protective shield appeared around Yan Chuan, and a large number of ancestral immortal artifacts he had collected were thrown out. Boom! They were once again destroyed by the turbulent energy. They rushed into another light pillar, and a part of them was consumed. The turbulent energy continued to rush into the next light pillar, and another part was consumed. Nearly 100 ancestral immortal artifacts were instantly digested by the 3,000 light pillars, turning into the heaven-devouring tailed beast's power. I understand now. This is the heaven and earth furnace, smelting everything in the world. The heaven-devouring tailed beast's stomach is the heaven and earth furnace. Yan Chuan's expression changed. Bai Huang's memories of the past instantly echoed in his mind. Grandpa, are you the strongest in the world? Ha 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 ha, how could I be? Little Bai Yi, you haven't even started cultivating, and you're already thinking of being the strongest in the world. Then who is? No one. Then there must be someone who's the strongest. The strongest? The strongest in the world is still heaven and earth. The heaven and earth furnace, refining everything. What's the heaven and earth furnace? That's a general description. It's heaven and earth. As long as you don't transcend, you'll die one day. No matter how you die, whether you're killed, die of old age, or die of exhaustion, nothing can escape the heaven and earth furnace's refinement. Heaven and earth is a huge furnace, and everyone is inside, constantly being smelted. Oh! But don't worry. Although the heaven and earth furnace can refine everything in the world, it operates very slowly. You can also enjoy the process of being refined. Of course, if you can transcend, then don't be afraid. Transcendents are immortal. No matter what they refine, they can recover. It operates very slowly. Enjoy the process of being refined. Yan Chuan suddenly had an idea. The heaven and earth furnace, the heaven-devouring tailed beast's interior, is an imitation of the heaven and earth furnace. It refines everything inside, but it operates much faster than the outside world. Yan Chuan's expression changed. In a short while, the turbulence's impact on Yan Chuan grew stronger. Blood sea. Yan Chuan said anxiously. Whoosh. The blood sea was quickly washed away. No matter what moves Yan Chuan used, they were all washed away by the turbulence in the blink of an eye, and their strength was absorbed. Cypress tree. Yan Chuan did not dare to use it, because Yan Chuan knew that the cypress tree would only be quickly refined and strengthen the heaven-devouring tailed beast. The next turbulence would be even stronger. The explosive beast's mystique. Yan Chuan did not dare to do it. Yan Chuan was sure that once the explosive beast's mystique exploded, he would be turned into countless pieces that would be washed away by the turbulence. They would rush into the light pillars and be quickly digested. By then, everything would be gone, and there would be no way to restore it. Gradually, Yan Chuan became anxious. He did not dare to use his Dharma treasures, because the turbulence here was all-encompassing. Dharma treasures could be destroyed in an instant. Boom! A turbulence broke through the blood sea and reached Yan Chuan in the blink of an eye. Yan Chuan quickly dodged. Suddenly, his arm was hit by the turbulence. Whoosh! Yan Chuan's right arm was badly mutilated in the blink of an eye. His strong physical body could not withstand a single blow. It was like a mortal being corroded by acid. His right arm was exposed to the bone. Blood sea! Yan Chuan shouted in horror. He kept urging the blood sea to protect his surroundings. However, the turbulence around him was getting stronger and stronger. Yan Chuan became more and more anxious. At this moment. Rumble. A large number of cultivators suddenly fell into the outside world again. Obviously, the heaven-devouring tailed beast had reached a city in the eternal domain and was devouring crazily. Help! Countless cultivators who were swallowed into the space screamed. Boom! The turbulence suddenly hit, and a large number of cultivators were smashed. Some experts were rushed into the light pillars like blood flowing quickly in their meridians. In the blink of an eye, this group of cultivators was digested. Mountains poured into it, and rivers poured into it. They were all broken down and digested. Anything could be smelted. Yan Chuan became more and more anxious. Break! Yan Chuan punched out, hoping to break the heaven-devouring tailed beast's body. However, the fist aura was immediately washed away by the turbulence. Boom! Another wave of turbulence washed away the sea of blood around Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan's body rushed into a light pillar in an instant. Boom! The power of the turbulence here was even stronger, and it crazily eroded the sea of blood around Yan Chuan. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the blood sea was digested to Yan Chuan's skin. Previous heavenly vein. Yan Chuan shouted immediately. Buzz! Yan Chuan's surroundings suddenly emitted green light. It was the previous heavenly vein that Yan Chuan mastered. Suddenly, Yan Chuan was rushed into another green light pillar. The first world's way of heaven was the most primitive. The 3,000 light pillars in the heaven-devouring tailed beast's stomach could only be regarded as a simulation of its form. However, there were still some differences. As soon as the previous heavenly vein appeared, Yan Chuan's pressure was greatly reduced. However, Yan Chuan seemed to be fixed in a green light pillar. The power of the 3,000 light pillars seemed to be all rushing to Yan Chuan. Boom! The turbulence rushed straight to Yan Chuan. It washed away everything around Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan's previous heavenly vein could not resist it. The blood sea was quickly exhausted, and the turbulence reached Yan Chuan's skin in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! The turbulence rushed over. A layer of Yan Chuan's skin was immediately washed clean. His body was badly mutilated, and he no longer looked like a human or a ghost. Am I going to die here? No. Yan Chuan roared in grief and indignation. However, the power of this large furnace was too strong. No, I can't die. I can't die. Yan Chuan roared. Whoosh! Another turbulence of energy washed over. Another layer of Yan Chuan's body was dissolved and digested. Against the heaven and earth furnace, all methods seemed to be useless. In the distance, in the great Qin city, the zombie Yan Chuan was originally closing his eyes. Roar! An unwilling roar came from Yan Chuan's training room. Was it over? Was his body going to be finished? A few more times and his body would be completely digested. I can't die. I can't die. The badly mutilated body of Yan Chuan roared. As he roared, green veins popped out. Under the mutilated body, he looked even more ferocious. Grandpa gave me the chance to live. I can't die. I still have Afang, I still have ZZ, I still have Yushi, I still have Lu, I still have my son, I still have my ministers, and I still have Dajin. I can't die. I can't die. I still have to transcend. I can't die. I still have to fight with Zhongshan. I can't die. Yan Chuan roared again and again. Another round of turbulence of energy washed over. Yan Chuan was digested again. If it were anyone else, they would have been finished long ago. However, a surge of resentment made Yan Chuan struggle even more. On the line between life and death, the biggest crisis in his life had appeared. Soon, another round of turbulence was about to rush over. I can't die. Roar! Yan Chuan roared in grief and indignation. As he roared, the light around Yan Chuan suddenly changed. The original blood-red color instantly turned into emerald green. Under the effect of the blood sea divine ability, the blood-red hair instantly underwent a strange change and turned into emerald green hair. His green hair suddenly fluttered in the wind. Boom! As Yan Chuan's green hair fluttered in the air, a gigantic peacock plume suddenly appeared around him. Buzz! In an instant, the peacock plume emitted a dazzling green light that filled the entire space. In the outside world, the heaven-devouring tail beast, which had lost one of its tails, was happily devouring a city of cultivators. Suddenly, it paused. Ya! The heaven-devouring tail beast's face stiffened. The heaven-devouring tail beast widened its eyes in shock. Then, it suddenly started to feel pain. Rumble! The heaven-devouring tail beast quickly rolled around in the city. Ya, ya, ya! The heaven-devouring tail beast seemed to have eaten something bad. Its painful movements caused the entire city to be in chaos. In an instant, countless cultivators escaped, leaving the heaven-devouring tail beast rolling around in pain. Dust covered the city, but no one dared to stay in check. At the same time, in the great Qin city of the Netherworld, where zombie Yan Chuan was. Whoosh! Zombie Yan Chuan suddenly stood up. My body is unconscious. I can't feel the touch of the human body. Is he dead? No, he's not dead. He's still connected. He's definitely not dead. Zombie Yan Chuan frowned. But, I can't sense other parts of his body. What happened? Zombie Yan Chuan asked anxiously. Chapter 1434. Rumble. The seven-tailed heaven-devouring beast writhed in pain in the city. Ya! Ya! Countless civilians escaped, but no one dared to stay behind to see what was going on. No one knew what was wrong with the heaven-devouring beast. It seemed to have eaten something bad. Rumble. Wisps of green light appeared in the billowing dust. The citizens who had managed to escape the city looked as if they had just been given a new lease of life. They watched the crazy sky-devouring tail beast from afar. The dust could not stop the curiosity of the cultivators who were safe. Just as countless cultivators hid in safe places outside to watch, Suddenly, a cry came from outside the city. Another heaven-devourer beast appeared. The new one was only 280 meters long. Seeing a large number of cultivators gathered outside the city, it became excited. Its 8 tails swung quickly. The spatial ripples tossed countless cultivators toward it. Awoo! The new heaven-devouring beast cried out happily. Ah! Another one! Help! Ah! Help! Countless people were calling out to the heaven-swallowing tailed beast, but it was useless. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast quickly killed the cultivators. After a long time, it finished eating everyone. The 800-meter heaven-devouring beast looked around the city with its big eyes. Boom! There was a loud bang in the city, and the 7-tailed beast stopped moving. The dust settled. The 7-tailed beast seemed to have fainted. The 800-meter heaven-devouring beast's eyes lit up. The 800-meter heaven-devouring beast flew closer. It poked the 7-tailed beast with its tail. However, the 7-tailed beast was still unconscious. The 800-meter heaven-devouring beast's eyes lit up. Ah! It opened its mouth, about to swallow the 7-tailed beast. However, right at this moment, the 7-tailed giant beast abruptly opened its eyes, and its large black eyes suddenly turned green. Boom! The 7-tailed beast knocked the 800-meter heaven-devouring beast away. The 800-foot-long tailed beast pretended to be innocent. The 7-tailed beast's eyes glowed with a green light. Gradually, its pink head turned green. Roar! A ferocious look appeared on the 7-tailed beast's face as it lunged at the 800-meter-tall heaven-devouring tail beast. The heaven-devouring tail beast's expression changed. Boom! The two gigantic devourer tails tangled together. In the end, the green-headed tailed beast was much stronger. The two-tailed beasts fought for several hours. Awoo! The 80-foot-long tailed beast was swallowed by the green-head-tailed beast. Roar! The green-head-tailed beast's eyes glowed with green light. There was no longer any normal light in its eyes. It was as if it had turned into a wild beast, revealing a ferocious glint. Boom! It opened its mouth and bit down on the ground. Then it burrowed into the ground and disappeared. Zombie Yen Chuan frowned as he sat in the training room. He could no longer feel anything from the human body, but he could feel that the human body was still alive. Not dead. What was happening now? Zombie Yen Chuan frowned. He calmly waited for the next reaction from his body. Xianyang City. Heaven Pavilion. In Heaven Pavilion, silver-eyed Yen Chuan sat cross-legged in the middle of the hall. Buzz! 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 Light pillars quickly appeared in the hall. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 3,000 of them. Whoosh! Some energy quickly surged out of each light pillar. In an extremely complicated cycle, some parts of the cycle were wrong and immediately exploded. However, silver-eyed Yen Chuan's insane analytical skills were still being perfected. Heaven Pavilion emitted bursts of light. Xianyang City. Gue Guzi and Zhao Afang had the Heaven Evolution Disc in front of them. The two of them kept activating the disc. ZZ, Lu, and Miao waited anxiously. After a long while, Goe Guzi took a deep breath and stopped the calculations. How is it? ZZ asked anxiously. It's very strange. I can't calculate it. Goe Guzi frowned. What do you mean you can't calculate it? Lu immediately asked. I just can't calculate it. I don't know how it is, but I think the Sky Emperor should be fine. Goe Guzi shook his head. Why? How do you know? Miao asked anxiously. Because of you. Goe Guzi looked at Miao. Me? Yes, your contract with the Sky Emperor is a symbiotic contract. If something happens to the Sky Emperor, you will die too. Goe Guzi explained. Yes, yes. Miao, Yen Chuan is not dead. That's great. Miao immediately cheered. Yang Realm, Outer South Continent, Imperial Palace. When Yen Chuan's body emitted a green light and his hair suddenly turned green, Kong Huangtian, who was in the Imperial Heaven Palace, opened his eyes. Kong Huangtian opened his eyes. There was a trace of surprise in his eyes. Creak. The doors of the Imperial Palace opened. Kong Huangtian slowly walked to the entrance of the palace. Kong Huangtian came out of seclusion. Naturally, it was a big matter for the Kong family. Blind Kong and the other elders of the family rushed over. Old ancestor. Blind Kong said respectfully. Kong Huangtian looked towards the northwest and said, What happened in the eternal domain? Old ancestor, Peacock led a group of experts to the southern sea. After opening the eye of the sea, 200 heaven-devouring tailed beasts came out. Now, all of them are wreaking havoc in the eternal domain. Blind Kong said concisely. As for how they wreaked havoc, Kong Huangtian naturally saw it clearly with his eyesight. Heaven-devouring tailed beasts, the eighth divine beast in the world. Kong Huangtian's eyes flashed with a trace of disdain. Yes. Blind Kong nodded and stood at the side without saying anything else. Looking at the eternal domain, Kong Huangtian said, Blind Kong, do you know the special characteristics of my peacock race's divine ability? Yes, the Kong family's divine ability, the peacock's plume. The divine light is divided into the 5-colored divine light, the 10-colored divine light, the 15-colored divine light, and the 20-colored divine light. When the divine light is thrown out, it can wipe out anything. When facing an enemy, no matter how powerful the opponent's Dharma treasure is, as long as the 5-colored divine light is used, the 5-colored divine light can take the opponent's Dharma treasure as his own. Blind Kong said. What kind of divine ability is this? Kong Huangtian asked again. The disciples of the Kong family waited with rapt attention. Because everyone knew that at this moment, the old ancestor was giving them guidance on the divine ability. This guidance was definitely better than cultivating countless times. Blind Kong shook his head, this is the divine ability of the old ancestor. Our bloodline has inherited the divine ability of the old ancestor. Kong Huangtian shook his head, you haven't understood it yet. The divine light is just a manifestation. This divine ability is called deprive. What? Everyone suddenly looked at Kong Huangtian in surprise. Deprive? The fifth divine ability in the world? Blind Kong said in surprise. Kong Huangtian nodded. Kong Huangtian nodded, and his descendants instantly revealed expressions of wild joy. Deprive divine ability, as the name suggests, deprives the opponent of their divine ability for your own use, deprives the opponent of their treasure, and deprives the opponent of everything? Blind Kong said excitedly. What kind of perverted divine ability was this? Fifth. One had to know that the Nether River Patriarch's spatial divine ability was only ranked 10th. In the past, the Hong Jun Patriarch's time divine ability was only ranked 9th. The reason why the deprived divine ability was so powerful was because it could deprive the divine abilities ranked below it. Just like the time divine ability. When Kong Huangtian fought against Hong Jun, he might have been able to deprive the other party of his divine ability. His divine light was actually the deprived divine ability. Because your bloodline is thin, the deprived divine ability is constantly weakening. It can only produce some divine light that can wipe out everything. It can wipe out the opponent's treasure, but it can only take away the control of the treasure. You have already obtained the foundation of this divine ability. You need to cultivate continuously to improve it. Kong Huangtian said. Yes. Also, the top 10 divine abilities in the world are just a general ranking. It mainly depends on the depth of one's cultivation. The deeper one cultivates, the stronger one is. I can deprive the 10th divine ability of the spatial divine ability, but I can only deprive the mysterious spatial divine ability. After that, I can't continue to improve the spatial divine ability. As for the Nether River Patriarch's spatial divine ability, I can't deprive him. Therefore, you need to continue to improve it. Kong Huangtian instructed. Yes. We will definitely study this divine ability. We won't let down the precious wealth that the old ancestor left for us. Blind Kong said. Yes. Do you know the ranking of the divine beasts in the world? Kong Huangtian said. I know a little, but it's not comprehensive. I only know that the exploding beast is 9th, the heaven-swallowing tailed beast is 8th, the identical beast is 7th, the metal beast is 4th, the cricket is 3rd, and the gold beast is 2nd. Blind Kong said. Just like the divine abilities, the ranking of the divine beasts is not absolute. The ranking can be constantly changed. Kong Huangtian said. Yes. Blind Kong nodded. My peacock race is ranked 5th. Kong Huangtian explained. Ah. The Kong family disciples were shocked. His peacock clan was actually the 5th divine beast. The top 10 divine beasts each have more than one divine ability. The exploding beast has the divine abilities Restore and Merge. The heaven-swallowing tailed beast has the divine abilities Swallow All and Refine All. The identical beast has the divine abilities Transform and Duplicate. Kong Huangtian said. Then what about my peacock race? Blind Kong asked excitedly. Could it be that the Kong family bloodline had other divine abilities besides the deprived divine ability? Deprive, parasitize. Kong Huangtian said. Parasitize? What's that? Blind Kong frowned. Not to mention seeing it, he had never even heard of it. His bloodline had such a divine ability. How come he had never noticed it? Kong Huangtian did not explain and continued to look in the direction of Eternal Domain. Eternal Domain. As the group of heaven-swallowing tailed beasts continued to wreak havoc, the entire Eternal Domain had undergone earth-shattering changes. The heaven-swallowing tailed beasts devoured the earth, and huge craters appeared one after another. They continued to devour and eat until they reached the depths of the earth, and lava shot up into the sky. A sea of fire spread, and earthquakes continued. The entire Eternal Domain seemed to be on the verge of breaking apart. Under the assault of water and fire, fog rose into the sky. She had already transformed into her human form. She clutched her chest and flew around. Empress, you were heavily injured in the battle with 7 kills. You should rest for a while. Jin Dayu advised. I'm fine. I want to find Yan Chuan. I want to find Yan Chuan. She shouted anxiously. In the distance, 2 heaven-swallowing tailed beasts were fighting as if they wanted to devour each other. The way the heaven-devouring tailed beasts devoured each other was different from the way the exploding beasts did it. The exploding beasts had merged into one and their strength would increase exponentially. On the other hand, the heaven-devouring tailed beasts devoured each other as if they were devouring an expert. She quickly flew over. No, these two aren't either. She said anxiously. Whoosh! Once again, she flew away. Jin Dayu followed closely behind. Chapter 1435. The sound of the eternal domain crumbling could be heard without end. Countless cultivators fled to the outside world, but there was also a large number of cultivators flying in. Great Jin's East factory guards and scouts from various factions were pouring into the eternal domain. Seawater and volcanoes collided, and mist rose into the sky. The entire eternal domain was like a huge boiler, boiling and chaotic. Outer South Continent, Imperial Sky Territory. Kong Huangtian stared northwest at the eternal domain. Middle Sky Continent's border. Defeating armies, Tan Lang, Zhu Men, and Wu Chu, the four commanders of the Purple Micro-Celestial Army, stood at the peak of a mountain and looked coldly to the south. With their 15th layer eyesight, they could naturally see through most of the world and see everything in the eternal domain. Yan Chuan has already been eaten by the heaven-devouring tailed beast. Do we still want to go? Defeating armies frowned. Yes, why not? Tan Lang said solemnly. Huh. Look at the sky above Xianyang City in the outer East Continent. Tan Lang said solemnly. Everyone looked at the sky above Xianyang. Above Xianyang, the Sea of Providence was still churning. As long as Yan Chuan is alive, the Providence will not be extinguished. If the Sea of Providence continues to churn, Yan Chuan will definitely still be alive. Tan Lang said solemnly. But that's because there are two Yan Chuan. One is dead, and the other is alive. That's why the Sea of Providence is fine. Wu Chu frowned. Even so, the Sea of Providence only shook for a while before recovering. So, I'm guessing that Yan Chuan is still alive. Tan Lang said solemnly. Yes. Everyone nodded. However, that heaven-devouring tailed beast is truly powerful. The brave star of the celestial longevity realm is a 14th layer expert. After swallowing it, it was digested in the blink of an eye. Zhu Men frowned. That's why we have to go. Why isn't Yan Chuan dead? Tan Lang frowned. Yes. Everyone nodded. Let's go. Boom. A group of people charged straight towards the everlasting domain. Middle Sky Continent, Purple Micro Palace. Great Emperor Purple Micro sat on the dragon throne with Wen Chu standing in front of him. The four of them went to the eternal domain. Great Emperor Ziwei asked in a low voice. Yes, I allowed it. If you want to blame someone, you should blame me. It's just that when Pejuan came back that day, he was in such a miserable state. Our Ziwei celestial realm has always been the ones bullying others. We have never been bullied before. Wen Chu said solemnly. Great Emperor Ziwei took a deep breath and did not reprimand Wen Chu. Instead, he looked to the south, as if his gaze had already followed defeating armies and the others to the eternal domain. Southwest Region, Celestial Longevity Realm. 7 kills brought his injured subordinates to the entrance of a territory. Sir, should we report this to the Lord? A subordinate asked. Of course, your 72 earthly fiend stars have never suffered such a great loss. 5 of you have died. How are you going to explain this to the Lord? What face do I have left in front of the other corps commanders? Moreover, the 5 of them have gone through life and death with me. If I don't take revenge, how can I face the 5 of them? 7 kills said. Yes. The subordinates clenched their fists and nodded. Sir, you were fighting with Mo Yushi earlier, and you look quite battered. Shouldn't you tidy up your clothes before going to see the Lord? There's still blood at the corner of your mouth. A subordinate said. Tidy up? Of course not. We were bullied, so the Lord intervened. Blood? 7 kills wiped the corner of his mouth with his hand. He immediately smeared the blood from the corner of his mouth on his face. Then, he messed up his tidy long hair, making him look even more miserable. The subordinates looked at 7 kills blankly. Quick, find a door plank. Carry me to the Longevity Palace. 7 Kills said. The subordinates were speechless. Longevity Palace, Celestial Longevity Realm. Great Emperor Chongsheng was presiding over a court meeting. Report. Great Emperor, Lord 7 Kills is back, a subordinate shouted. Report when you're back. Have you learned your manners? Little brat, you must have caused trouble again. Great Emperor Chongsheng scolded from his dragon throne. Great Emperor Chongsheng did not have the majesty of an emperor like Great Emperor Ziwei. Although he scolded, the subordinates knew that Great Emperor Chongsheng was very close to his subordinates. Especially 7 Kills. Great Emperor Chongsheng treated him like his own son. He had valued him greatly since the beginning of the Second Era. Lord 7 Kills was carried back. He's seriously injured and on the verge of death. The subordinate said softly. What? Everyone in the hall exclaimed in surprise. Bring him in. Great Emperor Chongsheng shouted. Soon, 7 Kills was carried into the Longevity Palace with a broken door plank. 7 Kills' face was covered in blood. His clothes were tattered, and his hair was disheveled. He looked extremely battered. The 7 subordinates behind him were no longer as tidy as before. Their hair was also disheveled by 7 Kills. 7 Kills. A group of officials rushed out of the hall and shouted. 7 Kills, how did you end up like this? Who did this? Bastard, I saw the 5 earthly fiend stars being destroyed. I didn't expect this. Bastard. There was an uproar in the hall. Who would have thought that the commander of the 6th Army would be bullied to this extent? 7 Kills seemed to be quite good at acting. He squeezed out a tear with difficulty. My lord, you have to uphold justice for me. 7 Kills said as if he had been wronged. Great Emperor Chongsheng panicked. He quickly stood up from the dragon throne and took 2 steps forward with his fat body. He immediately walked in front of 7 Kills. My lord, you have to avenge me. And my 5 brothers, you have to avenge me. 7 Kills said as he wiped away the tears that were rolling down his face. How dare you? What's going on? Old 6, who bullied you? A few legion commanders immediately shouted. 7 Kills subordinates lowered their heads as much as possible and blushed. They were too embarrassed to let others see their shame. Their lord was too good at pretending to be pitiful. The commanders were filled with righteous indignation. Great Emperor Chongsheng's mouth twitched. He muttered to himself, little bastard, you even lied to me. It's the sky-devouring tail beast. And that empress of the Great Jin Imperial Court, Mo Yushi. She's the Dark Phoenix. My lord, brothers, you have to avenge me. 7 Kills said pitifully. Mo Yushi. Little bastard, I don't know Mo Yushi. She's such a polite person. Why would she bother you if you didn't provoke her? How many times have I told you not to cause trouble for those from the Great Jin Celestial Court when you see them? You're still trying to trick me. Tell me the truth. Great Emperor Chongsheng shouted. My lord, I'm really not hiding anything. I've been bullied. 7 Kills was speechless. He didn't know why his lord was so nice to the Great Jin Imperial Court. Bully my ass. Don't you think I know you're a troublemaker? When I was in the Great Jin Imperial Court, I saw Mo Yushi many times. If you weren't a bastard, why would Mo Yushi bother you for no reason? Besides, how could Mo Yushi be stronger than you? You don't even know how to tell on her now. Great Emperor Chongsheng's face was full of disappointment. 7 Kills was speechless. Get up. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Great Emperor Chongsheng scolded. 7 Kills felt helpless. Back in the celestial longevity plane, none of the army commanders would be able to see through his feigned illness. Only Heavenly Emperor Longevity would be able to see through his feigned illness. It was as though Heavenly Emperor Longevity knew better than the worm in his stomach. 7 Kills couldn't keep up the act anymore. He slowly climbed up from the door. He grunted as he got up. He no longer looked like he was on his last breath. All the Legion commanders were speechless. "My lord, how did you see through it?" "I already used a secret technique," 7 Kills said strangely. Great Emperor Changxing didn't say anything, but a trace of disdain appeared in his heart. "How did you see through it?" "These are all leftovers from my past games." Chapter 1436. As time passed, the Eternal Domain was on the verge of collapse. Much of the coastline had collapsed, and seawater had flooded into the interior. When it came into contact with the lava, steam rose into the sky, and torrential rain fell. Over the past few days, the Great Zhen had been searching for Yan Chuan's whereabouts. 200 heaven-devouring tailed beasts devoured countless cultivators. The goal of the heaven-devouring tailed beasts was to quickly grow stronger and stronger. The heaven-devouring tail beasts didn't belong to a tribe. Thus, when there was a shortage of cultivators, they could only devour each other. Each heaven-devouring tail beast represented a tremendous amount of power. Although they didn't have the ability to merge with others like the exploding beast, eating one heaven-devouring tail beast was more beneficial than eating countless cultivators. Boom! Of the 200 heaven-devouring tail beasts fighting each other, only the strongest would be enough. The Great Zhen factory guards risked their lives to enter the everlasting domain and send news back to Xianyang City. Lu Buwei was in charge of receiving all kinds of information. The seven-tailed heaven-devouring beast that devoured the Celestial Emperor hasn't appeared yet. Lu Buwei frowned. Yes, Minister Lu. The seven-tailed divine beast has appeared a total of 4 times. Each time, it devoured a heaven-devouring tail beast. Now, it's 200 meters long. However, it burrows into the ground each time, making it difficult for the factory guards to find it, an official said respectfully. And the others? News keeps coming in that large groups of heaven-devouring tail beasts are killing each other. There should only be 10 of them left, but each of them is over 200 meters long. The largest is 240 meters long. They're searching for each other and hunting each other down. Pass on my orders. Continue to search for the Celestial Emperor. Lu Buwei said. Yes. In the everlasting domain. The few remaining heaven-devouring tail beasts were gnawing on mud as they searched for each other. At this moment, a loud cry rang out from somewhere in the heart of everlasting domain. Screech. The void of the eternal domain began to tremble violently. Ya, ya. The heaven-devouring tail beast's eyes lit up. From the sound of the cry, they could tell that it came from a peerless expert. Ya, ya. The heaven-devouring tail beasts immediately stopped gnawing on mud and rushed toward the source of the cry. Rumble. At the same time, the rumbling sounds of battle could be heard everywhere. It was Mo Yushi, Bai Qi, and Jin Dayu, fighting against a 2,000 zhang long heaven-devouring tail beast. Killing Path Golden Body. The Bell of Chaos. Ming. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu, one on the left and one on the right, interfered with the sky-devouring tail beast. Mo Yushi turned into a streak of black light and slammed into the back of the sky-devouring tailed beast. Boom! The heaven-devourer beast didn't suffer any injuries from the collision, but it was even more enraged. It swung its tail wildly, trying to swallow everyone. The heaven-devouring tailed beast is still chasing after us. How troublesome. Bai Qi frowned. That's right. If the Empress wasn't here, both of us might have been swallowed. Jin Dayu smiled bitterly. We can't go on like this. If this drags on, the other heaven-devouring tail beasts will be attracted here. Ya, ya. The heaven-devouring tailed beast waved its tail anxiously. Mo Yushi had turned into the Black Phoenix, but she couldn't do anything. The heaven-devouring tailed beast was too difficult to deal with. Neither of them could do anything to the other, but they could keep Mo Yushi busy. Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, back off. I'm going to use my secret technique. Mo Yushi shouted. Yes. The two of them quickly backed off. Without the two of them, the heaven-devouring tailed beast had a much easier time. Ya, ya. The heaven-devouring tailed beast's tail grew so long that it covered the sky, wrapping the black phoenix in the center. 12 Paths of Reincarnation. Mo Yushi shouted. The 12 huge tails spread out and the 12 paths of reincarnation surged towards the heaven-devouring tailed beast. Ah! The heaven-devouring tailed beast didn't care about anything. It opened its mouth and tried to swallow the 12 tails along with the paths of reincarnation. Reincarnation collapse, explode. Mo Yushi shouted. Boom! The 12 paths of reincarnation exploded in the heaven-devouring tailed beast's mouth. The huge explosion caused the surrounding space to collapse. Ah! The heaven-devouring tailed beast was sent flying in pain. A huge crack appeared in its mouth. 3 of its 8 tails were broken. Its entire body was smashed. The heaven-devouring tailed beast was finally heavily injured. Mo Yushi's 12 tails were instantly blown to smithereens. Pfft! The recoil caused Mo Yushi to spit out a mouthful of blood. She hurriedly flew out of the collapsed black hole. She transformed into her human form. However, her human form was extremely pitiful. Her back was a mess of flesh and blood and her face was extremely pale. Empress, you. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu shouted. Cough, cough. Let's go. The heaven-devouring tailed beast recovers quickly. Once it recovers, we won't be able to escape. Mo Yushi said bitterly. Yes. The two of them didn't dare to hesitate. They quickly summoned a cloud for Mo Yushi to land on. Just as the 3 of them were about to escape. Ya! Suddenly, there was another cry. A heaven-devouring tailed beast blocked their path. How is this possible? How did it recover so quickly? Mo Yushi cried out in shock. No, not that one. This one is 210 feet tall. Jin Dayu shouted. Ya! Whoosh! Another heaven-devouring tailed beast appeared. Ya! A third heaven-devouring tailed beast appeared. Ya! 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 In just a short while, the 3 of them were surrounded by 9 huge heaven-devouring tailed beasts. Mo Yushi and the other two's escape came to an abrupt halt. One 200-foot heaven-devouring tailed beast had already caused Mo Yushi to pay a heavy price to escape. Now, there were 9 of them. Even the smallest was 200 feet tall. How were they supposed to deal with them? The 3 of them landed at the foot of a mountain. They looked up at the 9 huge heaven-devouring tailed beasts in the sky. All of the heaven-devouring tailed beasts are here. Jin Dayu smiled bitterly. The first person the 9 heaven-devouring tailed beasts took a liking to was Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi was heavily injured, but the heaven-devouring tailed beasts could taste her deliciousness. Although they didn't know who the Dark Phoenix was, they knew that Mo Yushi was the strongest. Eating her would be very beneficial to them. Ya! The heaven-devouring tailed beasts cried out happily. However, their joyful cries were jarring to the ears of Jin Dayu and the others. Is it over? Mo Yushi said bitterly. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu also held their breaths. Jin Dayu, send a message to Xianyang. If Yan Chuan comes back alive, tell him that if there's a next life, I'll still be his wife. Mo Yushi said with a sad smile. Maybe the Empress will be fine. The Heavenly Emperor will be fine. Maybe the Empress will be fine too. Even if. Jin Dayu comforted her. Send the message. Mo Yushi shook her head. They were in a desperate situation. There was no way to escape. This wasn't Xianyang. There was nothing they could do. Ya, ya, ya. The heaven-devouring tailed beasts glared at each other for a while. Then, they pounced on Mo Yushi, Jin Dayu, and Bai Qi. Mo Yushi was heavily injured. There was nothing she could do. After asking Jin Dayu to send a message to Xianyang, Mo Yushi closed her eyes. She recalled how good Yan Chuan was. At the moment of death, Mo Yushi's mouth revealed a trace of a happy smile. Ya! The heaven-devouring tailed beasts charged. The one at the front was about to swallow Mo Yushi whole. Boom! Beneath Mo Yushi's feet, the ground suddenly exploded with a loud bang, and a large piece of land exploded. A beam of green light shot up into the sky. Roar! Suddenly, a ferocious roar came from beneath the shattered earth. A huge creature broke out of the ground. It was a seven-tailed heaven-devouring beast that was 2,000 feet long. However, its head was green, and its eyes shone with a sharp green light. There was also a pair of dragon horns on its head. The dragon horn-tailed beast charged at the heaven-devouring tailed beast at the front. Boom! Under the huge impact, the surrounding void suddenly became chaotic. The heaven-devouring tailed beast's rhythm was disrupted by the dragon horn-tailed beast. All the heaven-devouring tailed beasts froze. They looked at the strange creature in front of them in shock. Mo Yushi was prepared to die. However, when she saw the dragon horn-tailed beast, her expression changed. Yan Chuan! Mo Yushi shouted in joy. The dragon horn-tailed beast stood on the ground with three tails. It seemed to be protecting Bai Qi, Jin Dayu, and Mo Yushi. The Emperor of Heaven. Jin Dayu and Bai Qi were overjoyed. Mo Yushi was so emotional that tears welled up in her eyes. The dragon horn-tailed beast looked down at the three of them. Its eyes were still cold. It looked at them blankly as if it did not know them. However, it was instinctively protecting them. The dragon horn-tailed beast turned its head. It did not seem to like this feeling. Roar! It roared at the three of them. Ya, ya, ya! The heaven-devouring tailed beasts looked at the dragon horn-tailed beast curiously. Roar! The dragon horn-tailed beast roared at the heaven-devouring tailed beasts. It was as if it was provoking all the heaven-devouring tailed beasts. The dragon horn-tailed beast's provocation angered the heaven-devouring tailed beasts. They looked ferocious. The dragon horn-tailed beast did not care. It swung its huge tail and it instantly grew. In the blink of an eye, it reached the heaven-devouring tailed beast that Mo Yushi had injured. The heaven-devouring tailed beast was covered in wounds. However, its wounds were healing quickly. Suddenly, it wrapped its tail around the dragon horn-tailed beast. Ya! The dragon horn-tailed beast cried out in confusion. Whoosh! It was pulled to the dragon horn-tailed beast. Awoo! The dragon horn-tailed beast opened its mouth and swallowed it. Rumble! The dragon horn-tailed beast's body slowly expanded. The heaven-devouring tailed beasts on the other side looked even more ferocious. After all, the heaven-devouring tailed beasts would devour the other beasts when there were other beasts around. This was the common understanding of the heaven-devouring tailed beasts. It was also the reason why they were only fighting for Mo Yushi in the beginning. This dragon horn-tailed beast had gone too far. In an instant, the 9 heaven-devouring tailed beasts saw the dragon horn-tailed beast as their enemy. They looked ferocious and were ready to kill the dragon horn-tailed beast. Chapter 1437. In the everlasting domain, sea fog filled the sky. At the north coast. Boom! 4 figures appeared at the seaside. Pejuan, Tan Lang, Ju Men, and Wu Chu. We've been delayed for a while. We're finally here. Tan Lang said. Unfortunately, the fog is so thick that we can't see them clearly. Wu Chu frowned. It's okay. We'll find Yan Chuan soon. Let's go in. Tan Lang said. Okay. Boom. The group of people rushed into the everlasting domain. Roar. The dragon horn-tailed beast roared and pounced on the 9 heaven-devouring tail beasts. Boom. The 10 tails tangled together. The dragon horn-tailed beast knew that it was 1 against 9, so it tried its best to stay together. Ah! The dragon horn-tailed beast bit down on a group of tails. Its own tail was bitten as well. Yah! The group of heaven-devouring tail beasts cried out in pain. The group of heaven-devouring tail beasts immediately let go of their tails. However, the dragon horn-tailed beast did not seem to be afraid of pain and continued to bite down on the group of tails. 2 of its own tails were bitten off again. Yah, yah! The group of heaven-devouring tail beasts waved their huge tails in pain. For a moment, the void around them shattered. Mo Yushi, Bai Qi, and Jin Dayu quickly took the opportunity to escape to a safe place. The 3 of them knew that they could not help at all. Even if they stayed, they would not be of any help. They might even affect the dragon horn-tailed beast's battle. Roar! The dragon horn-tailed beast roared angrily. Swoosh! Suddenly, countless blood seas appeared in all directions. As soon as the blood seas appeared, they drowned the group of heaven-devouring tail beasts. At this moment, the group of heaven-devouring tail beasts did not have the mood to devour the blood seas. Their tails were bitten off and they wanted to take revenge on the dragon horn-tailed beast. The blood seas were in chaos. Suddenly, they could not tell who was who. Yah, yah! Roar! The group of heaven-devouring tail beasts roared angrily. Suddenly, the group of heaven-devouring tail beasts saw a tail beast sweep over. Rumble! The blood seas continued to fill up the void. The original battle suddenly became chaotic. No one knew who they were fighting, but that was no longer important. They just needed to eat the other party. Boom! Boom! In the blood sea, a group of heaven-devouring tailed beasts fought each other. The sea of blood filled the sky, surging with invincibility. Ah woo! Ah woo! After fighting for a while, the sound of swallowing could be heard. Waves of powerful auras were constantly being emitted. Clearly, some of the heaven-devouring tailed beasts were growing stronger. In the outside world, Mo Yushi's eyes were filled with worry. Blood Sea Divine Ability, this is Yan Chuan's divine ability. As expected, Yan Chuan is still alive. Mo Yushi was worried, but her eyes were filled with joy. Everyone waited patiently for an unknown period of time. Boom! All of a sudden, the sea of blood exploded and dispersed. The original 10 heaven-devouring tail beasts had all been used up. Only 2 heaven-devouring tail beasts were left, biting each other. 2 heaven-devouring tailed beasts that were 250 feet long. 1 dragon horn, the other 8 tails. They bit each other's tails and stared at each other, glaring at each other. Roar! Roar! The 2 heaven-devouring tail beasts continued to compete. Neither was willing to give in. Neither was able to eat the other. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and 4 figures appeared in midair. Defeating armies, Tan Lang, Juman, and Wu Chu had all arrived. Ha, I told you. Tan Lang sneered. Yan Chuan. Defeating armies suddenly roared. The dragon horn-tailed beast was stunned for a moment, as if it was very sensitive to the name Yan Chuan. This slight pause gave the other tailed beast a chance to attack. Crack! Another tail of the dragon horn-tailed beast was bitten off. At the same time, the tailed beast chased after the dragon horn-tailed beast, opening its mouth and swallowing it whole. No! Mo Yushi screamed in horror. The tailed beast that Yan Chuan was in was eaten again. Oh! Defeating armies frowned. Rumble. The eight-tailed heaven-devouring tail beast's body suddenly expanded again. Soon, its body grew from 250 feet to 280 feet. Yah, yah! The last heaven-devouring tail beast cried out happily. However, after just 2 cries, his face suddenly revealed a pained expression, and he quickly rolled on the ground in pain. Yah, yah! The last heaven-devouring tail beast rolled on the ground in pain. As it rolled, it was surrounded by smoke and dust. What's going on? Tanlang frowned. Yen Chuan. Mo Yushi flew over anxiously. Bai Qi and Jin Dayu followed closely behind. Ha, the Empress of Dezhen. And 2 generals of Dezhen. Defeating armies looked at them with hatred. Boom! Another loud noise came from the smoke and dust. The noise gradually subsided, and the smoke and dust slowly dissipated. 2 huge dragon horns appeared on the head of the heaven-devouring tail beast. It opened its eyes and 2 beams of green light shot out. Middle Sky Continent, Ziwei Palace. Great Emperor Ziwei had been watching defeating armies and his group. His vision pierced through the fog and he instantly saw the new heaven-devouring tail beast. Yen Chuan. He's controlling the new heaven-devouring tail beast? Great Emperor Ziwei said with a dark expression. In the distance, the new heaven-devouring tail beast turned its head and looked at Mo Yushi and then at defeating armies and his group. It was as if it didn't recognize Mo Yushi, but it could tell who was hostile towards it. The hostility came from defeating armies, Tanlang, Ju Men, and Wu Chu, roar. The heaven-devouring tail beast roared at the 4 of them instinctively. Huh, you think you can escape just because you've turned into a beast? Today, I'll pay you back 100-fold for the humiliation you've suffered back then. Defeating armies shouted angrily. Roar! The heaven-devouring tail beast acted on instinct and didn't waste time talking. Its 4 huge tails immediately rushed towards the 4 of them. Huh! The 4 of them were stunned. 1 against 4. Yen Chuan really didn't want to live anymore. They each took out their weapons and slashed at the 4 huge tails. Boom! 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 After a series of collisions, the space shattered. The weapons and the huge tails retreated. However, the huge tails weren't injured at all. What? The 4 commanders' expressions suddenly changed. In the distance, Great Emperor Ziwei also narrowed his eyes. A trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. Roar! The heaven-devouring tail beast roared and rushed towards the 4 of them again. Rumble! 8 huge tails broke through the space and swept towards the 4 of them again. Watch out! Tanlang yelled. Boom! 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 After another collision, the heaven-devouring tail beast became fiercer and fiercer. The 4 of them attacked with all their might. Only Tanlang's attack left a huge wound on one of the huge tails. The other 3 couldn't even move the huge tails. The heaven-devouring tail beast was in pain. It twisted its head and opened its mouth to swallow Tanlang. You're asking for it. Sky-breaking sword. Tanlang stabbed his sword into the heaven-devouring tail beast's mouth. Awoo! The huge sword energy was swallowed by the heaven-devouring tail beast. It didn't back down and pounced again. Bastard! Tanlang's expression changed. He struck out with his palm. As he struck out with his palm, the shadow of a huge wolf seemed to appear in the air. It pounced on the heaven-devouring tail beast. Awoo! It swallowed the heaven-devouring tail beast. The heaven-devouring tail beast was getting closer and closer to Tanlang. What? Tanlang exclaimed. The other 3's expressions changed. Seeing that Tanlang was in trouble, they immediately stabbed their weapons at the heaven-devouring tail beast. Boom! 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 After 3 heavy attacks, the heaven-devouring tail beast was finally stopped. Tanlang immediately escaped. However, the heaven-devouring tail beast had too many tails. One of them instantly wrapped around defeating armies and tied him up. Ah! Defeating armies' expression changed. Let go of defeating armies. Tanlang exclaimed. Juman and Wuxia's expressions changed as well. They had just escaped when they pounced on the heaven-devouring tail beast again. Their weapons were even more ferocious. Squeak! The heaven-devouring tail beast cried out in pain. However, at this moment, another tail wrapped around Juman. Ah! Juman screamed. He was immediately tied up by the tail and could not move. Cut off his tail and save defeating armies and Juman. Tanlang exclaimed. Tanlang and Wuxia cut off one tail each and slashed at the heaven-devouring tail beast's 2 huge tails. Boom! Before Wuxia could use his full power, another tail wrapped around him. However, Tanlang's attack was powerful. It shattered the void and cut off defeating army's tail. Squeak! The heaven-devouring tail beast cried out in pain. However, another tail bound defeating armies, who had just escaped, once again. In just a short while, only Tanlang was left of the 4 powerhouses. The other 3 were caught in the tail and looked terrified. Defeating armies. Juman. Wuxia. The 3's astral energy could not break free from the heaven-devouring tail beast's power. Let them go. Tanlang said anxiously. Squeak! The heaven-devouring tail beast looked fierce. It blocked Tanlang's attack while preparing to send the 3 into its mouth. Mo Yushi, Bai Qi, and Jin Dayu looked at the heaven-devouring tail beast in front of them in shock. The 4 of them are all level 15. How can the Celestial Emperor be so powerful? Jin Dayu said in shock. Isn't this too fierce? Middle Sky Continent, Ziwei Palace. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression changed when he saw that his 4 subordinates were about to be killed. Heaven-devouring tail beast. Bastard! Great Emperor Ziwei glared. He sat on the dragon throne and suddenly emitted a purple light. The purple light left his body and formed a transparent human figure of Great Emperor Ziwei. Wen Chu, guard my body. I'll send my projection over. Great Emperor Ziwei's projection shouted. Yes. Wen Chu answered. The transparent projection of Great Emperor Ziwei dashed forward. Whoosh! It disappeared from the spot. As for his real body, it sat on the dragon throne without moving. Eternal Domain. Tanlang's sword slashed down fiercely. Roar! The heaven-devouring tail beast did not care at all. It sent the 3 cultivators into its mouth in the blink of an eye. It was not afraid of the energy saber. It would eat them all. No! Tanlang roared in despair. The 3 brothers from the second epoch were going to be eaten right in front of their eyes. Tanlang, save me! Pejun, Ju Men, and Wu Chu cried out. But Tanlang could do nothing. Just as the 3 of them were about to be eaten. Suddenly, a purple light appeared from the north and slammed into the heaven-devouring tail beast. Boom! A force several times stronger than Tanlang's collided. The heaven-devouring tail beast was sent flying from the center of Eternal Domain. The huge force shattered the void and sent it flying to the seaside of Eternal Domain. A super heavy blow. Chapter 1438. Boom! A force that was several times stronger than Tanlang's hit sent the heaven-devouring tailed beast flying from the center of the everlasting domain. Under the huge force, it shattered the void and flew to the seaside of the everlasting domain. A super heavy blow. It crossed half the domain. Under the huge force, Pejun, Ju Men, and Wu Chu were freed and sent to different places. They were all overjoyed. One had to know that they were almost eaten just now. The heaven-devouring tailed beast's digestive ability was obvious to all. Although they had never eaten a 15th-level celestial plane cultivator before, they could not guarantee that they would not be digested. Boom! The heaven-devouring tailed beast only stopped after destroying a large mountain range. In the distance, everyone flew towards the heaven-devouring tailed beast. The heaven-devouring tailed beast was buried in a pile of ruins. It was stunned by the sudden attack. After a while. Crack! Crack! The heaven-devouring tailed beast slowly stirred the ruins and got up. In the outside world, 5 figures were standing in the air. Tan Lang, Ju Men, Pa Jun, Wu Chu, and a purple transparent figure exuded a majestic aura. Under the purple transparent figure's feet was a vast triangular arched altar. The Great Emperor's altar. Thank you, my lord. Pa Jun and the other 2 bowed gratefully. Great Emperor Ziwei. Great Emperor Ziwei's attack had saved everyone just now. The transparent figure in front of them was a projection of Great Emperor Ziwei. He had arrived in the everlasting domain from such a long distance away in the blink of an eye. Great Emperor Ziwei's strength was indescribably fierce. Great Emperor Ziwei's eyes were cold as he looked at the heaven-devouring tailed beast that had crawled out of the ruins. Roar! The heaven-devouring tailed beast growled. The heaven-devouring tailed beast roared at Great Emperor Ziwei. Its eyes flashed with anger. It had almost eaten something delicious just now, but it had been ruined by him. Humph, Yen Chuan. Great Emperor Ziwei snorted coldly. Roar! The heaven-devouring tailed beast roared. Swinging its 7 tails, the sky-devouring tail beast looked like it was going to eat all 5 of them. My lord, this beast is really powerful. This subordinate is at the middle stage of the 15th heavenly layer. With the help of Army Destroyer, Juman, and Wuxia, I barely managed to cut off one of its tails. Tan Lang said bitterly. They had thought that they would be able to tear down all obstacles before them, but after encountering this monster, they realized that other than themselves, they had nearly been wiped out. Master, this monster is very strange. It doesn't seem to have Yen Chuan's intelligence, but it can use some of Yen Chuan's abilities. Defeating Army said. Roar! The sky-devouring tailed beast let out another roar. Its huge tail stretched out with a loud rumble. It grew longer and charged towards Great Emperor Ziwei. He wanted to take revenge for the previous attack. The giant tail lashed out like a heavy sword. It tore through the void and arrived in front of Great Emperor Ziwei in the blink of an eye. Great Emperor Ziwei's eyes turned cold. He extended his right index and middle finger and pointed them at the giant tail. Between Great Emperor Ziwei's right index and middle finger, a blood-red ball of light suddenly appeared. It was like a blood-red demonic star shooting out from his fingertips. It was extremely beautiful. His 2 fingers touched the giant tail. Boom! The sky-devouring tailed beast's tail suddenly exploded. Ya, ya! The sky-devouring tailed beast suddenly cried out in pain. 2 fingertips to break one of its tails. Tan Lang and the others all looked extremely impressed. Great Emperor Ziwei's strength had long become a legend in their eyes. In the blink of an eye, the sky-devouring tailed beast was left with only 6 tails. After being hit by Great Emperor Ziwei again, not only was it not afraid, but its eyes became even more ferocious. Roar! Roar! As it roared, the sky-devouring tailed beast pounced towards Great Emperor Ziwei again. When it opened its mouth, its expression was ferocious. It was as if it would only be satisfied after swallowing Great Emperor Ziwei completely. Beast! You're courting death. Great Emperor Ziwei narrowed his eyes. He extended his right palm. There were 7 large red moles on his right palm. It was extremely beautiful. His right palm struck out. Boom! Above the void, a huge purple energy palm suddenly appeared. However, this energy palm was different from other energy palms. Within Great Emperor Ziwei's energy palm, there were 7 blood-red light spots. They were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper, and there were 7 demonic moles on his palm. Boom! The energy palm struck the sky-devouring tailed beast's head, and the 7 demonic moles instantly shot out 7 beams of scarlet light. Bam! 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 The 7 beams of scarlet light instantly pierced through the sky-devouring tailed beast. In an instant, 7 large holes were pierced through its body. Roar! The sky-devouring tailed beast cried out in horror. On the side, Tan Lang and the others were shocked. One should know that when their attacks landed on the sky-devouring tailed beast's body, they all rebounded. Even if they attacked with all their might, they could not do anything to the beast's powerful defense. However, the 7 demonic moles on their master's palm instantly pierced 7 large holes through the beast's head. The 7 large holes on the sky-devouring tailed beast's head looked extremely ferocious. PFFTT. The energy palm dissipated. Countless colorful gases suddenly emitted from the 14 large holes on the sky-devouring tailed beast's body. It was like a balloon that had deflated. Plop! The sky-devouring tailed beast fell to the ground from midair. It could not even withstand a single attack from Great Emperor Ziwei. The ferocious sky-devouring tailed beast was no match for Great Emperor Ziwei's palm. Sizzle! Colorful gases continued to emit from the 14 bloody holes. The sky-devouring tailed beast gradually lost consciousness. Was it dead? Was it dead just like that? Yan Chuan. Mo Yushi's despairing cry suddenly came from afar. Mo Yushi was severely injured. Jin Dayu had transformed into the Golden Crow and rushed over with Bai Qi and Mo Yushi in tow. However, when they arrived, they saw the sky-devouring tailed beast killed by Great Emperor Ziwei with a single palm strike. No! Enduring the pain, Mo Yushi roared and flew toward the sky-devouring tailed beast. Yan Chuan, don't die! Yan Chuan! Mo Yushi pounced on the sky-devouring tailed beast in horror. However, the sky-devouring tailed beast kept leaking spiritual essence. Celestial Emperor. Jin Dayu and Bai Qi also rushed over in horror. The previously invincible sky-devouring tailed beast was killed with a single move. Everyone rushed toward the sky-devouring tailed beast. In mid-air, Pajun and the others admired Great Emperor Ziwei even more. My lord is invincible, everyone exclaimed in their hearts. So what if it was the sky-devouring tailed beast? He killed it with a single move. Their lord was too powerful. No wonder he was the most powerful Great Emperor. However, Great Emperor Ziwei frowned. There are still signs of life. Huh. Everyone was slightly stunned. As the sky-devouring tailed beast leaked spiritual essence, its entire body seemed to be rapidly decaying. The sky-devouring tailed beast was dead. It had been killed by Great Emperor Ziwei. Its body was decaying. Mo Yushi rushed over with tears streaming down her face. She kept calling out Yan Chuan's name. Just as Mo Yushi was calling out, cough. A soft cough came from the sky-devouring tailed beast's body. Mo Yushi's crying stopped slightly. Everyone suddenly quieted down. Cough, cough. There were 2 more coughs. The sky-devouring tailed beast's body was rapidly decaying. Mo Yushi quickly dug through the rotten flesh. Soon, she found a sack inside. A naked man was wrapped in the sack. The man seemed to have fallen into a coma. He was slowly waking up. Cough, cough. The man coughed again. Yan Chuan, Yan Chuan, Yan Chuan. Mo Yushi cried out excitedly. Rip. Mo Yushi tore open the sack, revealing Yan Chuan's head. Yan Chuan, that's great. You're fine. Mo Yushi hugged Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan was in Mo Yushi's arms. He slowly opened his eyes. He was slightly stunned. At this moment, in the great Qin city of the netherworld, Zombie Yan Chuan suddenly opened his eyes. Phew, I can finally feel my human body again. Eternal domain. Yan Chuan. Defeating armies shouted. Yan Chuan, who was in Mo Yushi's arms, suddenly focused his empty eyes. Yan Chuan in human form had awakened. Zombie Yan Chuan transmitted his will, and Yan Chuan in human form had regained his consciousness. Yan Chuan in human form frowned as he looked at the 5 people in midair. Tan Lang, defeating armies, Wuxia, and Juman. There was also a transparent person in purple imperial robes. He was standing on the great emperor's altar. His identity was obvious. Great Emperor Ziwei. Yan Chuan's expression darkened. Great Emperor Ziwei stared at Yan Chuan and narrowed his eyes slightly. Yan Chuan. How have you been since we last met? Great Emperor Ziwei said calmly. Back then, in the heavenly sea of the outer North Continent, Great Emperor Ziwei had accepted the position of a saint. Although he didn't talk to Yan Chuan back then, they still met once. Great Emperor Ziwei. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Just now, how did you control the heaven-devouring tailed beast? Great Emperor Ziwei asked curiously. Although the heaven-devouring tailed beast was nothing to Great Emperor Ziwei, he was still curious about it. Yan Chuan's cultivation was only at the 12th layer of heaven. How could a 12th layer of heaven control a 15th layer of heaven control a 15th layer of heaven? To be able to control a heaven-devouring tailed beast with a gap of 3 layers, there must be something special about it. Control. Yan Chuan frowned and thought for a while. Stop pretending. What's the point? Defeating armies suddenly shouted. Do you have the right to speak? Yan Chuan looked at defeating armies. Bastard, what did you say? Defeating armies shouted angrily. The humiliation in the past was still vivid in his mind. Now, he was humiliating him in front of Great Emperor Ziwei again. If it weren't for Great Emperor Ziwei, defeating armies would have killed Yan Chuan immediately to take revenge for the past. Yan Chuan naturally didn't need to be polite to defeating armies. Now that the situation was bad, it didn't mean that he needed to curry favor with defeating armies. Humph. Great Emperor Ziwei snorted coldly. Obviously, he was also very dissatisfied with Yan Chuan's attitude. Yan Chuan, I'll ask you again. How did you control the heaven-devouring tailed beast? Great Emperor Ziwei asked coldly again. As he spoke, a powerful aura pressed down on Yan Chuan and the others. Boom! The rotten corpse of the heaven-devouring tailed beast was instantly flattened. A powerful aura rushed towards everyone. But at this moment, a beam of green light shot out from the southeast. Boom! The green light collided with Great Emperor Ziwei's aura with a powerful aura. It brazenly blocked the impact of Great Emperor Ziwei's aura. A green transparent figure instantly blocked in front of Yan Chuan and the others. It was another projection. The number 1 person in the 3rd era, Kong Huangtian. Great Emperor Ziwei's face darkened. Chapter 1439. In front of the Imperial Celestial Palace in the southern outer continent, Kong Huangtian stood quietly with a group of Kong family members. Kong Huangtian had been paying attention to the Eternal Dominion. Most importantly, he was paying attention to Yan Chuan. Parasitism. Most of the Kong family members possessed one of the 2 divine abilities of the peacock. However, no one else had ever possessed the parasitism divine ability. Yan Chuan was the first one. Kong Huangtian looked into the distance solemnly, observing Yan Chuan. When Great Emperor Ziwei suddenly appeared and Yan Chuan was on the verge of death, Kong Huangtian finally made a move. Blind Kong, protect my body. Kong Huangtian said in a deep voice. Buzz. Kong Huangtian's body emitted a green light as a projection stepped out of his body. Yes. Blind Kong said respectfully. Boom. Kong Huantian's projection shot towards the eternal dominion and disappeared in an instant. The number one person in the third epoch, Kong Huantian. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression darkened. Kong Huantian's body was covered in green light, and his expression was indifferent. He stood in front of Yan Chuan and the others, blocking Yan Chuan and the others behind him. Middle Heaven Big Dipper Great Emperor Ziwei, I've long heard of your great name. Kong Huantian nodded. The two peerless experts stared at each other. Yan Chuan, who was behind Kong Huantian, frowned slightly as he looked at Kong Huantian solemnly. One had to know that although he had a trace of the Kong family's bloodline, he didn't have much interaction with Kong Huantian. At this critical moment, Kong Huantian was blocking in front of him. Why? Screech. A group of cultivators flew over from afar. The leader was the Kong family's patriarch, Peacock. Peacock had long been paying attention to the battle of the heaven-devouring beast, but he didn't dare to show himself. The battle here was also his main focus. It just so happened that this place wasn't far from where he was originally. Peacock C had arrived early and hid in the dark until Kong Huantian appeared. Greetings, old ancestor. Peacock and his subordinates said. Kong Huantian nodded, but he kept looking at Great Emperor Ziwei. Great Emperor Ziwei stared at Kong Huantian with a puzzled expression. Kong Huantian, I'm doing something. Why are you blocking me? Great Emperor Ziwei said calmly. Great Emperor Ziwei, may I know what you need to do? Kong Huantian asked in a deep voice. Do I need to report to you when I do things? Great Emperor Ziwei asked in a low voice. Kong Huantian shook his head and said, I know what Great Emperor Ziwei wants to do, but I want to protect Yan Chuan. I hope Great Emperor Ziwei can show mercy. Amen. Everyone looked at Kong Huantian in surprise. Protect? Great Emperor Ziwei asked coldly. Yes, Yan Chuan has our Kong clan's bloodline. Kong Huantian nodded. At this moment, no one dared to interrupt the conversation between Kong Huantian and the Great Emperor of Ziwei. Great Emperor Ziwei narrowed his eyes slightly. Just now, he was merely interrogating Yan Chuan about the secret technique that he had used. Yet, Kong Huantian suddenly came here to prevent him from interrogating Yan Chuan. Could it be that the secret technique was something shameful? Oh. The Kong clan's bloodline. Heh, it's a pity that he doesn't acknowledge your bloodline. Otherwise, why didn't he join your Kong clan when he was in the heavenly court? Great Emperor Ziwei said with a smile. Kong Huantian didn't say anything. Peacock Z suddenly turned to look at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan, are you willing to join my Kong clan? Great Emperor Ziwei's excuse was exactly what Peacock Z wanted. Peacock Z had always been thinking about how to strengthen the Kong clan and how to bring De Zhen into the Kong clan. Now that the opportunity had come, he was naturally anxious. Although Yan Chuan was weak, he wasn't stupid. He smiled coldly and said, Clan leader Kong, you must be joking. Peacock Z's expression suddenly changed. He was angry that Yan Chuan didn't cooperate. Great Emperor Ziwei smiled slightly and said, did you see that? He doesn't acknowledge your Kong clan. Kong Huantian, get out of the way. Kong Huantian shook his head and said, I didn't say that he acknowledged the Kong clan. I only said that he has the Kong clan's bloodline. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression turned cold. At the side, Peacock Z also looked at Kong Huantian in surprise. Yan Chuan didn't even acknowledge the Kong clan as his ancestor. Why did the old ancestor still want to protect him? The more Kong Huantian protected Yan Chuan, the more curious Great Emperor Ziwei became. At the same time, he became more and more serious about the previous question. Great Emperor Ziwei, please leave. Kong Huantian said again. Great Emperor Ziwei sneered and shook his head. What if I don't leave? Kong Huantian narrowed his eyes. For a moment, the atmosphere around them gradually changed. Kong Huangtian and Great Emperor Ziwei looked at each other coldly. It was as if they would immediately fight if they made the slightest move. Great Emperor Ziwei, this is the southern outer continent. Please leave. Humph, I, Ziwei, have never failed to take away anyone that I want. Their auras continued to rise as they collided with each other. Rumble. The collision of their auras created a series of sonic booms. Just as their auras reached their peak, boom. From the north, another beam of white light suddenly rushed over. A violent aura instantly dispersed the battle between Great Emperor Ziwei and Kong Huangtian. Whoosh! A white figure stopped. A fat transparent white-clothed man was standing on a huge Great Emperor altar. Pajun, Peacock Z, and the others' expressions changed. What day was it today? Why was there another Great Emperor here? Everyone looked over. Eastern Orthodox sect. Yan Chuan suddenly revealed a hint of surprise. Wasn't this the director of the Heavenly Court's Foreign Affairs Department? Why? Great Emperor Changsheng. Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. Ha 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 ha, Great Emperor Ziwei, I haven't seen you for 2 eras. You're still a real man. Great Emperor Changsheng laughed. Great Emperor Ziwei. Peacock Z and the others were confused. This was Great Emperor Changsheng. But why was his tone so strange? What are you doing here? Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. You can come, but I can't. There, that Yan Chuan is my brother. I'm here to see him. Great Emperor Changsheng said with a smile. Brother? Great Emperor Ziwei frowned. The others also looked at Great Emperor Changsheng in shock. Of course. When Yan Chuan and I were in the sealed realm, we peeked at, Great Emperor Changsheng stopped halfway through his sentence. On the other hand, Yan Chuan's face turned black. This was because Yan Chuan already knew what Dongfang Zhengpai was talking about. In the sealed world, Dongfang Zhengpai would often peek at women bathing. The first time they met, Yan Chuan bumped into him. In short, Yan Chuan and I are good brothers. Great Emperor Ziwei, what are you trying to do? Great Emperor Changsheng stood in front of Yan Chuan, looking as if he was supporting Yan Chuan. Great Emperor Ziwei narrowed his eyes and stared at Great Emperor Changsheng. The Longevity Emperor replied with a grin. Although Great Emperor Changsheng said it casually, it was obvious that he wanted to protect Yan Chuan. Kong Huangtian's attitude also made it clear that he wanted to protect Yan Chuan. A single Yan Chuan had actually used 2 peerless powerhouses to protect him. Defeating armies, Tan Lang, and the others all looked surprised. Even Peacock Z was at a loss at this moment. Great Emperor Ziwei looked at Yan Chuan meaningfully. Ha, alright. For your sake, I'll spare Yan Chuan for now. In the future, Yan Chuan won't be so lucky. Great Emperor Ziwei said in a low voice. Great Emperor Ziwei, you're really a good person. Great Emperor Changsheng said seriously. Great Emperor Ziwei. Let's go. With a wave of his sleeve, Great Emperor Ziwei led his 4 subordinates and shot towards the north. Phew, that scared me to death. I thought Ziwei was really going to fight. Great Emperor Changsheng patted his chest with a look of lingering fear. Everyone. Great Emperor Ziwei left. At this moment, Great Emperor Changsheng looked at Kong Huangtian. Kong Huangtian turned his head and looked at Yan Chuan. He had no intention of bringing him back to the Kong family. Don't die too early. Kong Huangtian said lightly. Boom. Kong Huangtian instantly shot towards the imperial palace and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Great Ancestor, Great Ancestor. Peacock Z's expression changed as he chased after Kong Huangtian. Everyone followed and left. Peacock Z still looked at Yan Chuan with some reluctance. How good would it be if Yan Chuan was his subordinate? However, This person was too insensible. Everyone left, leaving Great Emperor Changxing alone. Dongfang Jingpai? Yan Chuan asked curiously. Haha, you should just call me Changxing or Jingpai. It was fine in the past, but now I'm still using the surname Dongfang. I feel weird. After all this, I've actually become Dongfang Bubi's grandson. Great Emperor Changxing laughed. Oh. Yan Chuan was slightly surprised. Let's go. To support this projection of mine, we have to constantly spend money. Follow me to the Longevity Palace. There's no need to stay here anymore. Great Emperor Changxing said. All right. Yan Chuan nodded. He slowly stood up, and with a wave of his hand, a set of dragon robes appeared on his body. Jin Dayu, stay here. Gather the 6 dragons and wait for me at the Longevity Palace. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Jin Dayu replied. Let's go. Great Emperor Changxing flicked his sleeve. Yan Chuan, Bai Qi, and Mo Yushi immediately shot towards the celestial longevity realm. Along the way, Mo Yushi quickly took out some medicinal pills and swallowed them to recover from her injuries. Yan Chuan's body was still weak. Bai Qi supported him by the side. Underworld, Great Qin City. Clang. Zombie Yan Chuan stepped out of the training room. Celestial Emperor. The civil and military officials stood respectfully outside, looking nervously at Zombie Yan Chuan. Celestial Emperor, is everlasting domain all right? Li Si asked worriedly. Inform everyone that the crisis has been resolved. I'm safe. Zombie Yan Chuan said. Yes. Li Si smiled excitedly. News of Zombie Yan Chuan's safety quickly spread to Xianyang. Immediately, Xianyang's ministers and empress cheered. Meow. That's great. It's finally all right. Meow cried. But what happened? Lu was still worried. Let's go to the underworld and ask Yan Chuan. ZZ smiled. Okay. Zhao Fang nodded immediately. With the crisis resolved, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, in Xianyang's heavenly pavilion, silver-eyed Yan Chuan sat in the center of the Great Hall. There were 3,000 pillars of light in the Great Hall, each surging with energy. Compared to when he first started, he was much more proficient. Gradually, his form became the same as the space in the heaven-devouring tail beast's mouth. The cycle of the heavenly Tao is indeed mysterious. The 3,000 heavenly Tao can finally merge into one. Silver-eyed Yan Chuan sighed. Chapter 1440. Yang Realm, Southwest Continent, Celestial Longevity Realm. The officials were guarding Emperor Changxing's body. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and Emperor Changxing's projection returned. Along with him were 3 haggard figures, Yan Chuan, Bai Qi, and Mo Yushi. Welcome back, my lord. The officials said. Among them, Qi Sha's eyes lit up. My lord, you've captured Mo Yushi. That's great. Thank you, my lord. Qi Sha was overjoyed. He thought that Emperor Changxing had gone there to avenge him. Mo Yushi frowned. Emperor Changxing scolded, get out of my way. This is my brother's wife. If you dare disrespect her, I'll punish you by sending you to the mines. Ha! Qi Sha's face froze. Whoosh! Emperor Changxing's projection took a picture with his body. Yan Chuan, you're all heavily injured. Rest first. We'll talk after you've rested. Emperor Changxing said. Yan Chuan nodded. Emperor Changxing arranged for Yan Chuan and the others to rest first. Mo Yushi's injuries were the most serious. She would need a long time to recuperate. Bai Qi's injuries were not serious. He stood guard for the 2. In a quiet room, Mo Yushi and Yan Chuan sat together with their legs crossed. Peak Tier 12. Just one more step and I'll reach Tier 13. What a pity. Yan Chuan sighed. Yan Chuan reached out and a pink bead appeared in his palm. A transparent sky-devouring tail beast was sealed in the bead, 201 sky-devouring tail beast's soul essences. Ha! Yan Chuan's eyes lit up. Buzz! With a flip of his hand, Yan Chuan put away the pink bead. He looked at Mo Yushi. Mo Yushi was still recuperating. Yan Chuan stood up and took out a pool of water. He took a bath and changed his clothes before walking to the door. Kwang! Opening the door, Yan Chuan stepped out of the main hall, dressed in a soft black robe. Heavenly Emperor. Bai Qi said respectfully. Guard the outside of the palace. No one is to disturb Yushi. Yan Chuan instructed. Yes. Bai Qi nodded. Yan Chuan strode towards the Longevity Palace. Not long after, 7 kills walked toward him. Yan Di, I'm really sorry about that day. I just made a mistake. Fortunately, Yan Di is fine. Otherwise, I would have sinned. Qi Sha immediately stepped forward with a smile. Originally, he had wanted to take revenge, but Immortal Emperor's attitude made 7 kills realize that revenge was futile. His lord was the first to disagree. He immediately thought of repairing their relationship. Looking at 7 kills, Yan Chuan nodded. I saw it clearly that day as well. It was all a coincidence. Yan Di is still the most sensible. I've been scolded by my brothers for a long time. Yan Di, our lord has been waiting for you for a long time. Let me bring you to him. 7 kills smiled. All right. Yan Chuan nodded. At this moment, Yan Chuan also wanted to meet Dong Fangzhen sect. Immortal Emperor. Yan Chuan was really surprised when the two of them joined forces. Yan Chuan finally met Immortal Emperor on a large balcony. You can leave now. Immortal Emperor said to 7 kills. Yes. 7 kills left, leaving only Yan Chuan and Immortal Emperor. Yan Chuan, you didn't expect this, did you? You didn't expect this, did you? Immortal Emperor smiled proudly. The Longevity Emperor's personality was extremely carefree and easygoing. He treated his subjects like this and Yan Chuan like this as well. Although there was a slight difference between him and the Eastern Orthodox sect, his easygoing personality was still similar. Indeed, I didn't expect this. When Ren Shu said you were someone from the Second Era, I did make a lot of guesses, but I didn't expect you to be Immortal Emperor. You really can't judge a book by its cover. Yan Chuan smiled wryly. Of course. Can't an emperor be fat? Who made that rule? I'm fat, so I'm proud. Immortal Emperor said immediately. Yan Chuan nodded strangely. Speaking of which, your identity is very strange. Your body in the mortal realm is related to Bai Huang, Mingyi, and Kong Huangtian. Your body in the netherworld is related to Great Emperor Jiangchen. Jiangchen isn't someone to be trifled with. Take it easy. Immortal Emperor said. Don't worry, I know what to do. Yan Chuan nodded with a smile. After all, Immortal Emperor's tone was one of concern. Yan Chuan took out a pot of tea, poured 2 cups, and drank. Immortal Emperor didn't stand on ceremony. He picked up the other cup and drank as well. Not bad. Golden Ganoderma tea that ripens once every 3,000 years. Immortal Emperor smiled. Yan Chuan smiled and nodded. Can you tell me about the Second Era? Also, how did you obtain your Great Emperor karmic rank? Yan Chuan asked curiously. The Second Era? The Second Era is divided into the early, middle, and late periods. Today's emperors were born in the middle and late periods. Back then, one great emperor karmic rank after another kept popping up. I snatched one and became Immortal Emperor. Immortal Emperor said. Oh. Snatched one. You didn't obtain your great emperor karmic rank through cultivation? Yan Chuan asked curiously. That's just a lie. How can you refine something like this yourself? The longevity Immortal Emperor laughed. Born from heaven and earth? Immortal Emperor shook his head. I don't know. Anyway, it's strange. According to the pattern on the Great Emperor altar, there should be as many as 9. However, I only know 8 of them. There's still one more, but I don't know who it is. There's still someone you don't know? Yan Chuan asked curiously. Of course. There are countless conspiracies hidden in the secrets of heaven and earth. How could I know all of them? Immortal Emperor said matter-of-factly. That day, I have to thank you for your help. That's why Great Emperor Ziwei retreated. Yan Chuan said. Great Emperor Ziwei? He was born in the middle of the Second Era. You'd better not provoke him. Other than Great Emperor Jiangchen, whose whereabouts are still unknown, he's the strongest among the great emperors. He's extremely arrogant, powerful, and supercilious. He probably had other concerns that day, so he didn't bother you. Immortal Emperor said solemnly. Yan Chuan nodded solemnly. Then, do you know anything about the early part of the Second Era? Yan Chuan asked curiously. The Second Era was full of talents. You know Cao Cao. Back then, he was even more talented than me. Unfortunately, for some reason, his cultivation stagnated. In the end, he came up with something as monstrous as fate. The early part of the Second Era is still a mystery. First of all, we don't know who the first great emperor was, but we do have a guess. Immortal Emperor frowned. Oh. The strongest person in the Second Era. 1.5. 1.5. Yan Chuan listened to the name with a strange expression. Yes. Although he rarely shows himself, you know about the 3,000 stars of the Second Era, right? Immortal Emperor asked. That's right. Yan Chuan nodded. He was the one who created the 3,000 stars. Anyway, he's elusive. Immortal Emperor said. He was the first great emperor. I don't know. Because he was the strongest in the Second Era, we all have some guesses. Because he was recognized as the strongest person in the early part of the Second Era, he didn't show up in the middle and late part of the Second Era. He only showed up when the Second Era was about to end. The moment he appeared, he created the 3,000 stars, so, 1.5. What a strange name. 1.5 or Tai Chi. The meaning of this name is more than a complete world. There's an extra heaven. This person was extremely arrogant, but he had the right to be arrogant. Now, his whereabouts are unknown. Immortal Emperor said. Yan Chuan nodded solemnly. That day, I heard you mention Dongfang Bubi. Could it be that Dongfang Bubi was also a powerful person in the Second Era? Yan Chuan asked curiously. Of course. Dongfang Bubi was too pretentious. I don't like him. He was also from the early part of the Second Era. At the beginning, he was a great emperor. Immortal Emperor said. He was also a great emperor. Yes. The great emperor's karmic position under Great Emperor Qing Long's feet belonged to Dongfang Bubi. After Dongfang Bubi had it for a while, he suddenly didn't want it anymore. So, he cut it out of his body. That was how Great Emperor Qing Long got it first. Immortal Emperor said. Oh. He didn't want the Great Emperor's karmic position. Why? Yan Chuan asked curiously. No one knows. Later on, I went to ask him. However, that bastard pulled a long face and said arrogantly, the Great Emperor's altar is too ugly. Immortal Emperor said unhappily. Yan Chuan was speechless. Ugly my ass. I worked so hard to get the great emperor's karmic position. How dare he insult it and say it's too ugly? Isn't he saying that I have no taste? At that time, I fought with him. Immortal Emperor said angrily. And then? Yan Chuan asked. There's nothing else. Emperor Chongsheng said unhappily. Obviously, Immortal Emperor had lost. Yan Chuan didn't continue asking. At that moment, Yan Chuan finally understood why Great Emperor Ziwei would rather take over the Great Zhou dynasty than touch Dongfang Bubi's sphere of influence for the time being. Haven't you thought of combining all the Great Emperor's altars? Yan Chuan asked curiously. Who hasn't thought of that? Of course, we have. But how? It's fine if you have this idea. Once you take action, you will definitely be surrounded by all the great emperors. However, it seems like Great Emperor Ziwei has this idea, Immortal Emperor said solemnly. Then, do you know about the Grave Clan? Yan Chuan asked. Grave Clan? Of course, they are a clan that was born in the early part of the Second Era. However, their numbers are very small and they are an extremely strange clan. Moreover, they are a group of perverted lunatics who commit suicide for no reason. Damn! Immortal Emperor said strangely. Commit suicide for no reason? Yes. Once, I was fighting with someone from the Grave Clan. In the middle of the fight, he suddenly laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, I finally know where I'm lacking." He stabbed the knife into his stomach, and then he died. I was scared out of my wits. I've never seen such a self-harming lunatic. Immortal Emperor said with a conflicted expression. Yan Chuan was speechless. Forget Immortal Emperor, even Yan Chuan felt that it was extremely strange when he thought about it now. He was fighting with his opponent, and in the middle of the fight, he suddenly killed himself while laughing. Anyone who saw this scene would be stunned for a long time. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.